practiced where you realize focusing on the negative things in life, like unproductively, is it just doesn't help your mind flourish. So like you just notice that, and it's like I mean I think people with like depression learn that, or like probably with trauma too. Is like there's certain triggers. Like if you suffer from depression, you have to kind of consciously know there's going to be triggers that will spiral, like force you to spiral down. So just avoid those triggers. Some people have that with diet, food, and so on. And so I just don't like whenever there's shady things happening with shady people, unless I can help, unless I can somehow help. Why focus on it? Yeah. Anyway, back to your upbringing. What was the journey of escaping that?
I left home like kind of early because my dad and I were not getting along by the time I was a teenager. But I was still Christian for a while. And I lost my faith after I think I moved away, and I started having friends that weren't religious, or like weren't raised in this super conservative environment that I came from. And I think this was not conscious at the time. This is my hindsight story, but I believe that like being exposed to a culture in which I had the capacity to believe, like allowed my brain to actually seriously consider the thought that maybe all of this stuff was untrue, that I've been taught like 6,000-year-old Earth and evolution is a lie, macroevolution, all of this stuff. Because like when you're immersed in an environment like that, I don't think you actually have a choice. Like your brain has to believe these things because this is a survival thing. Like if you believe this, you'll be like if you believe the wrong thing, you'll be totally cast out. Even if they're not going to cast you out, you're going to be cast out in like communing with others, because you're always told that you can't like trust non-believers. Really, they don't have a moral compass. They're going to screw you over. And so I'm like, oh, I can't be that. Like everybody's going to outcast me internally.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't think I actually had the capacity to seriously question my faith, even though I thought that I was questioning it quite hard, until I got into an environment where it was safe to do so. And once I started being able to make friends who were not religious, I'm like, oh, if I lose my faith, I'm still going to have some sort of community. And then at that time, I went through some questioning, and then I lost my faith.
You think the stage break? Yeah, extremely.
So in that, given your friends, given your situation, you now have the freedom to think, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Or at least the ability to think of something that was acceptable in the new culture, yeah.
Without, I mean, is there a danger of like adopting the beliefs of the new culture? So like, there's some aspect of just being able to think freely, which you weren't able to do when you were growing up. Just to think, like look at the world and wonder how it works, that kind of thing.
Like, I mean, you work it within certain boundaries. Like there's certain basic assumptions, and as long as you're following those basic assumptions, which is, to be fair, it's like kind of what we're doing now. Like we have, I gone and done the personal research that like evolution is the thing that's going on? Have I looked at like the age of the stones? No, I haven't. I'm trusting other people.
Yeah.
Which I think is like a fair choice to make given where I'm at right now.
But you're also assuming like there's causality in the universe, time is real.
Yeah.
That first of all, the thing that your senses are perceiving is real. You're assuming a lot of things.
Yeah, and I think like it's better just to become aware of the assumptions you're making, like as opposed to not making those assumptions at all. Like you have to assume something. And I did, it's very suspicious, right, that I went out of this very conservative culture, and now I guess I don't believe things that are super in line with the current culture. I think this is why I feel a little bit safer right now, because like when I was Christian, I believed generally Christian things, but now I believe a bunch of things that like people really hate. Like I get canceled online all the time. I'm like, okay, this is a sign that maybe you're thinking independently if you're like able to think things that are completely at odds with the people around you. And to be fair, this is a little bit easier to do when it's like general culture, but it's much harder to do with your peer group, like the people that you trust, your friends, the people whose opinions you respect. Like disagreeing with those people is very difficult, and I'm not very good at it.
Yeah, I do think that if you establish yourself as a person who can be trusted and is a good human being, you have a lot more freedom to then explore ideas that are different from your peer group. So like those seem like good. If you separate the space of ideas versus some kind of like deeper sense of what this person is, like that they're an interesting and trustworthy and good human being.
Well, like, is there somebody that you respect who you consider significantly smarter than you? And can you imagine believing an idea that you've heard them talk really disdainfully about? Like, how would you feel coming to me like, I believe this thing that you find to be?
Yeah, I do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe braver than me. curiosity about things that might deviate from my peer group, because I notice that I'm not actually deviating with them as much as I do with the outside world.
That's interesting. I mean, like, because I do see most people I interact with are smarter than me, but I also have this intuitive feeling that dumb people, which I consider myself being, have wisdom. So, like, in the disagreement, actually, I also believe in the power of conversation and in the tension of disagreement. So I think I even just disagreeing from a good place, from a place of like love and respect for each other. I think I just believe in that. So it's not like individuals you're disagreeing. You're like working towards arriving at some deeper truth together, right? Even if the other person is smarter. Maybe that's how I justify it for myself. I'm also a fan of conversations because like I've seen just listening to conversation. It seems like a great conversation more emerges from it than the sum of its parts, right? Like somehow two people together can do like that dance of ideas can somehow create a cool thing. By the way, I saw a video of you dancing at a bar drunk. It wasn't the bar drunk. You didn't look drunk, but just the dancing. It was like ballroom dancing type of thing. I was
Yeah,
like, yeah,
stuff like that.
I've been doing a bit of tango dancing. I like it.
Argentine? Thanks.
I like stuff with body in general, like wrestling or combat. Like usually when there's a tension, you have to understand the mechanics of how two bodies move when they're in conflict. And dancing is similar.
Like you have to do like rapid thinking, also like rapid intuitive physical thinking, and that's my favorite kind of thing. Like a lot of exercise is really boring to me because you can just do it while your brain's off. But something like ballroom dancing or fusion dancing, like you have to constantly be like figuring out like it's a bracket puzzle, and that's so wonderful.
What's fusion dancing?
And that's the video. Fusion dancing is like if you have any sort of dance background, you can come and you just kind of mix those together.
Oh,
So you can have like people doing ballet with people doing ballroom with people doing blues.
cool. And then there's an interesting dynamic because I don't know, maybe you can correct me, but there's that's very meta. There's usually a lead and a follow. I guess most dancers have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that, but both have a different. Like you both have to be quite sensitive to the other human being, but in a different way. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
So I like both that there is that definitive role,
Mhm.
but also like it's not somehow that one is better than the other. There's an interesting tension between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good because it's like a basic rule set that allows for a ton of expression. I've recently started to experiment with like reverse leading. It's not like back leading. It's like I don't know. Like sometimes I'll like
So you can
lead
lead
and move.
follow. Oh, you can lead.
When I'm typically following, I'll like occasionally throw in a little lead here and there.
But don't you kind of follow it? Oh, I see. Don't you hint at a lead when you're following? Like, don't you just by the dynamics of your movement, you're not perfectly following. I mean, because it is like the lead is listening to your body, right?
Yeah,
So like you're kind of both figuring out what you do next.
that's true. I'm a very good follower though.
Okay.
So I'm an invisible follow. You do a move. It's like
Oh, interesting.
I'm not like good at technique.
I didn't know those existed. Like a perfect follow.
Oh, yeah,
So you can perfect follow.
I do. I'm not great at technique, and sometimes I'll fall over. But like the following part, I'm very good at.
Do you enjoy it?
Yeah. It's really nice. It's a very fast physical puzzle you have to solve. It's like typing. I really like typing. That's why I was inspiring about your keyboard earlier.
Why do you like that?
It's like the very fast, like really rapid response. What's the reaction time? I like things that like have very fast reaction times. Like games like that.
But typing is not a reaction, or is it the brain generating words and then you're like, how's typing the
Well,
reaction?
okay, the sensation that I get when I am typing is the kind of thing that I'm trying to point at. So maybe reaction time isn't so quite. I don't know what the term is, but whatever that thing is, like the thing where you have to like look at a word and then communicate it into your fingers.
Yeah,
It feels like dancing.
like you're responding to your brain. Your fingers are doing the responding to the brain that generate the words.
Making your body do what your brain wants it to do, but like fast and precisely.
But then you might not like this Kinesis keyboard because it makes it easier to do that. You probably like the struggle, right?
No, well, I mean, it looks hard because it looks like it's high depression on the keys.
No, well. Oh, I see. Yes, more than like a laptop keyboard, but
Yeah.
like that you don't have to. One of the main things is you don't have to move your fingers at all. So like for example, a lot of people that I think they have a backspace up in the top right corner.
Yeah.
So if you have to make mistakes, she's like, I mean, that's like so metaphorical. Every mistake you have to like really hurt yourself for. You have to like stretch for the backspace.
There's that poetic narrative again.
It's
Like it emanates from like a lot of your perspective.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't, and I see it as a good thing. It's a good, like a romantic element permeates my interpretation of the world. Yes, but you left home early. How did you end up working at a factory?
I tried to go to college but failed. Couldn't afford it.
Did you like it?
I remember it just being really slow. I remember being shocked that the teachers didn't care. Like I was used to homeschooling.
Yeah.
Where I don't know, like it's just like it felt like the people around me that were teaching me, because we had like a mom's group also, like directly cared about what I was learning, and I'd be able to ask questions, and they would like really respond.
It's a mom's group.
And it's like a homeschooling group where a bunch of moms who are homeschooling their kids get together and then teach each other kids.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And they have different like interests and capabilities and so on, and they kind of.
And sometimes some of the kids are really good at something. You have like the older kids teaching the other ones too. So it's very like everybody kind of figures out what they're good at, and they should share that skill set with everybody else. Which I think was a pretty great setup. Honestly, I think my childhood kind of sucked in a lot of ways, but homeschooling was excellent for me. Mainly because it just had so much free time. Like just did like 2 to 3 hours of school and then did whatever the fuck I wanted for the rest of the day. And I got to actually pursue skills that are still useful for me to this day. So
Even in that constrained environment.
like I've read fantasy books and I wrote so much. And now I'm writing a lot on my blog. So
What kind of fantasy books, like sci-fi type stuff?
like classic, like I read like Mercedes Lackey and the E.E. Knight and Ursula Le Guin.
I don't know any of this. What is this? What is it? Is it like a romantic thing? Is it like is it romance?
All fantasy books, like dragons.
Oh, dragons.
Elves.
Got it. You didn't mention Tolkien for the family.
I read Tolkien. Yeah.
All right. Well, it's beautiful. So you through all the dragons. How did you end up in the factory? You tried school.
Yeah. Tried school, had a job out for a couple months, and then I was like, well, I'm poor, and I was ready to take any job. I was like applying for sewer jobs, and then I got the factory and like because my parents no financial help at all. They're like, you pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, you know. So I went to work at a factory, and that sucked ass. Do not recommend it. Wake up like 4 a.m. You know, work on weekends too. Fluorescent lights. It was terrible. And so I did that for about a year, and I was like, I was trying to grit my teeth. This is my life, right? But I didn't have high expectations for my life. I was just like, I thought like if you get a job where you don't have to be on your feet all the time, that's you're living a good life. But and then I got another job briefly as a photographer, and then they fired me. I think I was 19 at the time.
Fired you for? Like,
I was just too young, and really bad at interacting with people in the outside world. Like I was pretty well socialized as a homeschooler and other homeschoolers, but in the outside world, especially with all of the like hierarchy submission stuff beaten into me, like literally beaten into me, it was very difficult for me to interact with other people who were like older than me or had any sort of confidence at all. So they hired me to do like photography for people, and then I was rapidly turned out that I was bad at this, and so they fired me. But at that point, I left my factory job. I can't go back to the factory. So I had some savings, and I slept on friends' couches, and I tried various self-employment stuff. I'm like, maybe I can do product photography or something. But no, it's Idaho, you know, nothing. And if you're like a 19-year-old with no experience in the outside world at all, it was really difficult. And so I had a friend recommend that I try becoming a cam girl. So that's how it started.
what is camming? What is being a cam girl?
Camming is like you talk to the camera live on the computer, like you live stream. It's kind of like Twitch. And then people are typing in the chat like, "Hi, I do this stuff," and then the people can tip you money, and you can do things in response, like, "Oh, if you tip me 100 tokens, you know, I'll take my shirt off," or something like that.
And like, what site were you using at that time? My Free Cams. Is that a popular site?
Yeah, pretty popular.
Okay. And how did what were the next steps? Like, did you enjoy it?
Oh, well, it was the first time I had actual control over my life. And I made like actual real money, and so I just exploded into it. I thought about it nonstop. I was streaming all the time. I was like coming up with like new creative things. And the thing is, like, I don't know. There's something about public schools that I I ended up living in a house with 10 girls. 12 other girls had gone to public school, and I don't know how much of it's genetic or like just because I'm weird or because of our upbringing, but I felt like I was much more fearless and much more weird and creative online than other people were. Not because they weren't awesome people, but because I think like public school, I got the impression based on them talking about it, that it sort of like beats out any sort of deviance from you. Like
more so than your, because I got the
I mean, we had moral deviance was beaten out, but like you could do whatever.
creative deviance.
Creative deviance wasn't so much. Like I didn't have other kids making fun of me ever. I don't think I'd ever heard an insult about my physical appearance as a child or teenager once.
So your father was basically saying you're not good enough as intellectual.
No, that was like moral failing.
Moral failing.
Yeah, like I was not virtuous.
Oh wow.
Like in various ways, like like you're lazy and mostly the lazy part. I have like ADHD or something.
Yeah.
And I was not good at it as a kid either. I would just totally forget all the time.
Is there some sexual repression aspect to that? Like you know how they say that there's it's not just homeschooling, but just like Catholic girls and so on. It's because like there's moral, you're forbidden to do certain things. Like there's a kind of liberating feeling of saying, like basically rediscovering yourself, rediscovering a freedom by doing just diving head first into sexuality, into your own sexuality.
Yeah.
Is there some aspect of that?
Yeah, absolutely to some degree. I think that like people kind of model it slightly wrong. Like I think there's a truth to it. But when I first got out of the house, for me, freedom was like going outside at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Or like eating chocolate.
Yeah.
You know, on days that I've previously wasn't allowed to eat chocolate. Like that was like a really intense expression of rebellion for me. And I think people like don't think of this. Like I got out a lot of my like intense rebellion through things that people don't typically consider to be rebellious at all.
Sure.
Like I wore a bikini.
Yeah.
Insane.
And just like walked around and then like I could do this.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And so like this was most of that emotional processing for me. And it took me a couple of years from leaving home and all of that conservative culture into doing sex work. In the meantime, I did try having sex with other people, but this was mainly because I didn't know what the norms were. I didn't really understand. I was just like, okay, take things logically, take things one step at a time. I'm like, okay, if the whole previous set about like how I'm not supposed to kiss somebody until the altar of marriage, if that's not the way that things are supposed to go, then what is the way things are supposed to go? And I was like, well, if I'm aroused, I should go have sex with someone, right? Is there any reason not to? No. So I would go around asking random people to have sex with me.
Did you have any peer pressure of saying like that's not good or that is good, or like did you feel any currents of society in any direction? Or you independently just thinking like from first principles?
I think, I mean, like I'm not saying it was a totally clean thing. I'm sure that I was experiencing society telling me it was bad, but you have to know, like I wasn't watching normal movies when I was a teen. Like we watched Christian movies, the stuff that we watched was filtered. Like I watched the Titanic and I had no idea that Jack and Rose had sex because it was put through a filtered.
We did that.
Yeah, they went and he painted her naked.
Yeah.
There was a scene in a car on the ship.
On the ship.
Yeah, they had like cars in storage, and there's a hand. I watched it again later. And I was like,
I don't remember that.
Well, maybe were you also put through the
No, maybe
version?
maybe it's the filter I see. Like, did the couple in the Notebook also have sex? Because maybe for a romantic movie that focused on the romance, maybe, right? And the sex scenes are always like weirdly filmed in these.
Yeah.
Because it's never. I mean, it doesn't. It feels more like romance than sex. I guess that's the main focus of this, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway. So they had sex. It's good to know.
They did.
I'll go back and watch.
You have your own
to fact check.
filter on your brain.
And once you realize that there are some, like the foundation of your beliefs were wrong, then everything might be wrong, and you kind of just doing first principles of book.
And again, like not totally separate from culture, but also I think in general I also have a predisposition to just be like, fuck what culture tells you. Just figure out what's right for you and do it. And so that mixed with, the figuring things out from first principles. I did eventually figure out that I didn't like having casual sex with just anybody quite as much. So I stopped that. So it took me a while to figure that out.
What's the negative of casual sex?
I feel like not good. I mean, if you figure out the chemistry you have with someone better, then it can be a lot nicer. But I wasn't doing that. I was just like somebody I met, and I'm like, you seem kind of cute. Okay. Like I didn't bother to try and develop any chemistry. I mean, I didn't.
Chemistry even outside of sex, just chemistry, like human chemistry,
Yeah,
like
basically.
conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like kind of cringy, but I would like walk up to guys or send them messages like, would you like to have coitus, is what I would say.
You can say coitus.
I had said that.
I mean, it's kind of cute in a way.
I mean, it's a girl asking you to get laid, so it probably didn't care that much. But anyway, I'm saying that, like, I had a lot of rebellion out of my system by the time I started sex work.
Yeah.
So, like, for me, like, maybe, I'm sure it was somehow related, because we were extremely sexually repressed growing up. I remember the day I learned I had a vagina, which was absolutely horrifying. Do not recommend figuring out you have another orifice in your body. But, like...
Do you want to share the process of you figuring out that you had a vagina? Or
They told me I had a vagina.
Oh, like intellectually, like there was somebody said
You have
you have a vagina,
yeah.
and that was horrifying to you.
Yeah. I didn't know I had, because you weren't supposed to ever, like, touch or look at yourself ever. So I never did. It was really disgusting. And so I had no idea that what was going on in my genital region. And so one day my mom sat me down, I was like 9 or 10. And she was like, you have there's another?
What?
And you're going to bleed out of it, is what she told me.
Well,
You're going to bleed out of it for a while. And I was like, what the fuck, Mom? We're stuck with, but I would have said that if I had known.
when did you first learn the word fuck?
Oh, I learned it when I was at a playground, and it was written somewhere, and I read it out loud, and then the kid next to me started giggling.
Did you say fuck again for a while?
No, I think the next one was, I swore the first time I was 18. Like, intentionally said a swear word when I was 18.
Did you feel good?
I was, like, really nervous. I was, like, nervous.
One word.
I mean, fuck's pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, so that's camming. I mean, what are the pros and cons of camming? I mean, how does OnlyFans map into this? Did you switch to OnlyFans at some point?
I did, yeah. So I came for like 5 or 6 years, and I burned out eventually.
What are the good aspects? What are the bad aspects of camming?
Well, the good aspects were that it's just your own terms. You get to decide. Everything about it is under your control, which I loved at the time. I was like, I can work when I want, how I want, any sort of expression. I experimented, and I was very successful. I was making around $200 an hour, which for that website at the time was like, pretty good. I had elaborate routines as a mime. I would do like dress up as a mime and then dress up a chair, and I would seduce the chair.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, or like
Was there an artistic element to it almost?
yeah. I had
Did
like
you talk to the chair? You had
no,
gnomes?
I was mime. You know?
Oh, sorry. Right.
Yeah, get it straight, dude.
You know what I really appreciate about you? I'm asking some really dumb questions and you're answering in a very intelligent way. Did you ask the chair questions? I was a mime, you fucking idiot. Okay, I'm sorry. That's true. But there's gnomes on the, like big gnomes or small gnomes?
Like lawn notes.
Lawn gnomes? And you seduced the lawn gnome on the chair, the gnome was sitting on the
There
chair.
were some notes in the chair. I did a photo set which I submitted to Reddit where I got abducted. I was like stripping, taking my clothes off, and then slowly the gnomes surrounded me in the background and dragged me off. And I did this as a photo set. And I
Essentially?
I didn't feel conceptual in the photos, but but it was the
Consensual, not
top post.
consensual. No.
It was very successful on Reddit, basically. It was a top post going on wild and 11 top post of all time on Reddit.
Which I think probably just means it's like it's artistic, it's interesting, it's edgy, it's funny, so it's really, really well done.
But it was really shocking that nobody else was doing anything creative with sex.
Yeah.
Like for me, it was like breathing. Like you're just doing sex and you're bored enough. What do you do? Oh, let's try something funny. Like it's just the natural progression.
Mm-hmm.
And it felt to me like there was almost no competition. Like I would just be really creative and like immediately look at top not safe for post on Reddit. I'm like, well, I didn't even try that hard. And so it's really shocking to me that other women who are doing this sort of thing.
Is that still a little bit of the case? Like that there's not as much like, because from my sort of outside perspective, that seems still the case. Like there's not, like as you describe it, that's kind of cool. That's like almost like playing, like having fun with sexuality almost.
Yeah.
But that does require kind of thinking through. It's almost like a creative project, like a photography project or something like that, almost like a little skit.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's interesting.
It's this vibe of like how can you like bring like vibrant novelty to whatever you're doing, anything you're doing. And I really like doing this with surveys too. Like I've been doing a lot of standard surveys, but I'm also like experimenting with novel, creative, artistic surveys. Like how do you ask a question in a way that's like beautiful and unusual and like a thing is completely groundbreaking. Like nobody's ever like
You always make everything so poetic and romantic. It's disgusting. No. But yes, I think you have that engine in your head, I guess, of creativity. Like, yeah, the way you ask questions, it's not trivial to do. Like, it's actually very difficult to do. good survey questions. And I mean, we're joking, but like, yeah, almost like poetic, because you have to ask the question in a way that doesn't lead to the answer.
Yes.
Like you have to kind of inspire them to think, and then indirectly get at the truth.
Right.
It's an art form, honestly.
Yeah, and also in a way where they don't misinterpret the question, because it's amazing how any question you think, oh, this is the clearest question possible. No, you're wrong. It has to be even clearer.
Right, willingly or unwillingly, because like you also have to defend against that question being criticized later when you publish about it. All of that you have to think about.
Yeah, I think this might be my greatest strength. So I'm not very good at statistics. I'm not like great at presenting data, but I think probably my greatest strength is in fact survey design and like question phrasing, because I have created so many thousands of polls, and every single one I get people telling me like the way that they misinterpreted the poll. So it's like you've gone through fire. And then again, I'm testing the phrasings all the time. Like what happens if you slightly shift phrasings? And so I'll do the same question test over time to see how it changes and if the way the phrasing affects the results.
What?
So they're good in the bio camp.
Yeah,
You said
why?
good.
Well, she's pretty hot.
What was it?
Intelligent.
The freedom. The freedom to be also be
She
just be
could be
creative.
really fucking annoying. I've met chicks like this.
And that is, it was exhausting. The site that I was on, the way that it's structured is that you're ranking on the site, and thus the amount of people that see you, and thus the amount of money you earn,
Would you
is
though?
affected by the amount of money.
Even
you
with as
earn
many chicks
on
as
average
do she's
in
done
the
it?
60 days.
Yeah, sure.
So that if you're streaming and nobody's hitting you, this means that you're going to be dropping down in the rankings, which is
I
going
don't
to get
care.
harder in the future.
That's
So
when
the
she's
rates get
a number.
richer on that site.
Yeah, so it's very high pressure. Like if you're on, you need to be making money as fast as you can if you want to continue to make money. So that was really stressful. It was very mentally taxing. I would do it for a couple hours and just log off and be completely exhausted because you're just like on as hard as you can. And so I had a little PTSD around streaming. Like I've considered Twitch streaming. I tried a little bit, and I'm like I haven't fully integrated the fact that you don't have to be like maximally entertaining every single second you get. You can actually just chill out and take it slow, and nothing bad happens.
Yeah. You can just enjoy silence.
Yeah.
Did you feel lonely doing it? I mean, even just streamers feel lonely.
I moved into a house with 10 girls.
Does that make it better or worse?
They're great. I'm still friends with them to this day.
Oh, so it was like a team, almost like we're in this kind of together.
Yeah. So we would like work together and stream together and swap our clothes and stuff. It was great.
Swap ideas too.
Swap ideas, yeah.
And actually, on a small tangent, maybe a big tangent, what do you think is the recent controversy of Andrew Tate and that he, I think in the past, ran a camming business and he's being accused of sex trafficking? What do you think, like from your own experience, what do you understand about Andrew Tate? Is he a good person? Is he a bad person? Is there something shady about his practices or not?
I wish I could answer, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it at all. I've heard people talking about it. I just haven't bothered to go into it.
Great
It's
answer.
well known
Same
that,
here.
like when I was doing it back in the day, the Eastern European models had something different going on. There's like a trope about, there's the Eastern European models and then there's everybody else.
They're what? It's like darker or something
Like
like
they do studios and they're lower quality.
Which means what?
Like, studios are, you go into like a warehouse and then they have set up a little like things that replicate bedrooms.
Yeah.
They're just like stalls. And then you rent out or you pay the studio a percentage of your income. And you can tell when something looks like a studio, it's like a type of background.
Yeah.
That if you like watching enough, it kind of starts to, you notice a pattern.
So like the standards are lower there and the ethical boundaries are a little looser
Yeah.
of how people are treated.
It's unclear. I never heard anything about the ethical side. I just knew that it was like lower quality. Like the girls seemed like they were less into it and like hair dress.
How does this all interplay with sex trafficking? So consensual versus not consensual.
I would be shocked if there were never any non-consensual camming. I mean, I guess it's like if it were going to happen, I wouldn't be surprised if it were in fact Eastern European models. Based on this is outdated. I'm just thinking of my stereotypes back when I cammed a lot.
Sure. So some of that is stereotypes, which is like collecting good data, right?
Yeah, I haven't done data on cam girl.
Hard. I mean, it's hard. It's even hard to get that data, right?
Yeah.
It's obviously a really important problem.
There's a method that I've tried that I really like. I designed a survey type which is like asking people who you know.
Yeah.
Like who do you know who's done this? And you tell me like, oh, do you know anybody who's a doctor? Do you know anybody who has had cancer or like smokes or
Personally, I mean.
yeah, personal. Just do you know anybody?
Yeah.
And then if you ask about a whole bunch of things, you can calibrate the responses. So like
That's really
if your population, 20% of them are doctors, so then you know the actual amount of doctors, then you can tell like how this is corresponding, like what is the visibility factor.
So you can reconstruct the graph.
Basically, yeah. And we can do this with sex trafficking. Of course, people are going to be like, well, sex trafficking is not physical. People, you don't know those. Like, well, then we can ask about other non-visible things that other people don't know that we do have data for, like homelessness or being in jail, or like if you have been like sexually assaulted. A lot of people don't mind talking about that they've been sexually assaulted. So you do a whole bunch of things that are like similarly suppressed in knowledge in some way that we do actually have rates for, and then compare that to the graph and ask people, do you know anybody who's in sex trafficking?
Yeah.
So again, this is not perfect. I'm not saying this is
But you can
like,
infer things. You can infer things about that
Right.
graph.
but then say we don't have good ways of measuring sex trafficking right now. Anyway, I did a big deep dive into the research that we have at sex trafficking in the Western world, and the actual I read those studies and like reports about the studies, and it's really pitiful. I mean, it's terrible data. It's like there's just like vague estimations made from one guy in a basement in the 80s. That's like the basis for like one big study that like a lot of people report on. And so I'm like, okay, so the method I'm proposing obviously is not perfect, but like the bar is so low at this point.
Well, I wonder also if there's ways to design a survey that gets at the victims of sex trafficking, also, which is they presumably have public access to the internet, and I wonder how many of them are distinctly aware that they're victims. Like, it's asking the question. When you're inside of a toxic relationship, are you inside of a toxic relationship? I mean, if the toxic relationship is truly toxic, sometimes your mind is fucked with, right? You don't even know what's true.
Yeah.
So it's interesting if you can design surveys
For
that
them actively sex trafficking.
break through that to basically get data on how many people are getting sex trafficked directly.
Oh yeah, like if you don't frame it, like if you don't say the word sex trafficking, you're like, are you just in a situation where you?
And maybe through the survey, I mean, that's very meta, but through the survey, help them.
You know, I did this is what started my relationship surveys. So I've done a series of relationship surveys, and that was because I knew somebody in a terrible relationship, and I was like, I bet if she took a survey where she answered questions about her relationship and at the end got a score that compared her to everybody else, she'd be like, oh wait, everybody else has much better relationships than I do. So that's why I started making the relationship surveys. It was exactly for that reason.
Yeah, that's really powerful to know that like you're not crazy for thinking this is a bad relationship.
Right. Or I think like the actual question is like, could you do better if you broke up? I think that the thing that keeps most people in their relationships is like, this is the best that I can do. Like, this is normal. And if it were normal, I would say that they are right. Like, if you live in a culture where everybody is abusing their people in their relationships, then yeah, what are you going to do? Break up and then just be alone for the rest of your life? Most people don't want to do that.
But now comparing yourself to the average is good to know.
What your options are.
Or at least understand it, because being normal is not always like this conversation is not always great. Meaning this conversation is anything but normal. Okay, and that was a tangent about a niche passion, which is really fascinating that you're playing with those kinds of ideas of survey design. But back to camming. So, what were the cons? What were the negatives of camming?
Or like the exhaustion of just like live, like the high pressure. Yeah, that was probably the worst thing.
So what about the interaction with different people? Like the dynamics of the interaction with the fans, I guess.
I had a pretty great time. I mean, obviously it wasn't perfect because it's the internet, but I don't know. This is the thing that confuses me a lot, because a lot of women that I know complain about being harassed by men quite a lot. They're like, men are always, groping and harassed. You have to be paranoid in the club. People are like, they're always hopping on you, and you're just like, Jesus Christ, get away, man. And I do not have this experience. Or like maybe I do, but I'm interpreting it differently. I don't know. The thing is, I don't know what causes me to have such different experiences from these women that are like really feel really hostile towards men. And my guess is that there's some sort of like very subtle signaling that we're accidentally doing. So like no fault of our own. I'm not saying it's a virtue of things. Like maybe it's just genetic or the fact that I can
women are doing.
Yeah, that the women are doing. Yeah. Like that, and it might be just something that completely accidentally, through no intention, like happening to signal the thing that is causing men to not view me as like a desirable target, or like a target at all.
Well, what about the flip side? Maybe you're not sensitive to the creepy stare.
Yeah, that also might be true.
The dude who's like as I'm dressing you with his eyes, that like in a creepy way, that you're just not, you don't like worry about it. You're not like the fear of that, the anxiety of that, the unpleasantness of that just doesn't hit you.
I think that's also at least
punishment?
part of it. Maybe all of it. think there's some evidence for it. I think often like guys will do a thing to me, and I'm just like, that's a thing, cool. I don't have any negative response whatsoever.
That's call back to the tire. It's a thing. That happened. It's good to know that can
Like
happen.
I once had like a homeless guy like ask me to come back to my place, baby, and I was like, this is fun.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, do you want me to? I love asking them like, are you trying to get me to have sex with you? Just like saying it out front, and they'll be like, well, I don't know. Usually they stop for a minute. They're like, well, yeah, I mean, I would like to have sex, and I'll be like, thanks for asking, but I'm not interested in having sex with you. How have a good day, and then I walk away. And that's great. I don't know. I have no issues with that interaction, but like maybe this is the kind of thing that other women would find to be really offensive.
So you have that conversation, and it doesn't turn into like a threatening feel,
No,
like with a homeless guy.
no, I've never had that happen. But I think there's something. I think I'm doing something. Like again, this is kind of accidental. Like I just am like this always, and I think I just happen to be like this at people, and they don't expect it.
Yeah.
Like they don't expect me to be like really nice while explicitly asking them what their intentions are. Like directly putting my finger on the thing that like, oh, you're trying to have sex with me, and then also not judging them for it.
Yeah.
I think this like throws people off a little bit so they don't get aggressive. They're like, oh, you're autistic or something.
Even the cloak of anonymity on the internet, you weren't getting.
Yeah, I just think I'm just not reactive, and or maybe I'm giving off. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's both. Maybe it's feedback loop. So I had a pretty good experience. I know not everybody did. Definitely people reported having antagonistic experiences, but when I was scamming, I generally really liked people were really nice to me, had a great time, made friends.
So you also did OnlyFans, you mentioned, and I read on a website. So this is very investigative reporting that on some months you've made over $100,000 on OnlyFans. How did that feel?
Great, really great.
I mean, like, well, actually, because so much of your upbringing, you didn't have money, you had to struggle with a factory job and so on. Maybe a good person to ask, can money buy happiness?
Well, I mean, I think you get like a resting set point of happiness regardless of how much money you have. But money can buy being less stressed, I would say.
Is there a lot of variation in the basic rest happiness with people in general? Like, is that a good thing to think about?
I mean, they've done some studies, but again, I'm not sure. I haven't actually read the studies, so maybe they didn't replicate. Where like they measure people before and after winning a bunch of money to see if their happiness was higher.
Yeah.
I think like by some measures it was, and by some it wasn't.
So I mean, like, basically almost genetically, so nature nurture. But is there, let's say, after you're 18, is there like some stable level of happiness?
Any person who tells you
all
that
the
they know on
environmental
what
genetic
day,
factors combine to create, so that everything that life throws at you has to face that happiness. Like you mentioned earlier, that I seem to be happy with a lot of stuff. So maybe I have a certain level. Do other people have a lower level? Some people have higher level.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, is that a useful, or is that a useful model of human being, or is it all ups and downs? Like, is it all like
I mean,
there's no
like
stable,
combo, right? Like, I don't know. Some people just are happier than others in general, and other people aren't. But then you also have ups and downs. Like, I'm sure you've experienced sadness sometimes, and happiness the other time.
like if I actually were to integrate, to have an integral under the area under the curve, I don't know if I'm different than other people. Maybe I'm just like really focused on the happy moments, and maybe feel the down moments most intensely, and maybe that, like, on average, is all the same. Is that possible?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Like, I remember when I was a kid, my mom would call me Pollyanna all the time. It's always like finding the good in everything.
Well, yeah.
I'd be like something bad would happen.
You were a happy kid.
I was a really happy kid. Yeah.
Even in the harsh conditions.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, like I think the harshness comes from a bad meaning. Like, and I had good meaning applied to
You
it.
were stoic.
Yeah.
With another
Yeah.
book I'm reading next week. Tune in. Marcus Aurelius Meditation. All right. Scamming 100K. So it felt good. So it's crazy though, right? You can just like take clothes off in a creative way with some gnomes and make $100,000.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but yeah.
Or was it? What's the
I mean, it's
process?
marketing. Like, so with only the micro cams, I was unusual in that I decided to do outside of the website marketing. I was like, post on Reddit, right? This was very unusual at the time, but like OnlyFans is structured such that they would have almost no internal discovery whatsoever. So if you want people to come to your page, you have to go out on the external websites and advertise for yourself directly. very different model. And so this is something I had already been doing and already practicing, and so I think I was like already quite advanced. Like I already had an account on Reddit that was like 7 years old at the time. Tons of like karma that means I could post in subreddits. I'd already been on Twitter for years, like posting actively. So I already had a presence on all these other platforms that really helped with the conversion.
Reddit and Twitter.
Reddit, Twitter, FetLife, Instagram, TikTok.
And you were still advertising creatively. So like, there's like sexuality, but there's also like creative sexuality and ideas too.
Yeah, like one of the really popular ones was I like molested myself as a mime using a one arm through a jacket, and so the jacket looked like it was. The jacket looked like it was alive, and and that one did really well.
Did you like brainstorm with somebody and like? I recently got to hang out with Mr. Beast and sit
Was it a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, a Friday, a Saturday, or a Sunday? Question mark.
A team brainstorming.
We do not know,
How about we try to
comma,
find
no one knows, comma. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday are modern conventions.
But it was just me. Like I had an apartment that looked like kind of like this. You just sit alone. You're like, well, that would be a good idea. And I'd seen you just collect ideas over time, right? Like I'd seen somebody doing a version of the like this animated hand act like when I was a kid, and I just always stuck in my head. And like one day I was like, I bet I could do that. And then when I was trying to give ideas to do as a sex worker, I was like, why don't I just try that? And then it turned out to be like a really quite a viral hit.
Is there stuff like you mentioned too edgy? Like Mr. Beast tries to keep it PG.
Yeah.
Do you try to keep it PG-13?
Well, with the sex advertising stuff, it's sex advertising, so it's obviously not PG-13.
I don't know these ratings. What is
It's
even
not
beyond that?
family friendly. It is X. Like even the one that I'm describing to you at some point, like you can see my boob.
That's a boob is X.
The boob is, I guess.
It's not hard.
Yeah,
I think you can show a boob.
Yeah, maybe X is like if you got some sort of rhythmic motion going on.
Maybe that sounds, but the rhythmic motion is not. You can have one or the other, but you can't have both. Both.
That's when I hit the X. Yeah.
Okay.
So like, definitely not. I mean, with the sex advertising stuff, like guys like vanilla shit. Guys want basic hot girl. You can do something like kind of sexy and creative, like getting abducted by gnomes, like the self molestation, right? But those are still pretty within the normal boundaries.
What do you mean guys like vanilla stuff?
I mean, most guys like vanilla stuff.
What's vanilla stuff?
Like
See,
hot
look up
girl
fetishes. I think my the window on what is vanilla is expanding quickly after following your work. But yeah,
I actually have done a lot of studies on what is vanilla. Like I've done a couple different surveys where I asked people like how taboo is this thing, and I have like a rating from least to most taboo.
By the way, I don't appreciate the beauty of vanilla ice cream.
You don't? It is really good though.
You eat vanilla ice cream?
I eat vanilla ice cream, yeah.
I think there's so many more options. It's like the absence of creativity.
I mean, if you put in like some chocolate chips or something.
Yeah, they already made it more interesting. To start. Okay, so what's vanilla? And why do guys like vanilla? So hot girl doing hot girl things? What, like undressing and then sex?
The thing that I found was most successful were frames where the man was framed as passive and the woman is active. Or like, for example, like, oh, we got assigned to the same bunk at the breeding school or something. Or like, oh, we're the last people on Earth. Right. Or like, oh no, I desperately need somebody to like cure me with this disease and I need semen. So it's like in any scenario where the guy just like finds himself such that the woman like desperately needs him for some reason and he don't have to do much. That is like typically one of the much more successful things. Like guys like women falling into their lap.
What about the power dynamic?
So guys are less into power dynamics than women are. And you can do power dynamics as long as it's like handed to them. And some guys are like very dominant and they prefer like having to work, but this is the minority. Like if you're trying to do like $100K a month and you're trying to appeal to the widest group of people, the most effective advertising, you're not going to be making the most money by being like particularly submissive.
So on the camming side, that's your unlike escorting or personal relationships. You have an audience. You have like a theater full of people.
Like with live camming?
You have a live camming.
Yeah, it's like a live theater.
Does that freak you out? There's just a bunch of people watching.
And how do you feel right now?
I don't know they're watching because it's not live.
Yeah, that's true. It's not live. But like it might as well be. Like they could be watching.
feel like there's just the two of us. I don't. And then sometimes I imagine there's a third person.
God.
Usually, no, not God. Just I usually imagine either a guy or a girl or a couple just sitting there for some reason, like usually on the beach and usually high, or on some kind of like on mushrooms, just like listening passively, just kind of looking at the sunset. That's what I imagine.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
I think that's useful. Like, when I write my blog posts, sometimes I do terribly, but it's the most effective when I imagine one person that I'm writing to try to explain. And like having a high couple watching the sunset is maybe really lovely as a calibration.
I have to say, it is pretty romantic because I've gotten a chance to meet couples that listen to podcasts together. I don't know why. That seems like intensely romantic to me because you're not watching TV together. You're listening to a thing. And I guess sometimes they watch it, but like you're listening to ideas together. I don't know. It seems
like you're going through the same kind of thought process.
Yeah. That's a really beautiful way to put it. So it's like you're melding. Your thinking is following the same line. Somehow podcasts have more than movies. I think movies give you a lot more freedom to think about stuff. I feel like your thoughts are aligned, and like especially if the podcast is good, like if it's listening to like a Dan Carlin podcast about history, that you're like on a journey together. Yeah, there's an intimacy to that. Anyway, but I've learned that there's couples do that. You know, hashtag relationship goals. Go ahead.
That's what you want with your future wife.
With my
You should make an application.
Application.
An application for dating you. I mean, maybe this is more of like my strategy and less yours, but you have like a wide enough audience that might work.
It's not. Okay, let's just go there. So, because you put together an application of like people to have casual sex with you, I think.
And also dating. Yeah.
And also dating in a relationship. I'd love to. So, what is in that application? There's like, I'm sure there's quite a lot of people that would like to date you or to sleep with you. But finding the person, I think it depends what your goals are. I guess relationship would be an open relationship for you.
Yes.
Right. Like for me, I guess it's more intensely selective because it's like a monogamous relationship and a committed one. Like I'm swinging for the like for like long term. I'm not like weirdly obsessed with long term, but it's like I would love to have one girl for the rest of my life. But finding that, I feel like applications will not get to that. I feel like there's some aspect of the magic of the serendipity of it, of meeting people in strange places and so on. I personally have noticed that like fame has not made that process easier.
But I mean, like if you could, there's two rooms, and one of them is like random population,
Welcome,
and the other one is random.
How you living,
population
Pam?
women, but all of them definitely are monogamous and are looking for a long-term relationship.
Yeah.
Like, which room would you rather go into? Like, if
That's
you're looking for a thing.
Yeah, well, but see, I guess my preferences are more. That's a really strong point. But my preferences represent the majority, probably, right? Because don't most women want monogamous relationships?
Yeah.
So like, I'm okay with either option. Because like statistically speaking.
But I feel like we can find like a bunch of other things. Yeah, and this is just a problem if you have like if you have a high volume to filter through, and you don't know. Like it's a good like initial filter. Like you can take it from like 1,000 people to 20 people, and then go on dates with them.
This filter is so anti-romantic. Like what?
This is true. This is not the romantic narrative that you're very
if I feel like how did you two meet? Well, she passed 3 filters set up, and I mean, but it's also can you put into a survey the things that you're interested in?
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely think about this a lot with hiring, like teams, engineers, and so on. But with engineers, you're okay losing truly special engineers because you have to filter because there's like thousands of applications. But it feels like I worry that you would miss the thing that actually, because so much of it is chemistry, so much of it is like the magic,
But the thing is, you're missing it anyway. Like,
yeah, you're missing it.
You can run it, and then in addition, try some of those people, and then go on the dates that you were going to go with anyway, regardless. It's just the thing that helps like pull someone out of the crowd. Because I dated a guy from my survey. I ran the survey. I assigned point values to each of the questions.
Yeah.
I wanted to date with like the top couple people,
memory, or we can look it up. Do you remember what kind of questions were on the survey?
I asked a couple different categories. I asked about like basic life stuff. So like what kind of relationships, like monogamy versus polyamory, like do you want kids? You know, like where you want to live, like basic things that you need to be compatible. And then I asked like sexual compatibility, like various preferences. And then I had a section about like personality, like what are I try to ask questions that would do the most effective filtering. So like what are ways that like I can't give people what they need that like maybe they really want. Like I'm not very outdoorsy. And it's just very common. A lot of people like being outdoorsy. So I asked the question like, how much do you value someone else that you're dating being outdoorsy? If they were yes, I was like, okay, I should probably down.
But what if, doesn't polyamory make that really difficult? Because can't they find somebody for the outdoorsy stuff?
Yeah, they could. I mean, like, but if you're going to have something, it's like nicer to have them be more compatible than less.
But you were a little bit like, in terms of sexual compatibility, you were able to, like, you're self-aware enough to know what preferences you have. Like you can.
I think so. I think that one helped a lot with the escorting. Like the escorting helped a lot with knowing their preferences.
But there's like out of the giant pool of different preferences, you have like a subset that's clearly defined for you. Okay, like dominant, submissive.
Yeah, power dynamics stuff.
Power dynamics. Yeah. Okay. In the not just sexual but in relationship too, like that was that in the survey.
I don't like power dynamics in relationships. I didn't
Not defining them in like making it clear in a survey, like asking a question about power dynamics in a relationship.
I don't think I asked about power dynamics in relationships because I just assume most people don't. And there's a lot of things that kind of like
most people don't. You're putting together a survey, a systematic survey to understand compatibility. Wouldn't power dynamics inside a relationship that naturally emerge often be part of the question, or is that hard to question because it naturally emerges?
Well, the thing is, like a lot of questions sort of overlap in demographic, and if you're making a survey, you want to have the minimum possible questions that get the maximum possible like filtering information.
So wait a minute. But that purpose of that survey wasn't to do a good research study. It was to select one subject.
So that's part of it is good. Like you want to most efficiently filter out because one, like you get more people taking the survey the fewer questions you have, which is good for finding a mate. Like if you have 5,000 men take the survey, it's better than 1,000 men take.
Don't you want men that would be patient enough and dedicated enough?
Yeah, but like what if you're like a high-powered man who's like on his lunch break?
Yeah.
Right. So it's like
like a billionaire's too busy just flipping through. Yeah.
And the guy that I dated was he took the survey. He was waiting for the pizza to come out of the oven, and so it was important that it was short. And so he wanted to be efficient.
Literally pizza.
He was literally waiting for pizza, and he saw the thing. He's like, I guess I'll just fill out the survey really fast. So it changed my life.
So romantic.
For me, this is my kind of romance. I'm really into it. But you can be efficient with surveys by like making sure your questions don't overlap. So for example, if somebody's very polyamorous, they're very unlikely to be interested in like a traditional like man works and out as a job and the woman stays home and raises the kids kind of relationship. Because poly people generally don't do that. And so if I'm asking about polyamory, it sort of kind of already covers the thing. And so if I have a whole bunch of questions, like I can kind of like triangulate a bunch of implicit kinds of questions that I haven't directly asked about. So this is why I didn't ask directly about power dynamics, because like from the rest of the questions that are in my survey, like I can pretty accurately predict whether or not you're going to be interested in power dynamics.
But I'm afraid, I'm trying to think as you're talking. I get it. That's really interesting that you did that. Also, maybe not for the effectiveness of finding a partner, but for just exploring the process of human sexuality, of like the search, this complicated optimization process we're all engaging in on the landscape of happiness. That seems to be this not even a differentiable function. It's a giant nonlinear mess. Okay. But like for me, I don't think I would be able to design that survey. I would like bias it too strongly. Like I would probably prefer women that have read Dostoevsky or something like that. Like that would be a filter for me, right?
Yeah.
But like that's a horrible filter because there's a lot of amazing people that they don't give a shit about reading, or they don't give a shit about reading Russian literature, or they don't give a shit about, but they're amazing and passionate and creative in some other dimension you might completely miss. But you're like. And I wonder if there's any, basically you're saying compatibility, like hard lines that statistically is just going to be an issue.
Yeah, you mean you weight this a lot more.
Yeah.
But there's also like preferences. Like if you have a woman who's totally equal and she's read the thing that you like, versus another woman who's also identical but like she hasn't read did not answer like correctly to a lot of the survey questions, but he didn't have to. But he was just overall the weights were like he just tended to be more in the direction.
Was there text-based one, like survey, or like paragraph, like?
No, you want to avoid that if you're dealing with like large amounts of data.
No, why not? Because you have to fill. Interesting. Like I'm different. Because like first of all, you do keyword searches.
No,
Second of all, you do machine learning models that like first of all you can do like crude metrics like the length
That's
of
a good point.
how long they've written, right? And it can flag certain things. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to. Like I've looked at like for hiring, I've looked at like thousands of applications really quickly. You can really the human brain is really interesting, especially like if you visually highlight certain information for yourself, like keywords, or again with machine learning models like sentiment, you can highlight different parts that will catch your eye better than not. And I can go through just a huge number of applications.
Are you telling me I can use if I learn machine learning, I can process data in certain applications better?
Yes. No, like textual.
Yeah, like I can like have them write things in. Like it's like a new way of.
That would be
That's a really good incentive.
I think that would it's a really nice aspect of text input, like long form text input, multiple long form text input based on an interestingly phrased question. Is you get to learn how to make a better survey. I think you would appreciate that. Like you start to see how they're actually interacting with these questions. Like I asked certain questions, like just to see how people think. Is it better to work smart or better to work hard? Or is it ever okay to betray a close friend? Like I'll ask like questions like this that don't really have a right answer, but I just want to see how they think. Or is truth more important than loyalty?
Yeah.
And I get their long form answer.
You get and you get to see the reasoning process.
Yeah, like what it reveals so much, not just about the person, but about the kind of questions I should be asking that have nothing to do with truth or loyalty, like how to get a good engineer with like very specific questions. But I think it's really useless to get text input.
I have done text input usually with beta surveys. So I usually do beta surveys before I do the real survey.
What's the basis of
Like I do like a shorter version, or it depends on what I'm doing, but like a different version of the survey that I have people take before I release. I use the information from the initial survey to inform the questions that I ask in the real survey. And I haven't actually recently, but I used to do a lot of like the text-based questions to see if they're similar. Although I don't think I relied on it quite as heavily, and if I introduced machine learning, things would be a lot more efficient.
I love that you're also doing like you're writing scripts and stuff. Like you're doing some like statistical analysis. Are you using Python mostly?
Yeah. I had to learn Python for this.
It's
just
just the
a couple
best
months ago.
way to learn Python, and the best reason to learn machine learning is to solve actual like problems.
I can't be motivated. I'm just not motivated to learn something unless there's an actual curiosity I have, and I have to learn it to solve it. I was trying to avoid learning coding for so long, but eventually my data set became too large. I couldn't work with it with anything else, so Python it is.
You know what's also an interesting data set that you're probably interested in a little bit? It's like Twitter itself, right? I don't know if I've played with the Twitter API a lot.
Can you just get the download? I'm stuttering now because
download the Twitter. Download Twitter. No, there's a lot of Twitter. So Twitter is a social network with a bunch of people. They're interacting a lot. Like there's like I don't know, the number is insane, the number of interactions, but there's different ways to interact to get data from Twitter. There's streams you can look at. It depends what you're interested in. You can do results searches. You can look at individual tweets and get entire, which to me is super interesting, the entire tree of different conversations that replies, which might be very interesting for you because like it's not. It's much harder to ask rigorous questions if you do with your polls, but you can see like how divisive certain things are.
You're probably just like calibrators to figure out like exactly what questions you should be asking.
Yeah, and also highlight interesting anecdotal things where like two people freak out at each other and just argue like a thread that goes on for like 1,000 messages that you might never be even aware is happening because Twitter doesn't like surface that like it would be. Twitter doesn't make it easy for you to like visualize what the hell's going on even with your own social network. Like if you post something that's controversial that gets a large amount of attention, it you can't clearly visualize everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Like it's blurry, amorphous. Like you're just kind of like looking through the fog at different replies and yeah. So to
You see the API, they have like graphs of networks.
the data for the graphs, yeah. So you can
that's so
reconstruct
cool.
it yourself. Yeah. And then you have different levels of access in terms of how many queries you can do.
That's really cool.
And now because there's like Elon, there's a lot of sort of revolutionary stuff happening at Twitter. I think you could literally sort of push for innovation there. Like there's aggressive innovation happening. So in terms of requesting stuff for the API, you could do all that kind of stuff. I think Twitter is just a fascinating platform for as cliche as it sounds, for studying. For me, it's interesting what makes for a healthy conversation. That term has been used, but it's interesting how conversation, to me, it's fascinating how conversations break down and not. Like how like the virality of drama or conflict or disagreement, how that evolves when a large number of people are involved, when a large number of misinterpretation of statements is involved in text-based, with some anonymity thrown in. Like I feel like there's a lot of studies that can be done there.
I mean, Twitter's probably not great at it, right, as it stands.
No.
Because like necessarily short, you can quote things out of context, etc.
But we should understand that, right?
Yeah.
At a large scale, you should be able to study that kind of thing. What was your casual sex survey?
I actually haven't looked at it in a while. I think I should ask people about a whole bunch of fetishes because you don't want to be obvious about yours because people are going to hijack it to try to tell you that they like what you like. So you want to be obscure. So how do you design a survey where you're testing for a thing but you're still obscure about the thing you're trying to ask about?
So you still see it as a survey,
Yeah.
like an application. Because I think he tweeted saying like, I'm thinking of just like showing up to San Francisco and saying, is anybody open for casual sex?
Yeah.
Something like this. Am I misremembering?
Maybe escorting? I'm not sure.
Oh, for exercise.
Which is similar. Like I kind of use escorting as the way to have casual sex now.
Okay, so let's talk about escorting. So you wrote about escorting in your blog post. Escorting was good for me. How did you get into escorting?
I was working at I quit camming because I was burned out and I was like trying to work at a front startup and it was hard for me. It's difficult for me to work on projects that are not my projects. And so I was like, okay, fuck it. Like, I want to go back to sex work. I want to make more money, but I don't want to cam anymore because I'm burned out. So I'm like, well, let's try. I had a friend who was an escort. I'm like, let's try that. So we had a call. She outlined the basics for me, and then I put up some ads and started working.
What's the basics of escorting? How does it work?
If you want to get started escorting, so just in case you have a career change, but you're gonna want to get some nice photos. So you probably already have those.
First of all, you assumed I haven't done it before.
Have you?
Yeah. Well, recreation I would like to do professionally, I suppose. So if I wanted to do it, if I really want to step up my game, how would I do it?
Yeah, well, the whole tutorial. Recreational escorting is just okay.
No, meaning like selling products on Etsy versus doing a startup. Yeah.
Well, I mean, escorting is kind of all just selling products on Etsy.
Well, but selling a lot of products.
High volume. You like dabble.
Yeah.
Small handcrafted artisan
dolls. Yeah.
escorting.
This is mass manufactured.
Okay, we go to mass manufacturer. Your escort.
I just feel like I haven't been getting, I've been undervaluing my service, and I would like to really step up.
I think you could really just grease some marketing gears.
Yeah, I mean, some of this is marketing. So, I guess I want to know, is it similar to camming in that way? Like, is it you're basically advertising yourself and you're marketing, all the creativity that you mentioned before, all of that?
Yeah, I found escorting to be pretty easy because escorting is not highly competitive. For example, camming is highly competitive because the thing that I outlined before, the amount of money that you make determines your ranking. And you can also go and see other girls. You can see what they're doing. So if the girl figures out an incredible strategy for making money, it's 2 seconds before that strategy proliferates into everybody else. So it's very fast paced and really tough. But escorting, you don't get to see what other girls are they're doing. You can look at their websites, but like you don't know what they're doing with clients at all. You can look at their rates, but you don't know what their volume is. So you don't actually know what is successful and what isn't very much. So I think there's much less like evolution of marketing through this process. And so I came in with like my aggressive marketing skills for being a canned girl. I think that really helped. I did very well as an escort. I came in like made a fantastic website. You know, I knew how to do the ads right. And
what was the finding people? I guess it's also like finding the right kind of customer, or the right kind of client.
I got like in a lot of trouble for this recently in the sex worker sphere because I said that if you raise prices, you're more likely to encounter clients that aren't going to abuse you. Like it's safer. They did not. They said that I was being classist, you know, implying that poor people are more violent. But to be fair, if you're a guy and you want to be violent towards a woman, you're probably not going to be paying her a lot of money. You're probably going to be like, you're the kind of person likely who's going to haggle a lot because you don't respect her. But anyway, that aside, it's a little pet peeve for me. Yeah, I started charging $800 an hour, and then pretty rapidly raised it to $1,200, and then a while after that, raised it to $1,400.
Well, the interesting thing you mentioned, in my extensive research, you used to do $1,200 to $1,400 an hour, and then you said that you're thinking of jumping back in at a rate of $2,400 the first hour.
Yeah.
And I think $900 each successful hour. That's interesting. That's like that. I mean, to me, that's really interesting. Like the first, like why? Like
why
a lot of the first hour, yeah.
It's just because it's like depends on how you want to incentivize like the amount of hours. So if you have to pay a lot for the first hour, but not very much for the successive, you're more likely to buy like a longer period of time. And usually, I find that clients who buy a longer period of time are nicer to you. I don't have like a great theory for why that is, but they're more likely like take you dinner, get to know you first, and I just enjoy that a lot more. I enjoy like knowing who I'm gonna have sex with, like a date, you know?
Yeah, so it incentivizes the long form date dynamic versus like not. That's really interesting. How does money change the dynamic? Just basic human dynamic of interacting for free versus for money. Like I think about that a lot. It's like just talking to rich people. Like you usually get paid for your time, and you do this for free. Like what? Like what's the difference? Is there a difference really, or no?
I've actually it depends a lot. So when I was doing it full time, it was my only source of income. It changed quite a lot because I was really incentivized to have repeat customers. So I'm like, okay, if my primary interaction with you is to like have you hire me again. I will do whatever that takes to make that happen. And so if I have to like laugh at jokes that are very funny or like be like more adoring of your penis than I actually genuinely feel, like that's what I'm going to express. And obviously it's to some degree like titrated, you know, like it's unpleasant to force yourself to like something that you don't. So like I would actually like not see clients again that I didn't want to, but to some degree there was this sort of self-suppression going on, which I think is the way it works in any sort of customer service job. Like you want the customer to be happy, so you just make sure that you are happy the whole time, and you're like really throwing the other person. But so recently when I've like kind of dabbled in it since making money through other means. Where I don't need the money. It's more like a fun side thing that I'm like I said, it's fulfilling the role of casual sex for me. So like I don't have to do it. This is not my primary job. I just want sort of a good excuse to like have sex with somebody, and the money is like a great filter for that. And so in that case,
that's interesting. So the money is, yeah, okay. The money is basically a filter for somebody who's taking this interaction seriously.
Yeah. It also there's an interesting like psychological thing where I have difficulty having casual sex with somebody because some part of my brain, which I assume is like quite female, is doing some evaluation of status and whether or not this is going to damage my reputation by having sex with them. So like if you found out that I went and like had random sex with like a homeless man, you might be like, wow, that says something about Ayla. Like maybe she's trashy or she just has no standards for who she's gonna fuck. But it's so some part of me is continually anxious. I'm like, does this mean I have no standards if I decide to have casual sex with you? Like, what are people going to think? And so if you introduce money, it takes away that anxiety. I don't have to worry about it. Because it's like, oh, of course Ayla would have sex with that person. They paid her. Like, this is not an indication of the kind of mate that she can get. This is just an indication of, like, a business transaction. And this allows me to enjoy casual sex so much more when somebody pays me for it. To the degree that, like, I almost view it as a kink. And so it's like, so I'm using it sort of to replace casual sex now. Occasionally, like, just pay, you know, like it's paying me a little bit to erase the anxiety and like have a fun time.
I mean, can't you see like dinner like that or something like that as opposed to takes for dinner, or like so like it's all just if any money is involved, just like a kink, so you can just like use it, and you buy the coffee at Starbucks. It's like, all right,
Right, but it has to be plausible. Like you have to like trick my brain into like having it actually be incentivizing for me.
two
Because,
coffees,
like,
like a
you say, like,
cappuccino or something. Or,
yeah, like the homeless man bought me coffee and then I took this thing. Like that's not cool.
all right, so
Don't say to homeless men, by the way, like I've been friends with a lot of them. I'm just using like some sort of stereotypes.
yeah. So like it has to be plausible where you can get to buy it. Interesting.
Yeah.
And yeah,
And so that's different. So now in this sort of frame, I am still like I'm accepting money, but still much more expressive of my actual preferences. So like before when I would start escorting full time, I was defensive, and now I'm like, you know, like I'm doing this for me, so we're going to make sure that I have a good time, and so I'm much more demanding.
and then you're having more fun because you're not pretending
Exactly.
like laughing at your jokes.
Yeah.
That sounds terrible. Sounds like
I mean,
it's also like social. I mean, I guess I would do that. Like when you first meet people, like strangers and so on, there's some aspect of like nicety, but I don't know, intimacy, like real intimacy requires like getting past the nicety. Like laughing at somebody's joke when it's not funny feels like anti-intimacy.
yeah, but I laugh at so many jokes automatically. It's interesting because like I don't mean to. I'm not trying to be fake. But like if I'm in a group of people and somebody makes a joke and everybody laughs, I laugh even before I'm checking within myself. Like, do I genuinely enjoy this joke?
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know, like the degree that I am sort of just like a result of social programming in all cases. That like when I'm with a client back when I was doing it full time, like it doesn't feel significantly different. It just felt like a different version of myself.
Yeah, yeah, to that degree. To the degree you don't feel like you're going against
Yeah.
your nature. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very rare that I actually felt like I was going against my nature.
What about the market of how much to charge? See, 2,400. Like, how transparent is that market? Is there like a market?
Like how much can you sell when you're charging that much?
You know, like what are the competitors? Like, if this,
Oh yeah.
like, what are you just thinking? Because you said it's a lot of it is a bit more shrouded in mystery. Like, it's like more confidential. Like, do you have some transparency to the market, what the competitors are? So,
Survey of escorts, only like 130. I'm trying to remember, and the median was around like $300, I think, an hour,
oh, wow.
something like that. It was a very low tail. It's not bad. I'm trying to remember what I also asked the amount where I could calculate the amount they made per month. I think it was like $6,000 or $7,000 a month. I need to double check that one, but
I charge $50 an hour.
charge $50 an hour. You raise the rates.
Yeah, but I give a really shitty hand job. All right.
But usually the rates are around like if you want a median escort in a big city, it's usually $4
A city, so four to 600.
in a big city. But like smaller cities, you charge the rates go lower.
That's so fascinating. What's like the most you've ever seen somebody charge?
I think I am.
You're like
Well, let me just tell you, as a connoisseur, girl, I tend to believe, I agree with you. Except you get some bitches out there like, hey, fly me in, now I'm gonna live in Las Vegas while I do it.
like a sexuality
Those bitches
expert,
are fucking
like
nuts.
research and so on, like your mind
Really?
is fascinating
Yeah,
as well.
what's like the
And you're
higher?
a
Like
celebrity,
$2,000.
is that
That's
thing?
fucking bonkers, buddy.
Yeah.
Or do you feel the celebrities now? Like,
Yeah.
What's the average?
Yeah, absolutely. Usually people are interested.
Many a year ago it was 100, and then it moved to 200, and
But
you went to fucking
that's different. Like
two
I
of the
mean,
world, maybe
besides
300.
the fun part, like this is a kink as opposed to this is a job. Like with this is a job, usually the high end is closer to.
What do you think is fair? In today's day and age, 200
clients
is
are
fair.
falling in love with you.
Probably will go
I
up
think so,
when
yeah.
people
I
find
think
out,
it
but
doesn't happen to me much less than most other people due to like the things that we were talking about before.
Which is what?
Where like you give off vibes, maybe like subconscious vibes.
has it been worth it
Do you have
allegedly?
fallen in love? Like,
Every
not about
fucking
it all.
time.
I think something about my
Yeah.
journaling indicates that
I've
people
never
should
not
fall in
had
love
an
with me, 'cause I don't
amazing
think it
time.
happens very much. And
Why?
it happens a lot with other women that I know.
Well,
But I have occasionally had.
it's been
The
great.
thing is, it's hard for me because I try to be as vulnerable
I
as
see
I
it
can
as like,
in a connection with a client.
This is really how I see it.
And I have
Baby,
to
we could
really
go
like
on a
some
date,
stuff. I
and it's
still
gonna cost me
remember them
$200
very
to
fondly.
fucking
Yeah, like I hope they're doing well.
buy you dinner
And some of
and
them are really
drinks
profound.
and
Like
shit,
one guy saw me because he found out he was dying
and
of cancer.
you're gonna fuck
and
me
He
afterwards.
was like, I don't want to die.
So why not
Seeing someone.
just get down to brass tacks? I'll
Jesus
save you
Christ,
time,
it's such
you save me time.
I don't know. I'm very touched by many of the people that I saw.
So there's like deep intimacy there.
Yeah, I know that it's brief, and I know that it's like kind of weird, but like there's like a really glimpse
Word, girl.
Men, because a lot of times men don't have like a way to be really vulnerable in front of anybody. But like if you're in bed with a woman that you find to be attractive, you can
Huevos ranchero
sort of
shit.
let loose a
I
little bit
didn't
more.
even think
Like,
about
you become vulnerable in general.
it. It was just
Yeah.
like a
I really like that. I like being as vulnerable as I can. Imagine, like I'm not forcing myself or anything, but like I just feel into it and like notice how like beautiful the person was, and like feel grateful. for
Huevos
being able to
rancheros.
Be in this intimate experience with them, and that
That's
was
a thing.
so wonderful.
Does it ever hurt to say goodbye?
No, but I think that's unique to me because I like being alone a lot. Even with my friends that I like dearly, I'm like happy not seeing them because I don't like making facial expressions very much. But I do miss some of my clients.
Wait, sorry. What does making facial expression have to do with say goodbye?
Well, if you are not with somebody in person, you don't have to make facial expressions anymore.
Oh, you can just think about them.
Yeah, you can just sit there totally blank face and then have all of the emotions that you want.
Oh, you're telling me.
Do you have this thing too?
No, it's not a thing, but like you're on camera.
Yeah.
So like I feel feelings.
I had to
We
take a
usually
dump,
feel.
allegedly,
Like
perhaps.
social interaction is such that like you probably want me to show feelings on my face,
Yeah.
right?
God, good job.
Yeah. There you go. So like I definitely they're
Man.
just an introvert thing where you like having
I gotta take a
the
major
vibrant
league.
inner world.
Major league? You said major league. No, that was just kind of me talking. I don't know if we're not at that
have a
point.
lot of anxiety about interacting.
But
with
maybe,
the
like-
world, so yeah.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that because
Definitely
when you
college
talk about
ball.
like
Really?
finding the light and everything is fun. Like I usually don't associate that with having not very much anxiety.
Well, because I have we mentioned that earlier. I appreciate the beauty in the world when I observe it, but then when I'm interacting with others, I have a very harsh self-critical aspect to my brain that says like, "You're gonna fuck this up. You're gonna fuck up this interaction. You're gonna fuck up the beauty that's there." If I'm sort of being fragile and vulnerable for a moment, one of the things I'm afraid of, I get so much love from people that listen or even like reach out, like you said through the survey, like women and so on. I'm afraid that you admire me because you don't know me, but you won't admire me once you know me. So that's self-critical. This is silly. I mean, as you get older, you're like, yeah. Like I'm able to step away and objectively look at myself. And I was like, you're fine, you're good. It's like, but it's still there's the part of the brain that you can't just shut off.
Because it's like, what would fucking up with this conversation look like? Like, it doesn't have to be rational, but I'm curious if there's like a specific thing.
A lot of it is just a feeling, like an amorphous fear of failure. What it would actually look like. Maybe because we're talking about sexuality, me not being able to eloquently explain the worldview I have and why I appreciate it, that would make me feel like a failure because that would make me feel like maybe you don't know what you're doing, right? Because sexuality, not sexuality, but even romantic relationships are really important to happiness. They're really important to me. And I'm not sure like the conception of love I have, romantic love, is like fully made rigorous. But especially when I'm talking to you that thinks very rigorously about a lot of these topics, I'm not sure I've thought about them a lot. I feel them. I interact with the world in the space of feelings. Maybe I'm almost afraid to be very rigorous in these kinds of thoughts. And so I think the failure would be like I would be confronted with the fact that I can't explain what makes me happy. That could be a failure. And there could be just a bunch of other failures. Another big failure is like not. I think you're a really brilliant person, and a lot of folks I know and admire your work as well. And so, like for me not to be part of highlighting that brilliance would be a failure.
Like because some other people might feel like notice the discrepancy or something.
Yeah, but no, that's not other people. Just my personal, my personal feeling. And the other is like jokes, because like we're talking about sex, right? So for me, like it's fun to just joke around. But you also have to tread carefully because like it's a weird surface because like even I already feel bad about making a joke $50 for a hand job that's crappy by me, but I think sometimes you just gotta go for it. I went for it. It kind of fell flat in his face, but that's the thing with the conversation.
I think there's like this fear where it's like if you become like scientific about something, you'll figure out that your feelings are unjustified, and then you'll experience this horrible thing where like shit, like I'm like afraid of this, but I'm being forced to by my logical mind to like believe this thing, which I don't think this is true at all. I think like your feelings are there for a reason, like they're for a good reason, and like logic or like rigorous analysis or something should be dedicated to figuring out why it's there, not to like suppress it or tell it shouldn't be there.
What do you think is more important to like? To just life? Is it reason versus emotion? Like not life. To what makes us human, I guess.
My romantic narrative answer to this, which is like not rigorous at all, is curiosity.
Curiosity. Is curiosity? That's such a middle. Curiosity is like both emotion and reason.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like this pull. Because reason is the tool you use to figure out the puzzle, and then curiosity is the pull towards the puzzle.
Yeah, I don't like the worldviews that pit like emotion and rationality as opposite each other. They feel like beautiful parts of like a cohesive whole.
Yeah.
Like if you're doing rationality to the extent where you're like suppressing some emotional reactions you have, then I think you're doing it wrong. You're like missing a big part of it. Like it should be like integrated. It should be like part of like one unified flow. Like the things that you like. If you want to be in a romantic committed relationship for the rest of your life, then this is like beautiful and good, and the kind of like logic that you're using to make sense of the world should be fitted into that correctly. I think it's really cool. Like anytime you have sort of like an internal at odds thing with it, I think you're like using some sort of force to suppress one or the other. Like, you're not allowed to believe about this, or I'm not allowed to feel about that. And that feels harsh to me. And I think curiosity is the solution. Like if you're simply just calmly curious, oh, why do I feel like that? Let's go find out. It's so cool, right? Like you can use logic and your feelings to like discover the answer.
Do you sometimes, because you do this kind of technique, which is interesting, and I've mentioned it to others, you'll sometimes step away from like a third person perspective and describe the feeling you're feeling. Or like even just the situation, like you step out and talk about, wait, what is happening here?
Like in the conversation.
In the conversation itself.
Yeah.
First of all, what is that? Do you find that to be useful in issue? Because it's very interesting. It feels raw and honest. The danger of it seems like you escape the actual experience of it, though. So that's the trade-off. You make it intellectual, right?
Is it though intellectual to do that? Maybe it is. I don't mean that.
No, maybe that's the wrong word. You can make it intellectual.
Yeah.
But you can still continue the same flavor because you're not fully disengaging from the conversation. You're just creating an extra meta layer.
Yeah.
That's happening.
I think exploring the emotional reaction to what's going on in the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, in some ways it's actually making it stronger. Like, or enriching it. Like making it more,
Yeah.
giving it more context, giving it deeper understanding.
I think there's like a way of going meta that is a flinch move. Like, oh, I noticed that we're doing this thing. I'm gonna name it. And I think the thing that I described earlier, like when the homeless guy approached me and asked, can you go home with me? And I was like, oh, are you trying to have sex with me right now? Like what I'm doing is like a meta move. Like you're stepping outside, like and like, okay, what is the purpose of this conversation? And we explicitly identify it. And in that case, I think that is sort of like a flinch move. Like I'm not telling him my emotional response. I'm not like being fully present. I'm like sort of identifying it as a way to subvert what's going on. And I absolutely think that this is a possible thing. But I usually try to be aware of that myself. It depends on the purpose of what's going on.
That guy, because that is actually like a chess move you did. You got a purpose with that chess move, but the flirtation is on. Like he could have, like, done a better move that would make you like curious, like,
Yeah, that's true.
like interesting, because you had an agenda with that, but he could have changed your mind. Like he could have, with a few words, because you just created extra layers, extra entry points.
If you'd gone more meta,
Yeah,
I'd have been like, okay, well, now I am going to stick with you.
exactly. Yeah, there is something, that aids into the chemistry of the conversation when you do that. I really enjoy it. It's like a rare. Do you imagine? forget who. I've had a few people do that with me, like just in conversation, and I feel like you were involved somehow because I've met you before. Somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if we were, or you were
We had a
just
couple
in.
parties together.
Or maybe it was just like a bunch of people that kind of play with the same, or like a couple.
There's circling. It's just a practice explicitly dedicated towards that.
What's circling?
Circling is
That might be the thing.
yeah, I think so. We know we have some mutual circlers in
Circling.
our networks here.
What's circling? I don't remember what's.
I'm gonna describe it horribly because it's like one of those things that's difficult to describe unless you experience it, like kind of like drugs.
Yeah.
But it's something like you sit around. There's like kind of guidelines to the conversation where you talk about the present moment.
Yeah.
And you're like honest about your experiences as much as you can be, and if you don't want to be honest, then you say I don't want to be honest.
Yeah.
And you like commitment to connection. So you're here to like actually connect with the other person, understand them, and be understood. You're not supposed to like project. So if you like have an analysis about the other person, you own it. You're like, I'm experiencing you as this, you know, and you check is it true, or like.
Are you supposed to be almost like converting it towards the thing you're thinking, like constantly?
If it feels right in the moment, you can. The thing is, it's very amorphous, right? It's like almost like creating a magical sensation. And I've seen some very good circlers, really high skilled circle, and I feel like I'm on drugs when that happens. It's very, very to see.
Does it feel honest?
Yeah, very honest. Like right now in this moment, I'm feeling like kind of like nervous energy because I'm talking to you and this is a unique situation and like I want you to think I'm cool. I want everybody listening to me to think I'm cool, but I'm also having some sort of delight at being able to express in this way and like some admiration for how you like set up and built this thing that I can be a part of. And all of these things are sort of in my body right now as this sort of vibrating high thing.
I remember like in the party setting because I had to talk to a few people. I felt like it was going sexual very quickly.
Okay, I don't know if you remember this, but the first time I met you, I didn't know who you were. I knew I heard your name. Like you just your name, and I was like, I think I've heard people discuss that. And I was in the middle of a very sexual conversation with another woman.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I was. And you just like turned around and left very shortly afterwards. So I thought it was very.
Oh, was I listening in on the conversation?
It was like I was talking to her, and you were just kind of like right there, and so we introduced ourselves, and then we continued on with the conversation. You were like standing there and listening.
Yeah. I don't think I would have left it that. So it's funny. You probably interpreted it in a different way.
I interpret it as you like not wanting to listen to like graphic sexual stuff.
Was it like super graphic?
I don't know. I was asking her about. I was interviewing her about her fetish, basically.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I would have lost it.
Okay.
I would have been like curious. Oh, interesting. Because I don't often see people having a deep interview about fetishes. Like I wouldn't even be. Listen, I'm like Jane Goodall here. It's like I'm not like. I'm not afraid of sexuality or something like that. I just have certain values in terms of like monogamy and so on. But I think sexuality is really beautiful. Yeah. I don't think. Yeah, I can't imagine myself walking away from that conversation.
Somebody must have like called you or something because I didn't remember exactly how it worked. I just remember thinking later on.
Or maybe I thought I was intruding.
Oh, maybe.
Because
I was kind of drunk, so.
And that probably was very.
Okay.
I would like to actually have like footage of that conversation so we can actually interpret what actually happened because it's probably. I mean, human interactions are funny like that. It can happen for all kinds of reasons. Have you ever fallen in love with fire?
No, I mean like in tiny ways, like micro loves. Like,
have you ever fallen in love?
I mean, I don't know what it means, but probably the thing that other people say when they say fall in love is probably something I've experienced.
What do you think that means?
What
is love? I know. No.
Fantastic question. I think so. Love is one of those words that refers to like a billion different concepts, and I think we maybe should just taboo the term to have a better understanding of what we're referring to. Because there's things like feeling intense attachment. There's something feeling that's like soulfully aligned. There's like sexual attraction. There's like
Are you talking to me saying we should taboo the term love in this conversation? How dare you? Romantic love.
To make it flourish into lots of other new definitions.
Okay, thank you.
Expanding love.
It sounds like you're censoring the most important word. It's like 1984 all over again. Okay. Also on the book reading list. No, okay. Listen. No, romantic love, like a deep intimacy for somebody else, like a deep connection with a human being. That is also, with polyamory is tricky, and your relationship with sex is also tricky. So, like, what's the difference between a deep friendship and a friendship that also has a sexual component?
And everybody here confused about that when they did a lot of LSD. I was like, what? The line between romantic relationships and everything else kind of got blurred. I was like, oh, I'm just like in intimacy.
Yeah.
And some intimacies mean that you spend your life together more and you have sex, but like, and it's the same basic thing is there. Like you're seeing someone for who they are.
Do you think you can be, if you're heterosexual, do you think you could be really deeply close friends with a guy and not have sexual relationships with him?
I assume it's possible. Like if anything's ever possible, probably yeah. Like
Everything is possible. Time travel is possible. Quantum mechanics makes everything. Traveling faster than the speed of light is possible, according to general relativity. Everything's possible. So you're saying there's a chance. Someone's taught me that everything
it's probably
is possible.
not super likely, assuming that they are like attracted to each other.
And for somebody that does surveys and statistical analysis, we're interested in like what's the likely thing here versus like what's possible.
If you say possible, it's like anything's open.
Did you just avoid answering the love thing? Okay.
I have a lot to say about love. I just feel like they're being precise.
Yeah. Okay. Let's be precisely imprecise and continue.
That's my phone.
It feels like a passive-aggressive suggestion that we shouldn't talk about love anymore, but we shall continue.
No, we should absolutely talk about love. It's just the term is very confusing. It's like some people say the word love, and the thing that they're thinking of is like, oh, the butterfly is like the sparkle thing that I get in my stomach when I think about my loved one. But I study relationships over time. I just really I did a survey about it, and that sparkle goes away within like 2 to 4 years. So people still report loving their partner after that. So I'm like, okay, like when you say the word love, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah.
I just want to get on the same page.
Okay. So what are the different? The butterflies. Boy, I'd like to push back on 2 to 4 years on the butterflies, but okay.
I mean, not everybody.
Butterflies don't give a fuck about statistics. You ever heard of the flap of a butterfly wing causing like nuclear war? How do you describe that with your statistics? Okay, so butterflies, that's the basic infatuation, the chemistry of the initial interaction. Sure, but a deep, meaningful connection like that feels like sexuality is a component of that. Like the kind of intimacy that's only possible when you're also sexual with another human being. On top of that, you have the butterfly, and on top of that, you have the friendship, and on top of that, you have like, what is that? There's a sandwich.
It's the love sandwich.
The love sandwich.
Okay, I'm down to call it a love sandwich.
Okay. Yeah, we just call it sandwich. LS. Okay. What role does that play in the human condition? Like,
That's not the human condition. It's an interesting phrase.
Yeah.
I'm like this is like not a phrase that's common in my own thinking.
sure. Human condition is a good summary. You know, what do you think? What do you feel when I say
ask very different kinds of questions than you,
Sure. Yeah.
which is interesting. I'm trying to like figure out like what kind of brain that you have is like creating like this category of question. Which is why I was like thinking like there's something about poetic narrative in there.
Yeah.
Because it's very like aesthetic. I think you ask much more aesthetic questions than I do.
I don't even know what the word aesthetic
Yeah,
means. Really.
like artistic.
Artistic. Well, I mean, I know what aesthetic means, but I also don't know what it means. It's kind of like the word love. Aesthetic perspective. Yeah, well, but part of it in conversation, you don't want to ask a question that has an answer fully, always.
Like, do you have an example of a question that has?
What's the meaning of has an answer?
Yeah, like one that you say like, oh, that's like a bad question because it has an answer.
How many sexual partners you had in the last year?
That's just okay. I feel like we just like got to some sort of crux about like the kinds of questions that we like to answer. Because I would love that question.
Okay, right.
To ask enough people.
All right, but does that really tell the story
Okay.
of what you felt over the past year?
That's true. But then I could just tell you. Okay, so by when you're saying the kinds of questions that you like, ones that don't have an answer, by not an answer, you mean like not an answer where you can know that you're done telling it. Is that?
That you can escape having to think by actually answering it.
I see.
Yeah. The struggle is the place where we discover something, not the destination. Yeah.
Okay. It's working. It's working. Okay. So what is the role of the love sandwich in the human condition?
Okay, that's fine. I take that question. That's a stupid question.
You don't have to. I'm ready to.
Do you like love? Do you personally love?
Like love.
feel like you're avoiding the love question,
Uh-huh.
the love sandwich question. What's your own personal feeling towards loving another human being versus having sex with another human being?
I think love is like one of the concepts that dissolved for me a long time ago, so I have difficulty directly answering it. But I have the experience. When you describe the love sandwich, I feel like I have had that experience. I have it currently for some people. Also, like I'm dating people, and I have that.
So people who you date, you would describe sharing a love sandwich with them.
Yeah.
Okay. So how does I mean, it's great to hear. So are you afraid of love?
No, not at all.
So can you describe to me polyamory? What is it? What does it mean? Because there's like different terms.
Yeah.
You have a nice blog post about it.
Yeah, I have a personal definition of it, which I readily admit is not shared by a lot of people. But to me, the definition of polyamory is simply not forbidding your partner from pursuing intimacy with others.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you have to pursue it. Personally, like two people could be married and only have had sex with each other for 20 years. And as long as they're like, you know what, if ever you want to go have sex with somebody else, you're welcome to do that.
Well, the interesting thing you said is that doesn't mean they have to do it. They just have the freedom to do it.
Yeah, it's the freedom that matters to me.
Just and you called the polyamory post. There's so many good blog posts. People should just go look at read your writing. It's really, really strong and often backed by data, but also just a deeply honest look at yourself and your understanding of the world. It's nice. It's it's refreshing to like with a lot of stuff I disagree with, but I feel like if I disagree with it, you'll be very open to arguing it and kind of thinking through it. There's just the honesty that really is from all that. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to kind of explore polyamory, like how it works, what are the different versions, what does that freedom look like? What does that freedom feel like to be able to go see other people?
Depends on you. Like, do you want to go see other people? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Usually for me, I tend to be pretty happy with like one or a few people. And then occasionally I like some novelty, so usually I'll go like I host orgies sometimes, so I'll host an orgy and then I'll go have sex with people at the orgy, and then that'll be good for the novelty for a while.
Ask you about orgies.
Yeah.
So how many people are in an orgy? What's like a standard? We're having a Sunday picnic and an orgy. What's like a number of people at an orgy?
Oh, I've only recently started hosting orgies, but I have been to a lot of orgies. So I would say like the median is maybe 15 people.
I like how you say median versus mean. Okay. Median is 15 people. What's the gender distribution usually?
Usually about even. It's like ideal if you can get more women than men in most of them. I've recently been hosting reuse orgies, or orgies where consent is assumed by default when you enter. And of course you can revoke it anytime or go over a whole bunch of rules to make sure it's very safe. You like have wristbands. So nobody's actually doing anything they don't want to. But and in those ones, you have to have more men.
I thought reuse was like consensual, like at any time, but it's at any time within the constraints of this building or something like that.
Yeah, so at the orgies, it's like by entering, if you wear a wristband, then you are like by default opting into consent. So people don't have to like do a thing where they negotiate with you and like be like, is this okay? It's the default is like you just go for it. And if they want you to stop, they say the safe word like red, don't, and then you have to stop. And we do like exercise in the beginning, saying red to make sure that everybody knows exactly what the rules are.
What's your favorite safe word?
Red.
Red.
When I first started doing like weird kinky shit, I was like, oh, let's make a safe word. And we picked the word foliage. I was like, that's goofy, right? And then, but then it eventually came a time where I did actually, in fact, want to say the safe word, and I couldn't. I was like in agony. I was like crying, like I can't make myself say this stupid word right now.
Foliage.
So after that, I was like, red. Doesn't matter. I don't care. It's not funny. We're just going with very simple red.
How does an orgy compare actually to like a one-on-one sexual experience? Like, what is it? Same ballpark, or is it fundamentally different?
I mean, the experiences, both orgies and one-on-one sex cover like really high variety.
There's a high variety.
But you kind of, it's a little bit like you're having sex with someone, but you're surrounded by really realistic VR porn of other people having sex.
Oh, okay, cool.
And sometimes it's like threesomes also, like maybe there's another person involved. But it's hard to like have a whole bunch of people in one cluster, because usually there's kind of different little clusters of people having their experience.
Sure.
I was part of a 10-woman orgy It was a total lesbian thing, and that felt like a thriving cluster. It was very nice. But typically, you kind of separate out with like very small pods of people doing stuff.
Okay. So back to polyamory. So what's a good what does it take to manage? Do you have a main partner if you're being polyamorous and you're dating multiple people? Is there usually a main one for you personally?
For me personally, kind of yes. Like right now, I kind of two that aren't like I see roughly around. For me, it's kind of just descriptive. Like if I just happen to be seeing you a lot more and I then confide in you more than you, like you're descriptively my primary partner. But I don't usually have rules to protect that. I'm down with rules to protect it if you're trying to build something. Like if I buy a house together, I'd be like, okay, we need to like whatever our relationship is, we have to do the thing where we're both paying the rent for the house or the mortgage or whatever. A lot of people do have primaries, so it's very common to have like prescriptive, like I'm gonna get married to you and you're not allowed to like have anal sex with anybody else, that sort of thing.
What about like the transparency and communication they have to do? Yeah, you usually try to be super honest about it.
Extremely, yeah. I mean, I've learned over time that like even if it seems like a very small thing, you talk about the small thing. Because often I would just sort of have like a small twitch in myself. Like, I don't know if I like that. So I'm like, okay, this is really minor. It's probably nothing. And I don't, if I talk about it, it's going to make it into a thing. I just don't want to make it into a thing, you know? And I've come to realize it's worth making it into a thing. Because I can't predict at the time if like this small feeling I have is going to grow. And then when I grow it, now it's like much more difficult to deal with. So now it's like any little bit of jealousy I have, I'm immediately communicating it. I'm like, I'm a little jealous of you right now. I don't hold that in at all. I used to be kind of like, back when I first started being poly, I used to try to pretend that I was not a jealous person, and that backfired quite a lot.
That's really interesting. So you do still feel jealousy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And like it, and it's also interesting that you kind of recommend when there's a little bit of jealousy, like to bring that to the surface.
Yeah, just like excessively communicate, even if it feels stupid. Like this is, I feel like a cliche. I feel like a stupid therapist training video. Like I just feel ridiculous sometimes when I'm saying the things, but I've learned over time it's just important to just say the things.
Because like the traditional view of jealousy is exactly like you said. If you bring it up to the surface, like it's gonna sound like you're overreacting to everything. But you're saying like still do it because you're basically your brain blows stuff out of proportion.
Yeah, and it's good to like be going through it with a partner. Like I have a partner right now who's like dating this other girl, and he like really likes her, and he like went traveling with her and stuff. And I'm like, I feel jealous about it, and I have to tell him that, and that way he can be with me in it. He holds me when I'm feeling jealous, and it's like a bonding experience, you know. But it's important for me that like he's able to handle it. Like I try not to date people who really freak out when I have negative emotions, because I want to be able to express that I'm upset by something they're doing without it being taken as a demand that they change their behavior.
Right. So he has to be able to skillfully handle that interaction.
He has to be like, cool, all right, you're jealous. Like I'm not going to freak out about it. I'm not going to change my behavior. I'm just going to be with you in that. We're going to sit in it together.
I mean, is some of that just insecurity that you should also just comfort, like basically alleviate your insecurity, bring it back to like a rational, objective evaluation, right?
In my relationships, I love it when people do not reassure me. I like not being comforted quite a lot.
Okay.
And so usually the people I date don't. I'm very gravitating. Like it's one of the things people do to make me fall in love with them is if I say something really like terrible and they're just like, do not give me any comfort whatsoever. So like that's where my heart gets captured. So I typically am in relationships where I'm like, oh man, I'm so jealous, and they just like do not reassure me at all. And that's good because it doesn't give me an out. Like I have to deal with it myself.
Right.
Like
They're
maybe
still there to hear it.
that the other woman is better than me. Like maybe that is an actual possible reality. But I don't want to be dealing with my life in a way where I'm like pretending like I'm only okay when that reality is not true.
Would you like them to say that the other woman is better than you?
Yeah. Or that
if they feel that.
Yeah. I mean, they should say it in according to themselves. Like, oh, I prefer like I have a better time with her than I have with you. Then I would want to know that. Yeah.
And even though that might be painful to hear.
Yeah. That which can be destroyed by the truth should be.
That which can be destroyed by the truth. What was that? Your ego or something like that?
My ego.
So your ego just generally grows and you like the destruction of it.
Yeah. It's like really
Truth.
not like a fun experience. Like I've had like guys be like, well, you're not as pretty, but like you're just like, oh, feels so stabbed to the
Word, girl.
I
mean,
giving you a number after.
Yeah.
But you're okay. You're not bad. I don't know. You don't think so. Who knows?
What do you think of monogamous relationships? Like philosophically, can you maybe steel man or make the case for monogamous relationships? Can you understand the pros and cons of monogamous relationships?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you. If you're like, hey, you can do whatever you want, but you and I are going to spend the rest. Like, we just if you're 80 years old and like, oh, we spent 60 years in a marriage together, we've never had sex with anybody else. I think that's like awesome. That's what you want. That's great. I have like a little bit more problems with people doing that while also forcing their partner not to misbehave if they want to. Like if you're like, oh, we only made it this far in a monogamous relationship because I forced my partner not to pursue an intimacy that she wanted to. Then I feel like a little like more like I don't know if that's great.
How do you know if it's a real want for an intimacy? Like checking out a attractive person while being inside a monogamous relationship. Yeah, how do you score that? Is that bad that the person cannot pursue those feelings?
I mean, it depends if they want to. Like, I often find people attractive I don't want to pursue. I'm also okay with people entering into agreements. Like, if you and I want to agree, like, I'm only going to enter because I'm going to be so hurt if you pursue somebody else. So I'm not going to pursue anybody else. That seems fine to me. But I also extend that. Like, if somebody's like, I don't want you to have any friends, I'm going to feel really insecure if you. And, like, okay, like, if you want to enter that agreement, like, I feel the same way. Like, I think you should have the right to do it if this is what you want. But I also I feel like a little weird about restricting your partner from doing things, you know?
Oh, but I guess if you're honest, probably just put it on the table.
Yeah.
I don't want you to have any friends.
Yeah.
I want you to sit in a box.
Yeah, I think a lot.
I guess if you're like really on the, but then if there's a power dynamic that like you can be quite influential in a relationship and convincing your partner, and it sure sounds like you're honestly agreeing to a thing, but you're not really agreeing. That's I mean, part of that is the beauty of relationships, right? Like, it's messy. It can be messy. It's hard to know what you really want, right?
I think that's mainly my complaint with monogamy. Like, I'm down with like conscious monogamy.
Yeah.
But I think so many relationships are like monogamous by default. And people, it's not actually right for them, but they just get into it because culture just doesn't give them another option.
And they don't even ask themselves the question, is this right for me?
Right. Which, like, I'm a weird ass person who thinks a lot of weird shit, but I didn't even think about polyamorous as an option before I had heard that it existed.
Yeah.
And I was only when I first met my first polyamorous couple, and I was like, oh, that's what I am. That's clearly the thing that I am.
Yeah, it's funny because to me, monogamy, it doesn't make sense for it to be a default. Like, to me, monogamy goes against human nature. That's, in some sense, like, romance is a fuck you to the way the world works.
Really?
Yeah, like, it's like Romeo and Juliet romance, like, traditional description of what romance looks like versus, like, sure, there's, like, a million variations of that, but in my head, like, this partnership that's for a long time together is a kind of, you know, like, I don't know, like true romance. And that movie is a really fucking good movie. Okay, there's just like you're together against the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what close friendship feels like. It's like ride or die.
Yeah.
Like that. I guess it doesn't. It can span across multiple. You can have multiple partners in that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I just don't see monogamy as like it's definitely not a default. Yeah, I would actually honestly would probably see polyamory as a more natural default.
I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by default. Like, most of human history has been sort of a weird mix. Like, you get polygamy and monogamy are the kind of the main arrangement.
But it's just like human nature.
People are attracted to other people and they want to.
Yeah.
Especially in longer term relationships. I tracked in my relationship survey. I tracked the amount of cheating over time in a relationship. Like, how long have you been in this relationship and how have you cheated?
So what's the results of that?
Men cheat a lot. Women too, but men cheat about 30% more than women do. I also asked men and women to predict if they think their partner has cheated, and people's predictions were about the same. So people roughly predicted that their male or female spouse hadn't cheated at the same rate, but men cheated much more than women.
So who was more correct in their prediction though?
So men were more correct in their predictions predicting women, and women were more off. Women thought men cheated much less than they actually did, but both of them were off. But like the male gap was significantly more. So yeah, I mean you're right. And when you say monogamy is not default, like I think you're like really getting at something. Like human beings are just, especially in long-term relationships, difficult to only want one person. But to be fair, I think monogamy and commitment are very different. I think you'd be incredibly. I've known so many very long-term, super committed poly couples that live lives that look very similar to very romantic monogamous couples, like children, houses, like 20 years.
Yeah.
And that looks great for them.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much to like open your mind to in these kinds of conversations, these kinds of ideas. But I also like realize like some of the cake is baked. Like I have some assumptions that are hard to break through for myself. Like it's difficult for me to imagine a polyamorous relationship for me that would work. But I don't have enough data. I don't have I have very little. But like at this point, it's like I haven't eaten pizza in like 20 years. So I know I just don't. Like there's a bunch of stuff. I eat low carb because it makes me feel good. But there's so many foods I haven't explored. It's just like, well, I know what I love. So
Yeah, but you probably
you explore every once in a while. Yeah, and you kind of figure that out. But at the same time, you're humbled by like even talking to you, looking at your data. Like sexuality is a fascinating topic because it seems that we're very, like we were talking about, very afraid of this topic. Like to be really honest with ourselves about it. The whole like the academic research is afraid of it, but it's so core to who we are as human beings. I gotta ask you about this. I can't believe it took this long to get there. But one of your many fascinating surveys is on fetishes. You wrote a blog post about it. Probably several because it's like a huge data.
still in progress. Yeah.
So one I'm referring to is on popularity and the tabooness of various fetishes. So what are some interesting takeaways? I gotta pull up this graph. It's freaking epic.
Yes, this is a big graph, and it has tabooness as one axis and popularity as the other.
Okay, for people who are just listening, on the x-axis is tabooness.
Yeah.
Has to rate how taboo society viewed sexual interest, and on the y-axis is percent of people reporting interest, log scale. Oh boy. All right. So just some examples on the low tabooness and high popularity. There's a correlation here. I think you said it's 0.69,
Yeah.
which is not just hilarious. Is it still 0.69? Are you tracking that?
I haven't
That was
looked
from most
since I did this. Yeah.
So like the less taboo stuff is more likely to be popular, and the more taboo stuff is less likely to be popular. And on the like missionary position, fingering vagina, blowjobs, light spanking, cuddling. Cuddling is more taboo than missionary.
I think people are conceding, like, if you're like, I'm really sexually aroused by cuddling specifically,
Sure.
then like that's a little more weird than getting specifically aroused by blowjobs. You expect people to be aroused by blowjobs.
So this was like getting like as a fetish versus like an activity.
Is this specific as like a concrete sexual interest? Like I'm specifically interested in this thing. Yeah.
And so those are thighs and lips, different body parts, jawline, and then some of it is color based on more female preference versus male preference. Like jawlines is more female preference. Being submissive is more female preference. Light bondage, more female. There's a lot of interesting ones. There's so much. Okay, but then on the far side of that, I mean, it gets pretty dark. But even all along the way, like extreme bondage being at 50 tabooness, pegging, pain, giving pain, sexual frustration. Like I suppose right as a kink.
Yeah.
And there's so many interesting ones like to me like just that I haven't even like considered.
Yeah. I had to do so much research into fetishes to compile the list.
There's some surprising like options to you that you're like, oh, okay, this is like a fetish.
Yeah, well, more confusing was like what the fetishes are about, because like I didn't want to overlap fetishes, so I had to kind of look into them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's like such interesting manifestations of core drives. Like if you're really aroused by disgust, like maybe you're very into rolling around in dirt, but you're not into rolling around in ice cream. So I'm like, okay, I have to make those the two separate fetishes, you know.
And like I'm seeing like at the far end, rodents, like different types of incest, branding. So there's like pain, and then sex with animals, I guess, dogs, horses. Receiving oral sex from an animal is high tabooness and pretty high popularity.
Surprisingly high popularity. I was really shocked by that one. I would have triple checked that number because I'm like, no way this amount of people are reporting interest.
Do you know which animal? Is there?
No, I didn't. I asked like which animals are erotic, and then I separately asked like how erotic is it to receive oral sex from your preferred animal.
This is so fascinating. So I would like. Can we just talk about the methodology of this? This feels like deeply honest map of humanity in a way we don't usually map humanity.
Yeah.
Like, because it's so like your fetishes are so meaningful to each individual person.
Yeah, that's what I love about this work. It's like nobody cares about someone's fetishes. You never get to express them, and if you have a more unusual fetish, people usually judge you.
Yeah.
So it's like this tiny little pocket of like this shame thing, but it's so cool to me. That like human brains can be oriented in such a way like moon fucking like somebody finds that so erotic, and that's so cool.
Yeah, and then they probably it should be explored. Like, how did that come to be? You mentioned that we like to construct narratives that somehow got in childhood, but maybe it's genetic. Maybe it has to do with maybe you can actually form and unform that fetish very quickly. I don't know.
This is one of the things that I'm researching. So in this big survey that I'm doing, I asked so many questions about childhood. All the ones that I think like we have common theories about, like, oh, are you abused? Is it yelled at by a man or a woman? Stuff like that. Like, are you really sexually repressive? You know, is it gender roles where you expected to conform? A whole bunch of stuff. And then I asked, obviously about like a massive amount of fetishes. And my sample size right now is 500,000 people.
500.
Yeah, it's massive. And I have the data for all of it. And the result looks like it's not really correlated. Nothing that I asked about in childhood, nothing correlates with fetish preference later in life. It does correlate with onset. Lots of things that happen in childhood can change like with the age at which it triggers.
There are so many fascinating blog posts. You had a blog post, I think, on the age of fetish onset.
Yeah.
And like you really nicely organize it by age, like reproduction as a fetish, I guess pregnancy.
Yeah.
As at age of 17, about 16.9. Toys and the anal beads, 15.5.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I found, I mean, this data set is so huge, it's taking me a long time to go through it. So this is like snippets from what I remember when I was collecting through the data. So this part is not rigorous, but I seem to get the impression that if a fetish occurs for you earlier, like you much earlier onset, you're more likely to report being extremely interested into it. So later onset means you're going to be like less into the fetish. But if it hits earlier,
but I wonder if it passes. Like, is there like?
Yeah, I didn't measure old fetishes at all.
Like no longer, right? You used to, but it's no longer there.
One interesting thing that I don't understand is that non-cis people seem to have more correlation between childhood experiences and fetishes. So I would say that there's no correlation between childhood experiences and fetishes. This holds for cis people. But trans people, especially trans men, there's a correlation. It doesn't mean they have absolutely higher rates of abuse or fetishes or anything. But I'm just saying that, like, for them, there does actually seem to be some sort of connection between childhood experiences and sexuality later in life. And I don't understand why this plays one group and not the other. I don't have a good theory for that.
So usually you try, like, when you see something like that, you'll try to construct a theory and see if you can find, like, you keep that theory in mind, like a hypothesis of why it would be, and then you ask further questions to try to elaborate. Yeah. So can you maybe talk about the methodology of how you got the 500,000? Like what, like how did this come to be?
But I might go into way too much detail about this because I thought about this so much.
Yeah.
Because like the question is, how do you get a lot of people to take a big survey? The longer the survey is, the lower the response rate. And I really wanted to do one big comprehensive survey so I could like check a whole bunch of correlations within it. Because it's more annoying and it's harder to get a lot of people to retake similar surveys to each other at a time. So I'm like, okay, I need to convince a very large number of people to take a lot of these questions. And even building the questions out was really hard because I'm like, okay, I need a comprehensive amount of fetishes. I can't ask everybody to answer for every single niche fetish. Like, do you like ball gags? Do you like funnel gags? Do you like wife shrew gags or whatever? I'm like, you can't do that. Nobody's going to finish that survey.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask questions. What's a wedge shrew? But okay.
I'm not doing this. I'm trying to refer to like it's like a thing that's like
different types of gags. Different types.
Yeah, different. So I'm like, so what I need to do is I need to ask people questions like, are you like bondage? If you say yes, then I'll go ask you all the bondage questions.
Got it.
Right, but then this seems simple, but then it's just exploded because I'm like, how do I categorize these fetishes? There's like if you're in into splashing, which is like you like sitting in cakes, you like getting in mud. But it's basically like kind of messy sensory. Like, is this a disgust thing? Is it a humiliation thing? Is it a sensory thing? Like, which category? Anyway, so it took me like 2 months of just agonizing over each fetish because you don't want to miss a fetish. You don't want to like have a really important thing that you accidentally put in the disgust category when it actually belongs in the humiliation category. You know?
Well, let me think about that because like you're still catching it. You're just categorizing it.
Right, because you're into splashing and it's really humiliation thing. So you say, yes, I'm into humiliation stuff. And then I don't ask you about splashing, then I'm missing a whole data set of people because I've falsely categorized the questions.
You're going to miss stuff. You're just picking what's less and less important to miss.
Well, I'm trying to get people into the right questions then.
Sure.
Because like I can't ask you all the questions. I have to ask you a couple overarching questions to know what specific questions to ask you. And so those overarching questions have to be really, really well calibrated so that I can accurately feed you into the right sub part of the survey.
Awesome.
And so that was extremely difficult when I'm dealing with, I think it was like 850 fetishes. So I did a couple things to spot check. I did a couple questions where I asked, detailed in the survey, but like also in the beginning of the survey, just to see like what percentage of people I was capturing. And then I scored the survey. So if you take it, I had other people answer preliminary surveys where they gave me data about how taboo the various fetishes were, and then I used that data so that when you fill out the survey, it's extremely comprehensive, and you get data about exactly how taboo your interests are, and you get a score at the end. And I gave you an equivalent kinky character, which I also had people rate a whole bunch of fictional characters and some historic ones about like how kinky they were. So then I matched the historic character, kinky character to your score.
So that makes it like more fun, like gamifies it a little bit, and you can brag about like how
people would share it with others. And a lot of the characters were really goofy, like there's SpongeBob and like Hitler's on there, and South Park characters.
What king does Hitler have?
I think he's around Marilyn Monroe, which is like slightly above average.
Oh, sorry. I thought there was like a 2-dimensional space somehow. So this is like a literally from 0 to.
How kinky, yeah.
So Hitler is about as a million. Who's the most? What's the character for
Willy Wonka
is the most kinky?
Most kinky, yeah. Okay. I think like maybe Captain America was the least kinky or something, or Gandhi.
Meanwhile, but that's another conversation. Oh boy.
Yeah, so it went viral on TikTok basically because people were like, "What? I got this insane character," and then the sample size exploded from 40,000 to 500,000.
Wow. So like all it took is that kind of incentive, or did you like at first have to pay people for the survey?
It's just that.
And what about the demographic of the different people that took it?
Mostly younger, so usually early 20s, predominantly female, like 70% females. So it's just pretty I wraps on a TikTok demographics pretty well.
Oh, okay, I got it. But that's interesting. But young people are probably better for this kind of survey because there's probably a culture that's a little bit more honest about their sexuality.
Yeah, most likely. I think people are incentivized to be honest when they're getting a true identity response out of it. Like,
sure,
if you're doing it for money, you don't care. But like, if you are invested in the result, you want to know what the truth of the answers are. Then you actually.
There's possibility you also don't want to know the truth.
Yeah, this is true.
But on average, group that doesn't. I mean, these are really different. Like, what is there some interesting little quirks that people should know about your methodology that you had to kind of solve to try to get to a really good survey? So one that you said is the categorization to make it more efficient. Is there some for the analysis part?
Yeah. So the graph that you were talking about is a binary. So it's like if somebody expressed even a little bit of interest, then it goes into the graph. So it's like 80% of people express even a little bit of interest. So it's not representing degree of interest. It's not differentiating between the middle. So it's possible that like some fetishes have exactly the same amount of people like are at least a little bit into them, but one of them is very extreme interest and the other is like vague and not very intense. So that's not reflected. I also like probably didn't represent the visual part right. Like maybe it might not be intuitive, but
You chose a log scale, but it was kind of spreads things out to makes it more clear.
because the linear, it was just so clustered at the bottom, you couldn't really separate it out. So there's obviously a selection effect possible that like the identity result at the end impacted people's results a little bit. But the thing is, like, I'm comparing it to what exists. Like, what is the alternative? And right now, slowly because I asked about so many questions, it's like not very anonymized. So I'm really taking small sections of the data at a time.
Have you published in like journals and stuff?
No, I haven't.
Do you have any interest in that, or is your approach?
And like I have conflicted about it. Like it sounds cool because then I could go and like talk or publish in the journal, and then people who are yelling about me who don't know anything about statistics on Twitter, like then I can go like shove it in their face.
But then you're also giving in to the silly criticism, right?
Yeah. Like I don't like I feel so passionate about extra science, like science that you can just do. Like I want to make science accessible. Like anybody can just go look and learn about the basics of like doing a survey or figuring out how to interpret information. And doing a published journal feels like I'm betraying my cause a little bit.
That's often behind the paywall. Yeah, it's goes against the. I mean, I think you not publishing in a journal is doing a big public service.
Aw, I think it's the first time I've heard that. Thank you.
Oh, it's just coming from like on this topic, the elitism I see on the psychology side with the journals and the academia positions and the institutions you come from, all of that goes against. I think that's more useful for math and computer science and so on, where there's like clear, like even then, code is code, data is data.
Yeah.
Like prestige shouldn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Maybe for like biological experiments, like virology or something like that, it's good to be from a major lab that has a reputation for like going through all the procedures, like you can trust. But here, like you're dealing with a giant mess of humanity. Like, it's beautiful to be transparent, to be raw, to be exploring it together with everybody. Yeah, it's really beautiful.
I think people like have a lot of incentive to doubt the results. Like a lot of the research I'm doing is like cis and trans people. Like we don't have any data about transsexuality. Like not very good, at least. And I'm really curious. I don't really have an agenda about it. I think like being trans is cool. If you want to be trans, do it. And like I have some skepticism about like gender theory, but like it doesn't come down to impact like the way I think trans people should be treated, which I think is like treat them, be fucking nice and human about it. I don't know, but when I'm talking about the thing, like my conclusions are that like transsexuality is really unique. It's not like cis or cis women or man sexuality at all. And to me, this is super cool. But like a lot of people, this is very politicized right now. Like the data into like transsexual preferences, like it's so loaded, which is really sad because I am very accepting of weird sexuality. Like if you're into a weird thing, I'm like, good for you. This is super cool. Like let's figure out how to make it so that you can explore the thing you're into without any stigma. But because there's so much stigma that like if you find that one demographic is into weirder sex stuff than the other, like it's hard to present that in a way that people don't weaponize. So it's been really politically touchy subject here.
Yeah, but you do it in a way that's not feel like it has an agenda, right? You're just exploring.
Yeah, I feel pretty open to what I'm going to find. Like I often have no idea what the data is going to tell me, and I'm like I frequently like okay, I could say A, B, or C, and I'm like down to publish any of those findings.
So you put together an Ask a Whole card deck.
Yeah.
A lot of awesome questions to ask at a party or anywhere, honestly, including on the podcast. Let me ask you one from my head. Is sex really about power? So what's the role of power dynamics in sex? With everything you understand, like from the survey, in terms of what people are turned on by, you've talked about like the preferences that women versus men have, for like submissiveness and dominance. And we've already talked about it a little bit, but like it's expressed more strongly. Yeah, I really forget the results, but I feel like women have more preference to be submissive.
Yeah, this is one of the things that got me into researching fetishes to begin with. Because I think I came across some data, I did like a brief survey where roughly around 60% of women report being submissive and 40% of men report being dominant. And this was really fascinating to me. Like, well, why is there this gap? Like, why do we not? Because I guess I had some priors that maybe it's an evolutionary thing. Like the submission dominant, like strong men, and like women be like, oh, it's hot man. Men are like ravaging and stuff. So like, shouldn't this be in our genes? But there's a gap.
What's the gap?
The gap is the dominant submissive gap. More women are submissive than there are dominant men.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah. It's a pretty significant gap. And this is held up, like, it depends on what you're testing. I've tested a bunch of things. This is part of why I did this big survey.
Nice.
But it depends against again on like what kind of dominance they're measuring, but overall it's a roughly 40 to 60%.
So when you say there's not many dominant men, then the meaning like they express like the desire to be dominant in the relationship,
Yeah, or like it's sexually
sexually.
in bed. So like if I ask questions like how much do you like being dominant in bed, like men are less likely to answer strong yes to that question. If I ask are you likely to be submissive, like women are very much yes.
Really, and that's expressive. Like that represents the truth.
My guess.
What's wrong with men?
So this is I think there's some reflection like FetLife. So FetLife is this website where people like sign up and connect based on their fetishes.
Yeah.
And this is like you can kind of see it picked up in the forum posts about like how like dominant men are are getting laid so much, and submissives are always looking for a dominant. Like it's an unequal market.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
This is great news. I didn't know this. That's interesting.
Yeah. So
What does it reflect about modern society? Then like because there's these trends about like decreased masculinity or nothing.
yeah. So
Is that reflects that?
I'm trying not to hold on to one theory. I'm not sure. One is possible like decreasing testosterone levels. Testosterone seems to be, I have a little bit of other research, so I'm still checking it out, but it seems to indicate that higher testosterone you're more likely to be dominant. So if things decrease testosterone levels across society, we're should be seeing a greater gap.
This is so fascinating. Once again, this is like a super interesting way to look at humanity. It is such an important topic. So, like, how many people are doing large scale research like that? I feel like you're like at the top of the world. You're like world class at the top of the world doing research like this stuff.
I think I might have the biggest, most comprehensive fetish data set in the world right now.
That's epic.
I'm really happy about it. I'm very proud.
Yeah, and it's probably growing, but it's also enabling you to establish a name to where you like a prestige, like a reputation, to where people can go to you to like trust you more and more, to do longer surveys, perhaps. Like
Yeah, maybe. I think it's the data analysis afterwards is very different from like the survey design itself. So I'm still very amateur at the data analysis.
yeah, but you can always catch up on that.
Yeah.
I guess the data analysis does enable you does teach you how to ask better questions in order
Yes,
to
it
understand.
goes back and forth. Like as I'm looking at the data, it informs the way I want to phrase questions the next time.
So women are more, at least in private, able to say that they would like to be submissive, and then even in private are not, but they're disproportionately saying they're not willing to be dominant.
Yeah. So it's
What the
possible.
fuck?
If this is caused by decreasing testosterone levels, and this means that we're probably having less satisfying sex overall. Like we're becoming less and less sexually compatible, type of stuff. To be fair, I'm not sure that it is connected to testosterone levels. Like it's possible that this is just like a genetic thing. Like the gay uncle theory, like the idea is like maybe gay people evolved to like be sort of taking themselves out of the gene pool to be assistants. And like it's possible that like there's a certain percentage of men sort of like quote unquote evolved to be submissive to take themselves out of sexual competition and to instead be like the monkeys revolving at the edge of the pack. It's unclear.
It's a method of survival. Like so you stay out of the competition.
Yeah, and I'm like a little sus about these kinds of psych theories. So I'm just saying it because it's like
There's a different idea that are possible. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not saying it's definitely testosterone. There's other things. It's also possible that it's culture. People are definitely gonna bring that up. Based on my survey, though, it doesn't seem to be any evidence of that. Like I asked about like how much pressure was put on you to be agency in your childhood. Like a lot of questions around this kind of thing and no correlations at all to dominance.
Well, related to sexuality, I'm very uncomfortable right now, but nevertheless,
Wow, forward.
in a dominant fashion. The blog post titled "Rape Spectrum Survey Results." What are the key takeaways from that survey?
So I did the survey when I had a friend be like, "Hey, I had this confusing sexual experience. Was it rape?" Like somebody kind of pressured her, and she eventually stopped saying it or something. I was like, "That's a great question. Like, I don't know how people would consider this." And so I put a whole bunch of different gray scenarios into a survey, and then asked people to rate how rapey they thought that scenario was.
So you actually like little narratives.
Welcome.
You get to rate.
Like, this person is on a date with this person, they get drunk, and the other person's not drunk. I try to keep gender neutral names for all of them.
And then you reduce them into a more concise description of the situation.
Yeah.
And Guinness visualizations, you have this rape spectrum that's the result,
Yeah.
where on top are things that are less likely to be considered rape by the people that took the survey, and the bottom more likely. The likeliest is a stranger forcibly assaults someone who screams and fights the entire time. It gets 100. Um, what do we make of something that's not zero? Like a 12 is what? What is that? How are we supposed to interpret a 12 out of 100? Right?
Extremely low.
Okay.
It's like not zero, but just very close to it.
Having sex with an enthusiastic sex worker is a 12. That's the lowest one. And there's a few, I'll just mention a few that are lower, like at that level. Have sex to make a partner happy in a relationship, lying about wealth, hobbies in order to get laid. Person with Down syndrome eagerly has sex with a neurotypical, not revealing being transgender until after sex, and so on. I think you mentioned that there's some, like, that not revealing being transgender until after sex, there's some differences amongst what men and women or something like that.
I think it's the one that men found more offensive than women. I'm trying to. I wrote it a while ago.
This is nuanced and difficult, right? It's because I think in a lot of public discourse, the word rape is pretty binary.
Yeah, it's like either is or is not rape.
And so you had a friend for like this felt rapey.
Yeah, she's like confused about how to interpret it.
Yeah.
I think people look to the terms to know how to feel about something.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever like been through an experience? You're like, that was weird, and then you tell it to somebody else, and they're like, oh my god, you were assaulted.
Yeah.
And then it totally recontextualizes the thing that you've experienced. And I think that this is clunky with the word rape because either you were raped or you're not. You either like have this entire context like thrust upon you or you don't. And we're really not nuanced about it at all. And so I would really like to have some sort of like, oh, that was like a 30% rape you just endured.
Yeah, and I mean, there's probably other dimensions about how traumatic it is, how difficult it is to recover from, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, like people, it's a dangerous thing to assign a word to an experience. Like even or to a relationship, like saying a toxic relationship.
Yeah.
That can completely destroy your perception of that relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember this was the case in my childhood. Like I talked about being very abusive, but I talked about how like there was a good amount of meaning there, so that I didn't process it as abusive at the time. I remember after I got out of that house and that culture, people would tell me, "Oh, your childhood was really abusive," and I was really confused by that because it's a total recontextualization of that narrative. It's like the things that I went through were not, good and virtuous and had meaning, but rather these were like the result of, parents who didn't like love you enough or something. And even though the concrete things that happened to me did not change, like no facts shifted, the fact that like the interpretation of the facts shifted caused me quite a bit of distress for a long time. I was like, oh my god, I'm a traumatized, like abused person, like I went through an abusive childhood, and it was really hard for me. It made it worse. Like it's crazy the power that terms have.
I think we didn't talk about this, but how did you begin to overcome the trauma of your childhood? You mentioned LSD, so drugs are part of it. Like, what was the just mental journey of that?
I was doing LSD quite a lot. I was 21.
What's it like, by the way? I've never done LSD. What's it?
Very difficult to describe because it's like it changes sort of aspects about your environment that are invisible to you because they're so stable.
Is it like if you can compare it to like psilocybin? Is it very different?
Oh yeah. It's like similar. I forgot that you did shrooms. Yeah, okay, then you probably know. You know, like the kind of shift that you have from sober to shrooms is roughly similar. It's like more clear, I think. Shrooms is more like embodied, but LSD is much more intellectual for me. It strikes different people differently. I prefer shrooms a lot. LSD for LSD a lot.
Why is it not popularly taken? Like, there seems to be a negative connotation to LSD because like it seems to
Welcome.
have, like,
How are
a
you?
destructive effect. Like maybe dosage is more difficult to get right or something like that.
This is definitely so. Actually, a long time ago, I did a survey on shrooms versus LSD. So I asked people, and people had slightly stronger experiences on LSD overall. I remember, but rated the experience is about as equally good. I think people like shrooms because it feels more natural. Quote unquote. But I think if you like fed somebody a shroom and like actually had the LSD molecule in it, they would think it felt very natural. But that's besides the point. I think people get kind of incoherent on LSD in a way that feels really alienating. Like I consider my LSD use very heavy to be one of the best decisions I ever made in my life, but I definitely was incoherent for a lot of it. Like talking about like we're all one, consciousness, everything is love, man. And people are
Why
like,
is that incoherent?
so I think it's not incoherent. guy's kind of blasted out of his mind.
This podcast is basically your LSD trip on that for a bunch of episodes. Yeah, I get this for sure. Oh well, it's not just about love, but it's about like talking in that way about reality, about the world. Yeah, sure.
It's like overfitting. The narratives that you make about the world become really vivid, and so you pattern match really aggressively. Like everything is connected, and you come up with these explanations for things. And I think I was very fortunate. So I have like this theory about psychedelics where you either like belief construct or you don't. That you take psychedelics and it sort of like burns away a lot of your belief structure. And sometimes this happens, and then you're like, I need to like invent something to fill in the gaps. So you're like, okay, I think that maybe time is an illusion, so I must now believe that like we're actually in a time loop or like time travel is possible. So you experience time differently, and then you come up with a different belief about time. Whereas other people don't do this belief construction at all. Like you experience time differently, and you sort of let yourself not have a belief. You're not like, okay, when you're not developing any belief about time in its absence, you're just simply experiencing the absence of the concept of time.
Right.
And so I don't have a lot of data to back this up in my anecdotal experience because I've tripped out a lot of people. People either tend to belief construct or they don't. And people who do not belief construct seem to get more out of their LSD trips. So if you can let a belief go without building anything in its absence, it's much more beneficial for you. And I think I just, for some reason, happen to have some brain that's constructed where I don't get belief construction at all.
But that's really interesting. That belief construction is negative. What is it necessarily negative? Can you elaborate on that a little
But
bit?
I mean belief construction in a way that's like not like playing with frames, but rather committing to a different frame. So I like being able to play with ideas and be like, let's look at it this way or that way. That's awesome. But if you're like, okay, you know what? I took LSD and now I absolutely believe the cops are outside. And you're like, dude, no, you're just like, you can't shift out of that, right? Your brain like needs to fill in the gap. You're not allowed to have a gap. You're not allowed to be flexible. And again, I don't think this is like a personal failing of me. I think this is like literally probably genetic or like physical thing that's causing this.
But do you think there's possible beliefs that are like enlightening that you can stick to, like find the frame that like, I guess if you don't believe constructing, you're escaping your previous beliefs, aren't you doing like just you're picking up a bigger frame?
Yeah, I
Some
think
way.
you're taking your beliefs as object as opposed to being subject to them.
Got it. And some of that I guess is genetic, and there's these categories of people. There's two categories that experience LSD in different ways.
Yeah,
and you're one of those areas.
yeah, I just think I had a good reaction. And I think a lot of maybe the negative stereotypes of LSD comes from people who are belief constructing, but carry the belief constructing off of the LSD trip. So you take LSD and you're like, I'm believing these insane things. And people from the outside see that and they're like, oh my God, this person took LSD and became stupid.
Yeah.
It's very scary.
What's frame control? Because that's been at the core of your trauma, at the core of your upbringing. What's frame control? And also, frame control in general, because that's part of human interaction.
Yeah, frame control is like a way of manipulating somebody else that is non-obvious.
So there's a negative connotation to that usually?
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe I chose the term kind of poorly because I think to some degree people are always a little bit manipulating each other. But I think it's generally obvious. Like, for example, if I disagree with you, I want you to believe that I believe.
Yeah.
But this is like an obvious thing that is like visible between. It's like an object on the table. It's like, here's the box where I want you to believe what you
The disagreement box.
Yeah, so because like right, like we're under a shared context where we understand that like we're trying to move each other.
Yeah.
This is chill to me. I think this is cool.
Yeah.
We do this all the time, and it's important. But frame control is the kind of thing where you are trying carefully to obscure the existence of that box.
Yeah.
You're like, the thing that I'm doing, I'm like using tactics to try to influence what your reality is without us being both aware that this is what I'm doing.
Yeah. I've been assuming you do that the whole time. No.
Oh my God. I have to like figure out how to read your facial expressions. I'm still learning.
There's not.
You don't have any?
I'm not even like a chat GPT. I'm like GPT-1 with my facial expressions. Like it's kind of off. Like this doesn't seem to match emotions, but it's kind of intelligent seemingly, but definitely not conscious. Anyway, so like negative connotation, manipulating,
Right.
Not being honest about the actual intentions of the of how you like to control the
And
conversation.
I think there like might be a naive version of interpreting this where you're just like, oh, I'm trying to like subtly get you to, believe like, oh, do you really think that's bad though? But this is not quite what I mean. I mean, it's like a couple like One of them is pushing the painful update button, which is this thing where it's like, hey, if you learn this, it's going to be really painful. The truth is painful. And if you're realizing this thing about yourself, it's going to hurt. And this is a sign that you're heading in the right direction. So if you frame all pain as a sign of virtue, then this means that pain that's resulting as damage is something you're going to ignore. So it's like this. It's a common like cult, right? This is for your own good. Oh, you face the brave truth about yourself that you're like not quite as wise as I am. When really your brain might be trying to tell you protective things. Or like another one is like finger trap beliefs, where the belief is constructed in such a way that doubting it lends proof to the belief. So a very common example is like Satan. Like the Christians are like, Satan is going to try to make you doubt him. The existence. He's going to so doubt, like maybe he's not actually real. And so if you believe in Satan, and then you're like, okay, now I'm having doubts that maybe he isn't real, this is like, oh, this is exactly what I was taught to expect. Like I am doubting this belief because I was told, because like this is what Satan does, and it's taking this evidence for it. So like the attempt to move away from the belief, rebounds on you and like causes you to be more embedded inside of the belief.
Yeah.
So it's like techniques like these, like very subtle things where like being inside of this system sort of just self-reinforces the system is what I consider to be friend control.
And have you met people that are really good at this kind of frame control?
Yeah, definitely.
So like, you're saying that your father was like that?
Yeah, to be fair, I'm not good at it because I was a kid.
Right.
I think like he's probably not very good at it actually, but when you're a child being raised in the house where he works from home and you're homeschooled, it's just kind of what's going to happen. And to be fair, I do think that like strong friend control is quite rare. I don't think most people are kind of doing something like this, but not nearly to the degree that gives me the ick.
Yeah.
I've met maybe like 5 or 6 people I think who I really don't like because of those very subtle things that they're doing.
But I think also I'm starting to kind of understand that there is people who are narcissists and sociopaths and psychopaths out there, and I'm not even sure people like that, because I think they get good at mind control, but I don't know if they're aware they're doing it.
Oh yeah.
Which makes me also nervous about myself. Like, am I doing brain control?
Yeah, that's one of the big things. Is like typically people, you can't think about incentive. Like you can't think about, oh, is this person trying to do it or not?
Yeah.
That's like not the way. You have to look at what are the effects.
Pragmatically looking at the effects, and then you also have to do that with yourself.
Yes.
To actually love it.
It's like very much like, are you like, how much space are you making for the other person's reality here? Like, are you giving power to the other person? There's a big aspect of brain control. You're carefully rerouting the power to yourself. You're like, I am the person who knows. You're having pain in your beliefs because you're updating towards the things that I believe. Like it's just like a gravity well. But if you're setting up the gravity well of your interactions such that you're making sure you're giving the other person power over the shared reality you inhabit, I think it's a really good sign that you're not doing brain control.
So if you're making room for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Unless we're talking about in bed, then it's all general relativity from there, black holes and stuff.
Brain control, bed frame control.
Brain control. It took me a long time to get a bed frame. Just I'm saying.
Oh, well, you wear a suit though.
Yeah. So frame control in the streets, no frame in the sheets. I don't know. I don't know what the funny thing is to say, but there you have it. So the LSD helped you escape the frame of. Can you like elaborate what was the frame that was holding you back from, like the frame constructed by your childhood experience that was holding you back as an intellectual, as a thinker, as a free being in this world?
Well, it's really fucked up. Like after I left home and I absorbed the external narrative that I had been abused, which technically is true. I'm not saying it wasn't, but like I absorbed this narrative, and I just remember having like this burning holes in my chest at all times. Like I had to call out of my factory work when Father's Day happened because I was spending the whole day sobbing because somebody was talking about their fathers. Like I was really messed up, and it's because I held this important thing, this idea, this frame, that I had been deeply wronged. Like there was a correct way of being, and the world had violated that. Something should not have happened. Like my father should have loved me, and it was like this like this shearing in the nature of reality, and that was really agonizing to have. And LSD really messes with brains a lot. It takes like what you think is normal and really screws with it. And I've done LSD like several times before, but there's one LSD trip where I went through my entire childhood in my head because LSD like really makes your memories quite vivid. Like anything you visualize, it's like you're in it. And so I just went and very carefully, deliberately went and remembered every single memory that I could have that was really painful for me. Like the times when I lost friends and all the things I valued, like being broken, because like my parents, especially my dad, would refer to like breaking me, like explicitly, "We're gonna break your will." There's all these times where I was like, they had successfully broken my will over and over. Horrible. I was just like sobbing, tears streaming down my face. And then I like worked through my whole childhood. I got to the end, and I'm gonna tear up because every time I talk about this, it's just like the sensation of like being free from that for the first time is so incredible. Like I remember being outside of my house and being able to like go where I wanted and think what I wanted, and it was just so blissful. And I was soaked in this gratitude on this trip, just like vibrating with complete joy for everything. Like I was just looking at like I could touch anything. Like I could cry if I wanted to. I wasn't allowed to cry. I was allowed to be depressed. I got depressed as a child, and my parents were like, "If you keep being depressed, we're gonna like force you to scrub the whole house." Like there's like this ability to have a feeling. Was so thrilling, and I was so grateful for this. I was like, I would do anything to give this experience to someone else. I would do anything, even if it was like putting them through what I went through. And then like with that realization, I was like, oh, it was worth it. The thing that I went through was worth it for this. I would do it again. To like be able to have this deep gratitude for what I have now. And then that shifted the meaning frame. Because before the meaning had been like something had sheared, something that shouldn't have happened. But now it's like the exact right thing had happened.
It's almost a gift.
Yeah. I was like, I would not give up my childhood. I would do it again. And I believe that to this day.
For the moment of discovering that freedom.
Yeah. Because like everything now, my whole life is in contrast to that. And it's awesome. It's fucking great. I'm really thrilled about it.
Is there part of you that hates your father still?
Kind of. Like I don't want a relationship with him anymore. After that, there was some forgiveness. Like I had this burning, I would have nightmares about, him killing me or something. And after that, it kind of stopped. Like the fire in my chest went away permanently after that trip. It was so fast. It was like before I was fucked up. After that trip, I woke up the next day and I was clean.
Wow.
It was really severe. And I definitely don't want to be around him still. Like he still like triggers the fear in my body. But I don't have
You
want
to play big boy
anymore. I'm like I'm over it. Like I've let go. He's his own person. Like ultimately, he didn't get to decide who he was in the same way that I didn't get to decide who I was.
So that's almost like a kind of, at least intellectual, like forgiveness. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that trip just took you through your whole. Were you alone, by the way? Were you doing the trip?
I had roommates, but the trip was mostly alone. I had somebody else who was like sitting in the room, but they weren't interacting.
So you're sitting there, experiencing all this. What's the timeline? Like, how long does it take to go through your whole childhood?
I don't remember. I mean, time's really messed up when you when you do that. I'm listening to the soundtrack of The Fountain, which is excellent.
Yeah.
I listened to that a lot when I did LC. I know it's probably just a couple hours.
That's amazing. And it's like it would be. It's just like a vivid experience of your childhood, moment by moment, trauma by trauma.
It's good to experience it purely. Like it just is what it is. It just is grief. Like it is loss, and you just are in it without having to make it be anything.
And it's so interesting that you work through that. So for a lot of us, for a lot of human beings, like childhood is full of those kind of mini traumas, big or small. And like working through that, it feels like what a lot of life is about is trying to work through that. And it feels like you have to kind of relive it. I guess that's what therapy is about, in part. Be able to vocalize it.
And this is why I feel really confused about the concept of trauma. Like people use this word so much, like, are you traumatized? And I understand why, like that's why I feel confused about it, but part of me is like, I wonder if by using that term we're creating the trauma in people. They were using the phrase where the thing that happened was not supposed to happen.
Yeah, maybe there needs to be a different frame. No, I agree with you. I've made friends with and talked to a guy named Paul Conti. He wrote a book on trauma. He's an incredible, brilliant psychiatrist. Yeah, he probably agrees with you.
That's cool. I should read it.
Yeah, you should. Maybe even talk. He's a fascinating human being. To be interested in a psychiatrist's perspective is really interesting because it's you've been doing kind of an in-person survey because you've done so many patients. He's like just talking to him is fascinating because like if I describe my experience or somebody else's experience, I could see his brain mapping it in interesting ways to the tens of thousands of like data points he has in his head, and it's like, of course, that's what doctors do, but it's cool with the doctors basically the doctor of the mind, and
Have like an actual like qualitative data.
and be able to. I mean, that's where the poetic stuff comes in. Ultimately, as a psychiatrist, you're exploring the human mind with a bit of a sort of romantic element. You can't be really
Someone
sympathetic about it. But it does
changed
seem
my
like,
name in the
frame or
VC.
not, be able to just
Period.
talk
I'm not
through the
advertising
experiences you
anything.
had
I'm talking with people
is really
in the
powerful.
chat.
What about
Period.
it? Is
Please
it
change my
just
name
like
back.
being able to revisit it with new eyes?
No, I don't know exactly. It just seems to work for people. I don't know if it's appealing. It just seems like almost acknowledging to yourself that things happen. Like I've said, I think I've said this before. My brother, who I love very much, tried to set me on fire a few times. And I think to me it's funny, but I wonder if I didn't talk about it, like if that would be traumatic. Maybe like talking and laughing about it, because it was traumatic to me at the time. I was like, I love you. Why are you setting me on fire? But it's what kids do when they're like, yeah.
I would
Because I
do
was
this.
like, I was whatever. It's what boys do. Like they're crazy. Uh, it makes total sense. It's probably funny and from his perspective. But yeah, I wonder. I want to bring that to the surface, and that helps. And maybe LSD allows you to, or different drugs, depending on the person, allows you to more vividly bring it to the surface, and then depending on your genetics, be able to find a better frame. That's fascinating. Human mind is freaking fascinating. All right. What's romantic to you, by the way?
I'm not a big romance person. Is
So you're not like, so to you, romantic is like objective analysis of the interactions between humans.
a little bit. Like I do find kind of the survey process that I did to be romantic. When the guy that I asked out who was still dating, I was like, hey, you sort of like on my survey, you want to like go eat food or something? And his response was like, do you want to try doing 3 days in an Airbnb as our first date? And I was like, yeah, and that was romantic. Like the bold leap into a really intense date.
I think you mentioned. I think you mentioned something also. Um, must have been a tweet or something like that, where if you if people want you to show up to a thing, give like the time, the location, the dress code, and not no pressure for you to be there, but like show up if you want. That was your specification.
It's a great memory, yeah.
And then I think you said that you did that for like some castle in south of France.
I did, yeah. Those are my early 20s. My friends at home were taking prediction markets on whether or not I was going to get abducted and killed.
Yeah, what was that like? I mean, you've traveled quite a bit. Like, do you take these giant risks? What's with that?
I think I used to more when I was younger with the traveling. I am a little traveled out now, but like when I moved out of Idaho for the first time, I moved to Australia. Just kind of yeeted myself across the globe. But
Which bird did you just use?
yeah, yeet. It's like yeet to yote, yatted, yeet.
So is this like slang? Is this like Urban Dictionary? Or is this actual? Or
Yeah, you have to like feel into the word. Like if you take a thing and you just like hurl it really hard, it does not feel like a yeet with motion.
Okay, so you yeeted. So it was aggressive. So across the globe, you didn't even stop.
I just hurled myself, yeah. I just kept yeeting myself in various places, yeah. And so at one point I was on OK Cupid and somebody sent me a long message saying like you should come to, I don't know, I'm hosting a castle. It's some people that I met. Like I have no idea who you are, but I just want to take it. And that was life changing. I ended up dating that guy for years. He changed my life quite a bit because he like was very agency in the world, and before that I wasn't agency.
Agency like hey, can we?
Like,
so
pressing
it sounds like you were. And don't you have to express agency when you're eating yourself across the world?
Yeah, but
Are
only a
you-
little bit. Like in the same way you express agency when you eat LSD. Like the only thing you actually do in eating LSD is like put the tab in your mouth, and then you just kind of scream the whole way after that.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of other things. Like I didn't feel powerful enough to like go make events happen or anything. And it was this guy. He had a lot of agency in the sense that he would just sort of create realities through the people around him. Be like, okay, we're going to do this startup, or we're going to throw this incredible event. Like, let's just do it. And it would somehow happen, and it was really cool to see that. And so that one thing led to another, and it's one of the biggest impacts on my life, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty bold. I would say it's pretty romantic. South of France.
Yeah, it was in a little castle. It was in the winter, so we were all cozied up by the fire.
I'm jumping around here. Twitter poll. Have you ever hitchhiked? You posted this Twitter poll.
Out of all that was a big list of Twitter, but why did you pick the hitchhiking one?
I don't know, because it's relevant
Oh, I see.
to traveling. And I like that one. That's romantic too, right?
I'm actually terrified of hitchhiking, but I have done it a little bit.
Oh, so it's terrifying. It's not romantic too.
Well,
You're
yeah.
terrified of what? Oh, so you are
Which
terrified.
interacting with strangers.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
So you go to South of France.
Yeah. But that was like a cohesive thing. I don't know. Like, and
It made sense.
there's like times where you're allowed to be weird and times where you're not. And like if you're
Who's allowing you?
yeah, some fake leaderboard of society. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But some people are like, hey, we think you're cool. Come to this party. You're like, all right, I'm allowed to come to this party and be really weird. But if you're being picked up by a hitchhiker, they're gonna want to make small talk, and you can't be weird, or they're gonna kick you out.
I kind of think, because Valentine's Day is coming up, I'm kind of thinking of doing something crazy. I'm not sure. South of France sounds nice.
You gotta go on like a crazy romantic date with a woman you don't know at all.
Yeah, I think I'll like tweet something and just like, how do I select randomly, basically?
How do you like totally randomly, like not people from your audience?
No, you want no from the audience, but in an interesting way. Random, sufficient. So random amongst good choices.
Couldn't you have people just like submit a form and then you just randomize it and then select one? And then you just, if it's terrible, you just go randomize it again. Like the first not terrible option.
Yeah, sure.
You always like drown yourself.
But I feel like then it's no longer random. You kind of want to do random. Just do it. And just do it like across the woods somewhere in some random place. Just for like a single event. For like a dinner.
You got some sort of itch in you.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, the itch to live. Like sometimes it's nice to drop a little like chaos into a thing, right? What's your chaos survey, by the way? Like you mentioned that earlier. It's kind of saw it.
Oh yeah, that's one of like the sort of artistic attempts in the survey. Because like at least from what I understand, the Big Five and the way that they used to do IQ tests, I've heard is that they do factor analysis. Where they ask a whole bunch of questions and then they run calculations on the data. It's like sort of group it by organic clusters. So like with the Big Five, it's like people who say, "Oh, I like to be at parties." They also tend to say yes to the questions like, "I like being center of attention." And so you notice that like there's a cluster of ways people are answering the question, and then you can sort of pull out an organic spectrum. And so I was like, okay, we've done that a whole bunch with things like personality or like romantic stuff, like I did it with the rate spectrum survey. But like, what happens if you apply that method to a completely unselected group of questions? Just like no random, chaotic, no thing whatsoever. Like, what happens if you ask all possible questions, what natural things evolve out of that natural spectrum? So I had other people submit questions for the very last survey. I think 1,100, and barely filtered them at all. And then I just had a whole bunch of people answer them.
Well, can you give like a hint of what it looks like? Like how crazy did the question get?
I mean, a lot of them were standard, but somebody's like, if bands above like did something in 1512 to like turn the world over, would you like it? I don't know. It's really just insane questions. There's a couple of those. A lot of like, would you fuck Ayla ones, but I don't know. There's all across the spectrum.
Would you fucking
Yeah, I had to.
a lot of the same questions.
Yeah.
Once.
Yeah, so it really all, it was like normal personal habits, it was, romantic preferences or political preferences, personality stuff, like random opinions about media.
Okay. That's interesting. I'd love to see those actual questions. But because your audience is probably really super interesting mind. Okay, you mentioned body count. You said you can answer that one easily. Do you share your body count? Do you know your body count? Do you know, is there a spreadsheet?
There's a spreadsheet, yeah.
Is it Google Sheets? Is it
There's
Excel?
Google Sheet, yeah.
Okay. Are you on like, is there, you don't have to share the, the content, but is there like data on each?
So I track paid clients and free sex separately, and I track different things on either. But like with clients, I track like positions we used and who had orgasms. And with personal people, I just track basically like age, city, name. And I have this like 42 people, I think, for free. So I'm sharing this because like I want people to
42.
It's not like huge. It's not like tiny.
One of the people I've recently talked to, Mel, Destiny's Steven's wife, is a huge fan of yours. She was actually really excited to get to talk to you, but I think she said her body count is more than 42. I think she said 60, something like this. So it's interesting because she was like saying like she loves like looking at your work, talking to you because you have similar perspectives on the world, and it's really refreshing. It's liberating. Wow,
Oh, it's really sweet.
kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So, is there like an optimal body count? Like, if you were to map, I wonder, yeah, what have you found out about body count and doing? Have you actually done surveys on body count, like on how many people?
I
people
actually
have
have
sex?
collected that information on my last survey. I just haven't looked at it yet. There's just so many things to look at, so I haven't.
Yeah.
But I think if I'm sleeping with a guy and he has sex with more than 120 people, then I start to get a little bit wary.
Why 120 as opposed to 100?
I don't know. I just like kind of skimmed through the numbers in my head and picked one that felt right.
Just now.
Yeah.
120.
Ish. I think that's one sort of like
Ish. So you're flexible.
Yeah,
Okay.
flexible. Very.
But 200 is a hard line for sure.
Well, we have to.
Depends. The factors.
Because like there's a level of body count at which you start to wonder if how much like accidental misrepresentation the guy is doing to you.
Oh, like if you're saying 200, that might be dishonest.
No, like if he's had sex with 200 girls, this means that he's had a lot of casual sex and not a lot of like long-term relationships. Assuming that he's hasn't been super poly.
Yeah.
And this usually means that there has to be some sort of like indication that he cares about the girl more than he actually does. Like
Because
he's like leading you on, basically. And so I'm not saying that's necessarily the case. I'm saying like at a certain level of number, I start to wonder if this is what's happening.
is there like, from your understanding of it, is there a different perception between men and women? Like if you look at the high body count for a woman versus a high body count for a man, like how society views it?
Oh yeah, people are way more judgmental of women. I haven't experienced this personally in my circles because I'm in very sex-friendly circles. Like I'm in orgy circles where everybody like dates the same women and they're like, "Woo, good job." But yeah, people are much more like people always tell me online like you're never going to be able to find a husband because you have sex with too many people.
Okay.
Very common, which I don't think. I mean, like men are also perceived negatively if you have high body count, but I don't think it's negatively in the same way.
Yeah. Do you think it's unethical to lie about your body count?
Yeah.
So all lying is unethical.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of lying in general.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Body count's an interesting one. It's so silly to take that, to care about that. But still we do. The
Yeah.
jealousy is silly, but still we get jealous. Is that weird?
It's like the thing is like I don't like viewing emotions as like irrational, even if they are. It's like emotions are always there for a reason, and people don't like high body counts for a reason too. It's just fine and valid.
Yeah, it also is like, yeah, I don't know what I make of just the past of like time. You know, like each human is a collection of experiences, and you don't know most of those experiences, and all of a sudden you meet this bag of experiences. Like, what are you supposed to do with both of your like training data? Are you supposed to like what? Like, I don't know if like part of me wants to not actually ever talk about it, to care at all. Like, why does it matter? Because only the future is that matters, and yet the past also matters a lot potentially, but maybe not really, because you're somehow like constructed from that past, but you're no longer that past.
It sounds like you're evaluating for something different than most people.
What do you mean?
Like, was the reason?
I'm just talking out my head, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm just saying crazy shit like as if I'm on drugs.
Well, like, how does it sound? Well, I think this is like kind of like lining up with like this caricature that I'm building of you based on this conversation so far.
Great.
That because like a lot of people want to know about your past because they want to know how useful and compatible you are with them. Like, oh, do you have a similar job? You know, do you have similar culture? Like, what can I expect from you in the future? Like, it's very practically oriented. Whereas, like, if the thing that you're focused on is not like being able to predict someone, like if the thing that you're focused on is the present moment, then it doesn't really matter anymore. They're the things that like there's training data.
But I also think that the past is not that predictive of the future.
Is it not?
Not if you believe in the power of the interaction between two humans, like nature versus nurture. I guess also I don't believe in the ability of people to accurately describe their own past.
This is true.
Because they have a very specific lens through it that doesn't necessarily like it's too biased.
But you can also interpret it based on the bias. Like if somebody describes their own past, you can kind of pick up like
Hard, it's difficult. Like you
Yes.
put it to your therapist, like if you're really drilling, like or whatever. If you're really investigating and like analyzing it, but then it's like it's a different kind of relationship.
Isn't that hard to like? If I'm with a guy and I'm considering dating him, I ask like, how did your past relationships end? And then if all of them were like, he's like, oh, she was crazy, and my other one that she went crazy too. I'm like, okay. Like, if you're talking about all of your exes the same, like,
But that's an easy level red flag. But
yes,
I feel like the more that also is possible that we're crazy, he's attracted to me. So like that.
Yeah.
But that I would say that's like easy level Mario Kart video game versus like Elden Ring. Like I think
Oh, man.
most people's past is like
That's a
complicated.
pretty good word. No, you're right. I do agree that like there's a level of obfuscation. Wow, that is hard to see through. But just like a little bit sometimes.
But I tend to like when with people, I tend to, in general, just human interaction, I tend to not talk about their past very much because it allows you to focus on like. I feel like the past is kind of like talking about the weather. It's a crutch for me personally,
Very interesting.
like as opposed to exploring the ideas in their mind.
Yeah, I see. Is it like I get really annoyed when people quote philosophers when they're trying to talk about philosophy?
Yeah,
Is it like that?
a little, but that crutch is useful and it's kind of sexy. Like it's kind of like cool. Like it's nice to quote because a good quote allows you to be cheesier than you otherwise would be.
Okay, well if you're doing it to be cheesy, that's fine.
No, not cheesy, but not cheesy. No, not cheesy. But to be like, it allows you to say a simple, profound thing that we're too afraid to say with our own words. So, like the quoted philosophers, that sounds easy. Yeah, but it's still a crutch, yes. But I feel like the past is more like talking about your dreams. It's not. It's a crutch that doesn't empathize with the other person's experience of the conversation or the explanation. It doesn't really convey the.
They're not involved in your past.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about this conversation where you're asking me about my past? And I talked about my past a lot.
Cannot trust any man on the 5th of December ago. They don't like you to
Well,
miss
I'm
the
okay
way
asking
friends are
about
talking
your
about this.
past
They don't like things being posted about this. And she
because
talks about how tourists, when they come to
really
Hong Kong during this
carefully
time, are
thought
aware of
about
this,
that
but they're
aspect
normally
of
not
it.
included.
And
Because
you
you
didn't really
wouldn't
talk
want to,
about your
abuse
past
somebody that is not from this
outside
community
of the
that is
things
more
you've
likely
written
to
about
go to the
or
press and
really
make a big story
thought
out of this.
about.
And she also talks about something
Like
that is one of the most shocking things, but also, an explanation as to why, for example,
If the
a
stuff
lot of
that's actually
women
bothering
do
you,
participate
you
in
still
this.
probably
There's
have not
also
written a
men
blog
like this
post
for
about it,
children.
right?
This does not go on for a day,
This
but
blog
for like
post
2
stuff
weeks, she
like
said.
maybe
And in those
it's
2
more
weeks, little
recent, like
boys are
last
encouraged to
last
chase
couple of
the little
years.
girls.
It's
So
that
as soon as
usually
you
what
grow
will
up
come
in
up in
Hong Kong as a
conversation.
girl, you're used to this. You
It's
basically
good,
live
it's
here
good,
for
but
multiple
it's
weeks
not
sitting
as
here.
deep
This
and
creator said
I would
that
say
she was
it's not
hiding
as
behind a wall
intimate
most of the
as
time when
talking
this was
about the
going on. Now
actual
it's not difficult to explain how
ideas in your
girls were
mind
indoctrinated
and how
into
you
this
interact with
So
it.
like the past is interesting for the frame of like
see the issue here, especially
sort
when
of
this is all
like I guess you're right. I guess we're talking
for a
about
lot
like
of girls,
narrative.
it's normal to have
Yeah.
your preferred
Yeah.
hiding spots.
I like the
Once a
idea
year
of
you can
people's
go
minds
there and
versus
hide
their
until the men are gone.
recollections
Do
and
you
memories
not
and so
see
on.
how crazy
Yeah.
that is? Like
Yeah.
genuinely crazy that your
What do you think about
boyfriend
porn?
could be dragging you out of
Nice,
your
I like
house
it.
by
Okay, you
your
like
hair
it?
to give you
What
six
effect do you
chosen
think it has
dudes
on
that can then,
society?
beat you up.
Uh,
And then you can
like
record this all
probably
you want,
reduces
nobody
the
will
rate.
do it because, it's
Like really
tradition,
horny men
shit was
getting
never
outlet.
tradition.
That's
If,
not a real
tradition
life
is so
of women.
important to you, why
Okay,
don't all the men just
so
disappear
what
until,
about like the
5th of December and just go back to
I mean,
hunting
like I
whales?
said, I
I
think
thought
if
that was
you
tradition,
well,
wasn't it? So why
like
don't
the
you just go
over
out and hunt?
sexualization,
But no, that's like,
does it increase like
that's not tradition. That is
the
not
sexualization in society that's not contributing, it's not good, or is
and,
it
to do
good?
our
Like
jobs.
the
We just like to take the part where people
how really does it
for fun.
alter
I've seen some reports on this,
in a negative direction our relationship with sex?
getting so much traction and
Unclear.
it's getting so much criticism,
Like it
rightfully
might.
so. Because what do you mean your
I
rays
don't
are little
know
roots
how to
be afraid
evaluate
of
this
men
thing. Like
every
this is
single
like one
year?
of
What
those
do you mean
really
your rays are
charged
little
things
boys
where I
thinking
kind
it's
of don't
okay to
trust
chase
anybody
girls
arguments
to
on it
court
because
them,
it's
to
either
leave them with bruises
Um,
and permanent
but
scarring?
like
What do you
another
mean you
question
still
is like, is
hold on
it
to
net
something that was
positive or
created
net
to show women that they're
negative?
inferior
And
and
it's possible that
nothing
it might
against
be
women?
like a net
Let's
negative
get to the
for
reaction of the
specifically our
paper.
relationship
Most
with
people
sex,
are
but like a
horrified
net
already,
positive
so then
overall
you
in general.
obviously have certain
I'm not sure.
love idea of
The
this.
thing,
If
my
you go to
guess
certain
is that
comments
in
section
general, it's better to let
news
people
reports
do
on
the thing
this,
that
you
feels
will
good
be
to them,
seeing certain
and then
ones.
the environment will naturally modify to fit this thing. And then if we have more needs in response to that, then we're going to figure out a way to take care of those needs. So like if you're watching a bunch of porn, this makes you like not want to go have sex with women, then we're going to have to like change the way that we like experience IRL connection.
To compete with porn?
Yeah, which seems like a natural evolution of like the civilizational cycle. Like I'm pro natural evolution, and like instead of trying to stop things that people want to do, actually figure out how to integrate that and we can find a more healthy outlet.
But you have to then be first honest with the effects that porn has. So like, is it a negative thing? Is it a positive thing in real life sex interaction? You know, you're gonna have that more and more with like porn in VR or maybe porn AI porn.
Yeah.
Like, is that a bad thing? Like, what if porn with AI or even like in physical space, like sex robots? Like, what if that's more pleasurable in a bunch of different dimensions than with other humans?
Then we should figure out artificial rules.
Like, how important is sex for society? I guess between two humans.
I mean, like we're having less sex than making fewer babies, and that seems like probably not great.
Yeah, right. The babies one.
Yeah.
But the babies, there's probably artificial ways to have babies that we can figure out.
Yeah.
Then, how important is sex to be human? I guess sex with other humans. Like, we're gonna have to figure that out in a century.
Yeah, I don't know what it means like be human. I'm pretty on the transhumanist side of things. I'm like happy to stop being human.
Is you okay if like this century is the last time we'll be something like these biological bags of meat that we are?
Let's become something new and cooler.
Even though that thing will be way cooler than you.
Well, I would like to. I mean, I'm hoping that we get to be immortal.
It'll take you along for the ride.
That's what I'm hoping. I mean, they don't clone my. I would like to do cryonics. You get frozen when you die.
Are you afraid of death?
I mean, yes and no. I like, came to terms with death with all of my LSD use, but I still have like press brakes when the red light happens.
Hey, that was the
I think
game.
this is a poll you've asked, or this might be one of the questions in your cards. But how many years would you like to live? Like if you had to pick.
That's not fair. That's a really hard. Maybe like 1 million.
I mean, but you have to like. I think the way it's supposed to be a Twitter poll. I forget what
It's poll and also in the deck of cards, the ask poll. Yeah.
Yeah, like you have to pick that number of years, and you have to live that many years, and you can't live anymore.
Yeah.
You can't die sooner, I guess. 1 million years?
I don't like that question. I know I asked that question to a lot of people, but I don't like answering it. It's really difficult.
What's the downside of 1 million years?
I mean, maybe you want to die sooner than that. Like, I guess I would rather wait to see if AI kills us all in the next 10 years. And if it doesn't, then I like to maybe make it 1 million years.
Yeah, but can't it torture you for like 1 million years? What if you're the last human left?
Yeah, that's true. The thought of like civilization ending and then just floating in space alone is kind of shitty.
No, being tortured. Isn't that today you're tortured? Tomorrow you're tortured. The day after tomorrow.
Sometimes it's not that scary. I don't know.
Torture for 1 million years?
Yeah. I just assume you get used to it. But like maybe if they reset your memory so it was on a loop, so you're always experiencing torture for the first time.
Yeah, and torture. Torture is supposed to be unpleasant. I'm sure AI would be very creative in figuring out how to torture you. I think I would go on the safe side. I would just like like
He
150
rate
years.
milfs.
But was it 150 though? That feels like right in the uncanny valley.
Well, you picked 120 for body count. So I'm thinking 150. I'm upping you by 30. But the uncanny valley.
It's like probably everybody that you grew up with is gonna be dead. It's like just enough for like everybody you know to die, like one cycle,
Yeah, and then start dating the next generation. I don't know.
and then so you get like sort of 2 lifetimes.
Yeah, so like, yeah. I mean, it also really depends on if other people get this feature.
Yeah, assume they don't.
Because you'll have like FOMO for sure from the people who picked 300 years. Or not, or the other man, regret, another human thing. But you're like, what does transhumanism mean to you in general? So extension of life, extension of what it means to be a living, conscious being. You're all for it, whatever that means.
Yeah, I never really thought about the term transhumanism for a lot. Like people say there's transhumanism, like I don't really care. But I slowly realized that my attitude is, in fact, at least the thing that I'm conceiving of as transhumanist. Like I'm very happy to do artificial lungs and upload our brains to the great collective and whatever. I don't have the thing that I'm like, oh, what about like the true organic humanness that makes us who we are? Like whatever that soul of humanity, I have no attachment to it at all, which I think is what I'm thinking of as transhumanist.
So you're like, I guess the window of what you consider to be beautiful about life is not limited to this particular definition.
Yeah. Let's explode. Like, let's make our consciousness huge.
So AI could be a part of that. Wait, so you're mostly excited by AI?
Well, I mean, I'm like part of like the doomer cult, which I say tongue in cheek. It's not actually a doomer cult, but I'm part of a lot of.
Do you worship a god of some sort? Would you sacrifice little small animals?
That would make it like cooler than what it is. It's mostly just a bunch of nerds who are very concerned about AI.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you're concerned about the existential risks of ChatGPT?
Of what ChatGPT will eventually evolve into being.
Yeah, it's super exciting and terrifying how quickly it's accelerating.
Yeah.
Like language models are freaking me out.
Yeah.
It's very unexpected that it's the same exact. I mean, ChatGPT is just GPT 3, 3.5. It's the same model, relatively small to what it could be, to what GPT 4 will be in the other competitors, and just like a few tricks made it much better in terms of interaction with humans. And then we'll keep discovering extra tricks. The thing I'm really excited about is how everyone kind of knows how it works. So you can kind of create, especially with computation becoming cheaper and cheaper, there'll be a lot of competitors.
Yeah, that's so scary.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
I mean, because like everything is just like information ultimately. Like the atoms that we have, like we are biological machines built out of like tiny codes. Like our DNA is just information. It's not hard. If you have access, if you like have a brilliant brain that's like great at processing information, you have complete control over reality.
Yes.
You have control over the atoms around you. All you need is like a tiny little like atomic printer. And like we have those. Those are cells, right? And then like this is like if the limitation is information, there is no boundary between the technology and the real world. Like we are creating something that it has a massive ability to affect the real world.
I mean, it's hard to know how difficult it is to close that gap to physical reality, like from the physics to the information.
I feel like all organic life is that gap. It's all around us.
Yeah, but it's hard to know like how to go from digital to printing life. I don't know.
It's like CRISPR and stuff. You can order. You can just like make pregnancy. Right?
There's technical difficulties and there's
This
cost.
bitch is amazing.
Scale. Like the terrifying thing about AI is it can accelerate overnight the capabilities, but the printing of stuff, the actually changing physical reality, is very costly. It's very difficult to exponentially accelerate. The more terrifying thing is AI becoming exponentially intelligent and controlling humans, which there's many of us.
Yeah.
And then that's how we achieve, we humans build stuff like Star Wars or so on. Like it starts manipulating our mind. This in our mind becomes our friend. And it starts, I don't know.
I think people thinking this is unlikely. It's just like it's probably going to be smart to us as like we are toddlers. We toddlers thinking that like, oh, we can prevent the AI from coming in the room. Like as an adult, it's like not hard to trick a toddler.
What about falling in love with AI? you think you'll have a since you're like this is the freedom you have being man, it's kind of like you and like it's not really have to dedicate or commit fully. Like sorry, you still commit, but you have other humans who you can kind of diversify to because like it's kind of a big thing. So like you come to a party and your boyfriend is an AI and the monogamous boyfriend is an AI. It's an issue, right?
Right.
Now you're already getting offended at that possibility with their point. No, it's a reality. No, I'm just joking. It's an issue. I don't actually think it's an issue. I think it's maybe at the cutting edge will be an issue, but
Like assume they have a body. I assume.
yeah, but the body would be really like crappy. It'd be like R2D2.
I feel like we grow human bodies already from like just a tiny little cluster of cells. It's just, and so all they have to do is make that cluster and grow it.
No, they don't. That embryogenesis process, like that's really not well understood at all. That's really tough. I think we're much more likely to have crappy humanoid robotics. Like I don't think the body is overrated in terms of like if they ask if I'm super intelligent, he can use charm to make up for the crappy body. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like if I were an AI system and I were super intelligent, I probably would be able to solve the problem of like growing organic matter. And then I would obviously just do that. You just build exactly the organic machine that you want.
Sure, but that's like super intelligent. I think like with language, I'm worried about before it achieves super intelligence, like true AGI. It'll just be really good at talking.
Yeah, that's true.
And like it, I just don't think intelligence is a very different, like basically a scientist and a super intelligent scientist is a different thing than just a good conversationalist at a party that can address you with their words.
Would you date an AI?
I much way before then I could see myself being friends with an AI.
Yeah.
But like people are friends with inanimate objects. And they have there's a robot behind you. I have a lot of them. I like legged robots. They're interesting on the shelf.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, legged robots. We anthropomorphize them even more. There's something about the movement of like like a thing that steps and looks up at you. There's a power to that versus like a Roomba that's just like running through the walls.
Yeah, I think as soon as we get like some sort of empathetic expression on the robot face, it's over. It'll be like, oh, it's so cute. It's gonna be so easy to make it cute.
If that's what you want, or you want like a dominant, like clearly this is what women
Being
want.
sexy
The top,
Terminator, yeah.
like, with strong hands, yeah, and kind of dumb, or not. I don't know. You can customize. It'd be interesting to do a survey like how they customize it. Like what would you want in a perfect robot? This is the problem I see with people, the way they talk about robots. They kind of want a servant. I think what people don't realize what they want in a relationship, they want something, but it has to be a push and pull. There has to be some resistance. Like you really don't want a servant. Or even like the perfect manifestation of what you think you want. I think you want imperfections around that, like some uncertainty. I don't know. I question how well we're able to perfectly put on paper what we really want.
Would you really turn down like a perfect woman? Though, like assume like she walks into the room and it's just shockingly compatible, and you like start dating her and there's just no hiccups. Like you fight perfectly. Like she really understands it. Like would you be like, this is too perfect? I'm upset because we're not having enough imperfection. Like you like actually imagine yourself do that?
Yeah, I think so because that's how you define perfect. Because perfect for me would be like easy and all that kind of stuff, right? But then I'll be like, this is too easy. If I actually were to introspect what is the perfect relationship, then yes, maybe because I probably want some challenge, probably want some chaos, right? Like does anyone really fully want zero conflict ever? Like completely perfect conflict. Like it's the thing that pressing a button. Like, do you really want in a relationship anything you want? You press a button, you get. I don't think people want that. you might think you want that.
Yeah, I guess it depends. Like, there's a kind of conflict that I think I would never want, which is something like antagonistic conflict. I wouldn't mind disagreement,
Right.
you know, but there's a level of fighting I would be happy to have a relationship for the rest of my life that never has like a fight of a certain shittiness.
Yeah, because shadiness, but like resistance. Like, I don't know what the example is. Because I mean, I partially agree with you, but every time I would imagine like perfect, flawless, nothing, no conflict, you imagine somebody that doesn't have like a complexity of personality, right? Like, I feel like it's not even it's conflict that's latent in basic misunderstanding between human beings, like misinterpretation, different perspectives that clash, different worldviews, different ideas, all that kind of stuff. That conflict.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I like having somebody be like, I don't think that's right because I have this other view. That's cool.
And also like the threat of meeting, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a kind of conflict.
Yeah, that's true. Like you have to be good enough for the other person, or maybe you lose them.
Yeah. And maybe a little jealousy. Like they're good at that, not too much. But like if you design all that in, then I don't know.
Sounds romantic.
Sounds romantic. Okay. All right. I do want to really quickly ask you about this, about the rationalist community, because I've got to know a few of them a few times. You tweeted a guideline to rationalist discourse, basics of rationalist discourse from Les Rowan. What are these folks? What's the rationalist culture? What's the rationalist discourse?
Yeah, I love the rationalists because they're interested in like how do you have conversations more effectively if you're trying to figure out what's actually true, and which sounds kind of obvious, but in practice it's not usually. I remember when I first started having debating conversations, I was very antagonist. I'm like, oh, I'm feminist or not a feminist, and then the rationalists were generally like, actually, we don't know what we mean by the term feminism. Let's like, how do you feel about that? It was very like kind and compassionate. Like even if somebody said something that sounds insane, you're like, okay, well, we're going to respect your reasoning, and like even if we disagree, let's actually figure out why you think the way that you think. And they're also really smart, write a whole bunch of great stuff about how to think more clearly with less bias.
Yeah, I want to have those conversations because I've never really like talked to those folks. So this guideline in particular, I think you have to refer to like shorthand characteristics of rationalist discourse, including expect good discourse to require energy, don't say straightforwardly false things, track for yourself, distinguish for others, your inferences from your observations, estimate for yourself and make clear for others, your rough level of confidence in your assertions, make your claims clear, explicit and falsifiable, or explicitly acknowledge that you aren't doing so, can't, so on and so forth. So don't jump to conclusions. Don't weaponize equivocation. Don't abuse categories. Don't engage aggressive guidelines. Don't engage. I do what I want. I let my emotions guide me. God damn it.
They're pro that as long as you're explicit about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you can be like a crazy asshole as long as you're
Yeah.
explicit.
You can be like epistemic status, crazy asshole.
Yeah. Who's here to destroy the quality of the conversation.
I think it's like a common misconception about rationalists is that like they're kind of like Spock. We suppress emotion and we're thinking logically for either. But I found this to be really not the case. Like, I remember there's a less strong thread where I was like really emotional and I commented. And at the beginning, I was like, just warning, I'm very emotional. And then I vented my emotions. And people respond really well to that. They're like, cool, like you're just genuinely, truthfully expressing your state. This is actual information about the world. This is important to hear. And it's just, they're very interested in having things framed correctly. Like, you shouldn't be claiming that your emotions are necessarily a true version of the world. And so as long as you're just clear about what the frame it is, you're fine.
How do you feel about this conversation? What could we have done better?
I like the conversation. I was a little worried coming in. I was like, what if I'm going to ask a couple questions and then we don't know what to talk about?
Yeah.
But it's been quite a long time.
And then I covered, there's so many things I didn't cover.
I like you have I'm not used to talking to somebody who feels like some of the core way that they approach the world is so different than mine. Like usually the difference is that we're like higher up the tree, but like there's something about like your root system that I think is very different from mine.
Yeah.
But also the way that you engage with life is still flexible. Like usually when I encounter somebody with such a different root system, there's like it's like more aggressive or something.
Yeah.
But there's something about the way that you're structured that feels very gentle.
Well, I'm really happy we talked. Something tells me we'll probably talk much more times. I think you're a fascinating human being. I think I'm a huge fan of your work. Maybe one more question. What's the meaning of life?
To want things, to search, to be in.
Well, I think your curiosity is like somehow getting to that.
Yeah.
One thing.
Because like it was curiosity, like you don't know. I want to know the answer. It's like be in the state of yearning.
One thing.
Yeah. That's
I
the
wonder if you could do that if you lived a million years. Just keep yearning all life. That's the thing I'm probably afraid of if I lived a million years. It's not the torture, it's like the yearning will fade.
you probably yearn to die then.
I was just sitting there wanting death intensely.
That's kind of romantic a little bit. It has like a bit of that spark.
And constantly being denied. Wow. The most of your existence on earth would be spent deeply intimate with death, just thinking about death. I think we're already doing that, but like hiding that from ourselves a little bit. Anyway, wanting. Wow. This is an amazing conversation. I think you're an amazing researcher and human being.
You're a great interviewer. I can see why you do this a lot.
I appreciate it. This is really fun. Ayla, thank you so much for talking with me today.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ayla. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. Physics is like sex. Sure, it may give you some practical results. That's not why we do it. Thank you for listening and hope to see you next time. Narcissism is not arrogance. No, narcissism is the opposite of arrogance. There is such a deep sense of inadequacy and incompetence in the self that the defensive structure around that becomes dominated by a rocket fuel envy. The following is a conversation with Paul Conti, a psychiatrist and a brilliant scholar of human nature. My friend Andrew Huberman told me that Paul and I absolutely must meet and talk, not just about the topic of trauma, which Paul wrote an amazing book about, but broadly about human nature, about narcissism, sociopathy, psychopathy, good and evil, hate and love, happiness and envy. As usual, Andrew was right. This was a fascinating conversation. As the old meme goes, one does not simply doubt the advice of Andrew Huberman. Allow me to also quickly mention that I disagree with Paul a bunch in this episode, as I do in other episodes, even with experts. In part for fun, and in part because I think the tension of ideas and conversation is what creates insights and wisdom. My goal is to always empathize, understand, and explore ideas of the person sitting across from me. Disagreement is just one of the ways I think it's fun to do just that, as long as I do so from a place of curiosity and compassion. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Paul Conti. Do you see psychiatry as fundamentally a study of the human mind and not just a set of tools for treating psychological maladies? Absolutely. I think psychiatry is our best way to understand who we are as people. It looks at our biology. How does our brain work? How does it connect the parts with one another? How does the chemistry in it work? It's the very foundational aspects of who we are, and then it manifests as psychology. What do we think? What do we feel? What are our strivings? What are our fears? So, yeah, I think psychiatry provides tools that we can use to help each other, but those tools come through it being a discipline of understanding. So with every patient you see, with every mind you explore, Are you picking up a deeper understanding of the human mind? I think I'm trying to. I think we should learn. We should be able to take something away from everything we do. Every interaction to some small degree. Every conversation. It doesn't have to be a patient. Just anywhere at Starbucks, getting a coffee, you can learn something from that little experience. Yeah, even if you just reinforce the gentle kindness and gratitude and decent human interaction, there's a reinforcement of that. That even if we don't take away memories or lessons, so to speak, we can reinforce who we choose to be. It's all understanding ourselves in those interactions, and not just the general sort of philosophical human mind, but understanding our own mind, introspect, on how our own mind works. Like everything we understand about anyone or anything else is coming through here, right? So yeah, we're understanding others. We're also understanding ourselves. It's all feeding through us. Yeah, but it's a tricky thing to step away and look in your own mind and understand that it's just a machine. You can kind of control the way that machine processes the external environment and the way that machine converts the things it perceives into actual emotion, like how it interprets the things it perceives. You just sort of step away and analyze it in that way, and you can control it. You can oil the machine. You can control how it actually interprets the perceptions in order to generate positive emotions and be like a what is it, like a mechanic for the gears in the machine. I think to some degree, but the difference, I think, at least as I understand, I think of machines as not being inscrutable, right? That if there's enough study, there's enough acumen applied, that we can understand whatever it is we're trying to figure out. Whereas part of understanding ourselves is understanding that there are things we can't understand, and I think that's indispensably important, I think, to health and happiness, and also to having enough humility to see how people can be different from us, how we can be different from ourselves at times. So knowing that we don't know a lot and having some idea of what that might be, I think is an indispensable part of the process, which I think is different from machines. I think. Yeah, the machines, you're basically saying machines generally, because they're engineered from a design, they're usually going to be simpler, therefore understandable. And you're saying the complexity of the human mind is, at least from our perspective, nearly infinite. Is there meta phenomena, what sometimes gets described as sort of levels of emergence, where at increasing levels of complexity, you have novelty evolved that you can't predict from lower levels of complexity, like for example, atoms to molecules. It's just one example. I think neurons to consciousness, consciousness to culture, right? That there are meta phenomena that separate from the phenomena underneath of them, and therefore by adding an entire aspect of novelty. So I think we are. I mean, I generally think this is true, that we are all infinitely fascinated because of these levels of emergence of novelty that are inscrutable because you can't predict from one level to the next or understand fully, are what make us, and not just us, but I think sentient creatures, right? Human beings, right? But sentient creatures, inestimably more interesting than creatures that aren't sentient. And I don't know. I think when we think about machine learning and artificial intelligence, I think it's that we're trying to create levels of emergence that now we don't fully understand anymore, which I guess is both exciting and maybe scary too. Yeah, so you start at the physics of atoms, quantum mechanics, go into chemistry, go into biology. From the biology, you have the functional phenomena, especially as manifested in the human brain, and then multiple brains connecting together through consciousness and intelligence creates civilization. It's pretty interesting. Where do you think the magic is? At which layer of the game? Every layer. Because every time you emerge from one thing to another, I see it as an analog with the concept of the dialectic, right? Where I think it was Hegel, right, who realized, hey, when you have like thing A and thing B and they're complicated and they come together, you don't get a hybrid of A and B, right? You end up getting something that's new, that's novel, and I think that describes to some degree that like what emergence is, except there's a whole new universe of novelty, right? That comes at each layer
emergence that allows infinite possibilities that weren't possible before. And I think that's why we're so complicated. That our functional neuroscience, right, which is psychology, right, our ability to think about ourselves, about others, to be reflective, is sitting on top of so many layers of emergence. Like the idea of standing on the shoulders of giants, that each of us, our consciousness is standing on the shoulder of a giant of many, many, many levels of emergence, of novelty, so many of which we don't understand. Like subatomic particles, everything that quantum physics means. When does time become important, right? As opposed to things happening outside of time and outside of space. When do we slot into one temporal perspective, and then the complexity just, I think, grows and grows and grows.
Yeah, the interesting word he uses, novelty. If true, this really blows my mind.
First, I was just muted
Either shallow or deep sense is
for
true.
24 hours,
Trying to
then
figure
I
it
am
out.
kicked.
I don't know if you
Period.
know something about
None of this
cellular
had any
phenomena.
warning,
It's
period.
very simple mathematical objects. We
And
have
then you
rules that
treat
govern
me
each
so
individual
badly.
cell, and they interact locally, and that you understand the very simple operation of those individual cells, but at another layer of abstraction, where you just kind of zoom out with blurry vision, these meta objects start appearing that function. You could build a Turing machine with it. You can build an arbitrary complexity of computation on top of this kind of very simple object. It's an interesting question whether that was always there. The atoms somehow know about love, right? Like about consciousness,
Right.
about war and violence and evil and hate and all that. That's already laid in the possibility of that, the capacity for that's already in the atom. It's already in the physics. It's already in all the different chemistry that builds up. So, like even the origin of life, still a mystery. That's known. That's in the physics. That's known to the universe. The basic background physics of the universe. Because if that's not the case, where does that come from? Where's that magic? And how many layers can the cake possibly have? How many are we going to keep building? If we're constantly through this process of abstraction, of adding a layer to the cake, adding novel things, like where's the ceiling? As we expand out into the cosmos, we successfully can do that. Are we going to keep building like more miraculous, complex objects, and then the brain is just like a middle layer thing? We tend to think of ourselves as truly, truly special manifestations of what's possible in the universe, but maybe we're just like the basic, like tiny building block of something much, much, much bigger. We're in the early days, being a brick in a very large building. I think that's entirely possible. I think the only emergent thing, so to speak, that we build is culture, right? The aggregation of us. So you have individual human minds, which are entirely unique. And even the fact that time is different for you and me, right? It may be by picoseconds, right? But we can engage because our perceptions of time are parallel enough, they're close enough, right? That we can share a reality, right? But we're all living in a different dimension of time, right? I mean, we know that. So we're unique in that way, and then the unique individuals that we are, just like the cells, right, start to create not just one thing, not just a culture, but culture on top of our individuality, right? Our uniqueness, our even dimensional uniqueness of time and experience and consciousness. So we create cultures on top of us. But what could be beyond culture, right? And what is different from us, either on underlying levels, like quantum physics or chemistry or biology, or entirely different and unconceived, I think it's an immense question. I think it's one that should create humility in us, right? That look how much we don't know, and then how reckless we are with ourselves, with our resources, with human life. And I think there it's important to say, when you think about how entropy rules the universe around us, and how over selected are we? How many, not just hundreds or thousands of times, but how many millions of times does there have to be a selection branch point before we get into a sort of eddy pool of counter entropy, right? Where you can begin to create.
which I think is why you say, okay, the atoms know about love, right? The fact that anything is being created, right, means there's this over selection for counter entropy where there can be a building of greater complexity, of ultimately of novelty. And we don't often think about that, of how far removed we are, maybe light years, so to speak, uh, from any other location, temporally, physically in the universe where this could happen. And we don't think about, well, what does that mean?
Everything like you said, love, everything is counter entropy. It goes against the way the basic physics of the universe. So maybe actually the atoms really don't like what we're doing. they want us to stop. They've been trying really hard to stop, and despite that, we somehow started this whole bacteria thing for like a billion years, and now we're here.
I actually think of it kind of the other way. I don't think there's any purpose to purposelessness. Right? So why would anything be here if the drive weren't towards creativity, right? If the drive weren't towards those subatomic particles not being nothingness that flips in and out of existence, right? Like we think is going on in empty space, for light years upon light years, right? But is there a design, either natural or intentional, for a schema, right? A scenario that allows for the incredibly rare but not non-existent eddy pool of counter entropy where good can happen, right? Where creativity can happen, where ultimately something can grow, something novel can happen. There's no novelty in the vastness of space, even though there's not nothing there. There's novelty here because I think the layers of emergence start stacking very, very, very high when we're in a place of counter entropy, which then could provide even thoughts about like good and evil, right? The idea that creating, that preserving is good, right? It's what we build upon. It's how we get to the eddy pool of counter entropy, right? So then destruction is not good. What good comes of aggression and destruction, right? Unless we're protecting. We could think of outline cases. Let's just think in general concepts, right? Like this destruction destroys. It brings us towards a state of entropy, towards a state of nothingness, whereas goodness, commonality, collaboration, right? Nurturing, right? Brings novelty. It brings new existence into the universe. And I think we don't think about that. We're in the middle of something so vast and built on top of so many layers. And I think it leads us to be cavalier, with human life, including often our own.
So you think there's an underlying creative force in the universe that might even have a kind of built-in morality to it, where creating is better than destroying, and then that somehow maps on onto our society, where we kind of try to figure out what that actually means in terms of good and evil. So that something is there like that, but it's like, but it has to be. It's like so nice, it's so perfect because it's rare. It's sufficiently rare when we have our own space. Like you can like close the door and it's like I need to be alone right now. It's our human civilization to work on my thing. So it's sufficiently rare that there's not other alien civilizations. They're just like constantly knocking on our door, destroying us. But it still exists. That's weird.
Right. It's so fantastically improbable,
Yeah.
that I think we should be very respectful of it. And I think you said there's a creative force that values creativity, right? Things to be, well, sure, it's a creative force, right? Its existence, its ability to exist and to create comes from something other than entropy, right? Something other than so much dispersion that there's nothingness, right? So the creative force will value the sanctity of things, right? Keeping things together, not destroying things, right? Building novelty, including novelty of knowledge, novelty of sentience. I mean, it fits with the idea that we're not nothing, that's incredibly improbable, and that there are these many, many layers of emergence that we're standing upon. And I think it tells us something that we're not doing ourselves a service to ignore, right? It's not just a jump to saying, oh, there's a religious answer to everything. It's saying science isn't a god either, right? So if we think of science as a tool and not as an endpoint in and of itself, what is the science telling us? Like, I remember showing up at medical school, and it really is true of it. I knew so little about the human body. I'd only been in hospitals to visit people. I'd taken pre-med classes, but sort of intensely at once after I didn't take any, and I was working in business. I knew next to nothing, and I had this idea that was so naive in retrospect that I was going to learn so much, right? I was going to answer these questions. I was going to know what's going on in the body. What are these organs doing? What are these cells? And what I learned was there was so much more that was amazing and mysterious and seemingly impossible. Like even how a cell functions. They're like, what is going on inside of the cell? The transport mechanisms and energy functions and diffusion functions. And then you can go down to smaller levels than that. But when you come back out and you say, how all those cells make a kidney? It's not explanatory. I remember asking the OB who had delivered my first child, right? I was so amazed, and I asked him, like, what do you think? Like, what do you know? You do this, right? You're seeing this life created, and his thought was nothing. But I just marveled. I mean, I get to do this, but I just marvel at it. And I think the more we know about us, the more we respectfully marvel.
And we should do that. We should proactively marvel at every aspect, at every layer where the novelty emerges.
Yeah, we'd be a lot less likely to say, hey, I don't like you because of something, whatever it is, race, religion, culture, sexuality, gender identity, whatever it is, or I want to say I want rights that you don't have, right? Or I want what you have, right? I mean, there's so much of this, and I understand it's driven by scarcity and by human insecurity and envy and all of these things that I think drive us towards destruction. But all of that recklessness comes from not having this initial appreciation and respect that you're referring to, just marveling at. Like, wow, okay, we're here. That's amazing. Let's start with that.
So if we marvel at this whole thing, the human project, the human condition, all the different kinds of human beings that are possible, what do you then make of that some humans do evil onto the world? First of all, are all human beings capable of evil? If we're in the process, now we've got a little bit of momentum in terms of marveling the layers of the cake. Should we also marvel at the capacity for evil in all of us?
Yes.
Man, people are so
there.
mean.
I
I
believe
can't
it.
wait until everybody is
So what do we
exposed.
understand about the psychology of evil?
What would you
Where
say
does
to them?
that
What the
originate
fuck is
in
your
your
problem,
mind?
dog?
Is it there in your biology? Is it there in the environment? In the upbringing?
Can I clarify first? I think the capacity for evil, I do believe, is in all of us. There's a difference between enacting evil and a sort of preset, followed, developed plan of evil, right? I don't believe that all of us are capable of doing what the people who perpetrate the most evil do, right? But I do believe that we're capable of of perpetrating evil, right? And the one thought would be that there are drives in us. I mean, there certainly seem to be drives in us towards survival, towards gratification, in some ways towards pleasure, and that can get very complicated because pleasure inside can be relief of distress. So if I feel very badly about myself, and I can feel a little better about myself by making you feel worse.
It's full of
yourself,
toxicity.
right? Which that plays out in a lot of human beings. Is that an indirect way of bringing pleasure, right? So it gets very complicated what's going on inside of us, and sometimes the perpetration of evil things can be through misunderstandings, anger, impulsivity. I mean, there are things that we can have in us, and other times there can be other things going on which are through the lens of unhealthy human psychology. So, for example, the psychology of envy, which I think drives the lion's share of the orchestrated evil, right? There's a difference between impulsive, reflexive evil and highly orchestrated evil, which I think is driven by envy.
Highly orchestrated evil. We're talking about a scale of societies like totalitarianism. So we're thinking about somebody like Hitler. So at scale, orchestration of evil, envy driving that. So that's really interesting to think about. I'd love to hear more about it. So some of it, there might be some psychological forces that are in tension with each other. So one is, if you look at somebody like Hitler, it's difficult to know what was going on in his mind, but it's possible to imagine, if you just look at dictators throughout history, that he thought he was doing good. not just for himself, but for the people he believed have value. So one way you can have, you can achieve what we consider as evil is by devaluing some group of people, and that could be all group of people. So it could have sort of a narcissistic type of idea that you basically don't care about other human beings. That's one. Envy is different. I mean, maybe they can collaborate together, uh, or even like you mentioned, you can actually enjoy doing bad to others. That's almost like different because if all it is like narcissism, you disregard, you don't care what how others feel, then you can just have make cold, calculated military, almost economic decisions, and you don't care if a million people die here or there. But if you actually enjoy some aspect of that, or there is like a resentment that fuels it, it's not just cold calculation. It's like fueled by some kind of personal or cultural resentment.
I think
That's
it's all
different.
fueled by that.
Do you think so?
I think it's all fueled by that. I think the idea that Hitler thought he was doing good, right? It is like that is such a thin facade that it flies away like a handkerchief in a hurricane, right? That
Yeah. Thank you. Wow. That's beautiful. Yeah.
it's built upon like it's a I'll explain logical lies, right? Because people can build lies upon specious logic, right? So the idea that okay, I am doing good because I believe that this ethnicity of people is good and this is bad, and now I'm going to do this and I'm going to make the world different and it's going to bring better to the world. And now I'm raising armies and I'm building concentration camps, and I think like this is all in the service of good. Is I don't think anyone ever thinks that, right? Or they think that, but with because they're living in the surface patina, right? Like they're not allowing the hurricane in that blows away the handkerchief and says like this is all evil, right? I mean, how do you decide that some group of people is good and some is bad? And like, what is it that you take upon yourself to play God or make decisions about the world? And I think what really is going on is people are not doing that, right? There's something cobbled together to say like why this is right and this is okay, right? And this is even good, right? But it is all a lie, right? It's a lie that's adorning the what I believe is the fact I believe that what's going on is the gratification of envy inside of the person. And whether someone says, oh, I think this is good and it's okay if a million people die, or I'm going to enjoy that a million people die, I think is the same. I think the enjoyment, the gratification of the orchestrated evil is there, and that it all comes from vulnerability and insecurity. It all comes from deficits in the sense of self.
I'm gonna have to process that. My slow penny and PC is processing that. So envy underlies all of it. The psychological concept of envy. What is that? I keep putting myself in the mind of Hitler. I guess that has nothing to do. It doesn't have to do with Jews or Slavic people. Does it have to do with specific amorphous other in his mind that he's envious of?
I think it has all to do with him. All to do with him. There's not a love of the people with whom he allied, or even a sense that the people who he persecuted were worse than him. It's all projections out of what was going on inside of him, which was an intense sense of inadequacy, a rage at being someone he perceived as lesser than. That's the difference between, so we can define words in different ways, even within psychology. But let's say we take the definition here of jealousy as being sort of benign, right? The idea that, oh, I might see something that you have that I don't, and I might think, I like that. Maybe I'll work harder to get it, right? Or maybe I can't get it. Maybe it's that you're younger than I am. They say, okay, you have that and I don't. I mean, I have other things too. I'm okay anyway. But I might want those things. But it's very benign. It's the jealousy.
Leave us
I'd like to be younger. I'd like to be richer. Whatever it is that we people think, right? But it's just a thought, and it's a thought that can result in striving or acceptance, right? It's very, very different. It's completely different than envy, which is destructive. It's the thought of I see something that you have that I don't have, right? And instead of me working for it or accepting that I don't have it, what I like to do then is bring you down, take you down to where I am, and then I'll feel better, right? Because from the perspective of envy, it is all relative.
So is jealousy a kind of is a book because you said completely different, but is jealousy potentially like a gateway drug to envy? Like is it a slippery slope?
I think no. I think that jealousy is a natural, just part of the human phenomenon that we go through life, and we see like, oh, I'd like to have it. I think it's part of our incentives, right? If you know, if I'm farming and I have one row of crops, and I look over and I see that you're working harder and you have two, and I'd like to have two, that can make me work harder to have two.
You don't think it's a slippery slope from one to the other? To at first you're like I'd like to work harder, but then you keep failing and the weather sucks, and you keep failing and the other person becomes more successful. Plus he's got a new hot wife now, a nice tractor. The field is all working, and then you get this idea that you know what, I'm gonna steal all this stuff. I'm gonna murder him, and that don't you think that's just like a leap
No, I actually
of
think
the same
so.
phenomenon? No.
No, because I think there are things that are in us as humans, right? So there are things that just by being human, like we can, for example, we can feel compassion, right? We can feel interest, right? We can feel jealousy in that benign sense. Like it's all part of just being human. If we start going from, hey, you have more crops than I have, and you know that seems like I actually have a better life in a lot of ways than I have. I'm going to kill you. That is not a progression of something benign, right? That is.
But wait. But that is a human leap of the same thing, isn't it? Because you're drawing a line. Some stuff you're saying like this human stuff, it's regular life, it's benign. But it feels like this benign thing is just a low magnitude thing version of the thing that's not benign. Because there's probably a gray area where it stops speaking. Like jealousy, you can have like healthy jealousy. You can have a little bit slightly unhealthy. It's I think jealous guy. This John Lennon song that I love is beautiful. I mean, there's like this jealousy inside relationships can make you feel like take your minds in all kinds of silly direction. It's crazy, but like it feels like that's a next door neighbor to like being really crazy and toxic and all that relationship. And that feels like a next door neighbor. It's like an apartment building. That feels like a next door neighbor that eventually gets to Hitler with envy and resentment of an entire population of people.
You're right that there's a causal.
Yeah.
There can be a causal chain, right? Like if I'm not feeling jealous, maybe I won't ever feel envious, right? So you can see, okay, so it can kind of lead to, it can open gates to, like how much do I dislike the good things that I don't have, right? So yes, in that sense, but, and I think this is the part that I think is so important, that I think there is a disjunction, right? It is an asymptotic shift, right, from one thing to another, because
Now you're speaking my language mathematically.
Yeah.
Methodically, yep.
Yes, that's it's a way to convey, right, something that's entirely different. Because if I start thinking, you know, I'm not going to try and make things better, right? I'd like instead to harm you. That's qualitatively different.
Oh, it's almost like you know what it is. It could be I don't know what you think about this, but it's in which direction your motivation is pointing. So if in the response to the feeling of jealousy, your sort of the motivation says, okay, I understand this feeling. I want to do less of it. I think there must be a threshold to which you actually want to do more. Like it becomes a vicious downward cycle. So that's what envy becomes. Like the first feeling, this idea that I'm going to kill the farmer, it turns into like more and more and more, and you can't sleep, and you're visualizing the farmer, and it becomes the devil. And like you have this very, it's basically a thing that builds into the negative direction versus returns to the stable center.
And now a person is cultivating evil.
Yeah.
Right? They're saying, hey, there can be seeds of evil in all of us. Let me take that seed out, dust it off, plant it, nurture it, right? And then grow that seed of evil, which will affect all other parts of the person's life, right? They won't behave the same towards others in their life. They'll become different as they nurture fantasies of evil, as they begin to create inside of themselves the motivation and the will, right, to enact it. Right? And the Hitler analogy would say, well, you take someone who had a bad childhood, right, who was not loved, who was taught and told that he was less than. Okay, like that. And we know that happens. I mean, that's why child abuse is so evil, right? It's telling children the worst possible wrong lessons, right? They're not good enough. They'll always be hurt. They can't keep themselves safe. They don't deserve safety, right? So then you take someone who then nurtures that seed of evil, which is a choice. And so, well, I can't paint well enough, and no one appreciates me, and I don't like how I look, and I don't fit in with the people I want to fit in with, and then and on and on and on and on and on. And there's a hatred of self through that lens of misery, of just being repulsed by the self. But that's unacceptable to the self. So, oh, it has to be someone else's fault, right? It's not my fault. Whose fault is it, right? And then you see en masse the inaction of evil towards groups of people who somehow, in this person's mind, right, are responsible for his misery. And there's the justification of evil, and then all the, whether it's this will be better for the economy, this will be good, this will be that. Like that's all lies built to justify the evil.
Those are surface level narratives.
Yeah.
And the envy is the deep down mechanism that enables.
And that's the endpoint that's being served. What's being served is destruction, right? Which is why it always brings more destruction. Right? I mean, how many times do wars that were started for purposes that we would look and say, like, that those are evil purposes? Like, how many times does good come from that? Even we look at the modern world, what comes of it is more evil, is more destruction. Hitler's outward destruction eventually came inward, and you see pictures of what Berlin looked like after the Second World War, right? It wasn't just destruction perpetrated outward, as awful as that is. It's catchy, right? Like people used to worry if you before the time of the Manhattan Project, right? If you start this chain reaction, will you blow the whole world up, right? Or will it stop within this bomb or not? And we see, okay, the chain reaction of evil hasn't yet blown the whole world up, but look at how the catastrophe spreads. I think 50 to 60 million people dead in the Second World War, which truly was a world war. What destruction was spread around the globe?
And it's something that can't be stopped once the chain reaction starts. Like if Hitler was successful, like he would just keep going.
If he had been,
On his personal psychological level.
right? Because if we think from the perspective of destruction, success would have led to the need to conquer more. Then there's factions and infighting, and then eventually you get the same mass destruction, right? And never does the inaction of evil satisfy what the person is initially seeking. Like people want to feel better about themselves, right? Winnicott, who was a British pediatrician who wrote about children and adults from very deep perspectives. He wrote about the idea of good enough, right? And you can sort of extrapolate that, but we all want to feel good enough, like not just limp over the line good enough, but I want to feel good enough that I'm a decent person in the world and what I do matters, and I can have an impact on people, and people can like me and care about me. There's a simplicity there that people want that when people don't have, and there's certain other factors, maybe they're temperamental factors or historical factors, can lead to trying to soothe that deficit, right? Through envy, and I think it starts with that, and it often starts in childhood, not always, but it often starts in childhood when the child's brain and psychology are so vulnerable, and you see salient child abuse. If you look at what was Hitler's background and what was Stalin's background, and you could look at almost anyone who perpetrated evil, whether they're serial killers or whatever it may be. The majority, not everyone, but the majority had these lessons in childhood that said you're not good enough, you can't keep yourself safe, no one cares about you, and in a subset of people, that's going to generate envy, and that seed of evil then gets planted and nurtured. There's a fighter jet.
The sound of a fighter jet above us.
Good fight orchestrating that.
You quickly forget the comfort of being in a peaceful place. That's one thing I saw in Ukraine. You quickly get comfortable here. The whole trip back, I was thinking, so damn good to be in America. The whole like a 3-day trip back. It's so good to be American.
I take that for granted.
So the destruction never alleviates the envy. Are all humans capable of envy?
I believe the answer is yes. I think we all have the possibility of evil in us. I think the answer to that is yes. but we have free will, we have choice, we can choose what we do with that, which is why just because someone is a sociopath, for example, it doesn't mean that they're not responsible. They're not, our medical legal jurisprudence, right, has absolutely borne that out. That legally, medically, using, okay, we're responsible, presuming we're healthy. We're not unhealthy in other ways that eliminates our ability to be circumspect, but that we're responsible for what we do and don't nurture inside of us. And there are plenty of things we could decide to nurture anger and hatred about. I could think of slights, difficulties, whether it's something someone else has done to me, or I could blame fate, or I could be mad at God or the world. We can all make those choices, and we're responsible for them, or for recognizing things in us that, like, oh, I too have that in me, but I don't want to nurture that. I don't want to foster that, or do I choose to nurture and foster that? And I think ultimately, a subject of Hitler as evil, if Hitler had kept winning and winning, right? I think ultimately he would have been the only person on earth, right? And I really do believe that ultimately everyone, everything else would be killed because it's such destruction, right? Destroy everything, right? And probably when that didn't work, then there's the destruction of the self, right? Because nothing soothes envy that is stoked by the sort of flames of evil. And what you see is more and more anger and more frustration, which is why I really do believe someone like that, who nurtured evil in themselves that way, ultimately would destroy. They'd be like him and one other person.
I think that's really powerfully said. But even just to return to the jealousy versus envy, I still think that it's the same flame, and envy is just the bigger version of it. So I think I just, in my own personal life, I've felt jealousy towards others, like you said, like, oh, this person has a, I don't know, cooler thing, trinket, whatever trinket I cared about. And usually it's when somebody's really close to the trinket you're building. And I early on, like in my teens, I realized that just empirically speaking, that jealousy over a period of a week just doesn't feel good. And it's not productive. It doesn't help me build a better trinket. Um, or it does if I turn it not into jealousy towards another person, but into a love for building a better trinket. It's like, oh, cool. Almost, you know what, like proactively speaking, and later in life, like people like Joe Rogan actually have been really powerful in this for me, just as a fan of his, to celebrate other people. So it's almost as opposed to ignoring that other person with a cool trinket, it's like celebrating their awesomeness. In my mind, like just saying how awesome that humans are able to do that, and actually just how awesome is that exact person at being able to do that.
Yeah.
And that somehow made me more capable to build my own trinket better.
Yeah.
And it feels good also. Like it makes me feel happy.
And now you're not jealous anymore,
You're not jealous anymore.
right? And that's why I think jealousy is different, right? Because you're saying there's a week of jealousy, like, I don't like this, right? I don't like. But if you take that in a way that says, wait a second, actually, this is awesome. This is fabulous. And this person did this. That person's awesome, right? Then what you're not raining on anyone's parade, right? And in not doing that, even inside your own mind, you gain a greater cognizance of your own capability, right? Well, if he can do that or she can do that, why can't I too? Like I want to make a better trinket too, right?
Yeah.
Now you're thinking creatively. Nowhere in there was the emergence of evil.
I just disagree with that. I think there was a choice made where I looked at if my life was darker, more difficult. I think it has nothing to do with the actual little flame of jealousy I felt. I think it has to do a lot more with the other context. If my life were more difficult, there was more abuse, there was more challenges. I think that decision, I could have made that decision in a different direction.
Yes.
Maybe I don't know. Yeah, you've written brilliantly about trauma. If there's a bit more trauma as the background noise of my decision making, I would be more likely to not be able to pull away from the gravitational field of that jealousy and build. So I think I disagree with the brilliant a person, but like I feel like that flame has the capacity to engulf the whole world. I guess the initial flame of jealousy is a little bit like, especially the younger you are, it's almost like a habit that you get to build in either direction. Because I've early on built a habit of saying I'm going to channel that jealousy into productivity and into celebrating other people, and that jealousy disappeared. That was like a little discovery for me. I discovered that. Like that doesn't come. Nobody tells that to you. You kind of discover that little thing. I could have easily not discovered it. I could have easily discovered that it kind of feels good to like mess with that other person, to like think shitty thoughts, think negative thoughts, do negative things to that other person. Because that could also, I just think the capacity in that initial feeling is there. And I think it's a decision we make. Because like otherwise, I think it dissolves responsibility. Like, well, surely I'm not Hitler. Therefore, this jealousy is normal. No, I just feel like every jealousy has the capacity to turn into maybe not Hitler, but a toxicity that destroys in a small way in your own little private life, but it could destroy.
I agree that jealousy can bring us dangerously close to envy. I mean, maybe let's see if a heuristic we could agree on, right? Let's see. So let's say, okay, if we look at the terrain of the mind as geography, right? So if I'm feeling happy, satisfied, probably like I'm pretty far from envy land, right? Right. But if I'm feeling jealousy now, I'm coming kind of closer to that border, right? And I think it's a big thing to go over the border, right? The border isn't a gray area, right? There's a border to go over, and I think that I agree completely. One, certainly about trauma. That the more trauma there is, because then the more misunderstandings there are about self, and feeling that I'm not good enough, and then that can be anger about why and who might be oppressing me, and I hate myself and everyone else who seems to be better. So the trauma can drive us in these negative directions, but we're still crossing over something, right? So if you have the trinket, and I think that's awesome, I want that. I want to work harder. What I could do though is I could sneak in tonight when no one's around, and I could move something. No, I don't want to do that, right? But it's like I came over the border a little bit, and I thought maybe that's a better way. But then I came back, right? And we're responsible for that, right? Because it is a choice to say, I don't want to work hard. I'm already working. How hard? I don't want to make my trinket better. I want to think mine's the best one. I could destroy yours, right? And we're letting our mind go over that border. And do we say, right, run that forward, right? Let's run that forward. If people around us who feel the same way and start doing it so we think less of ourselves, we debase ourselves, do we run headlong in, or do we come over that boundary? And that's maybe the capacity for evil in us, that we come over that boundary, all of us, right, at times. But do we come over it and then say, no, that's not my choice. That's not my self-definition. I'm coming back.
But I'm trying to justify maybe there's certain other sociological forces that help us cross the border too. So in Nazi Germany, we've been talking about Hitler, but then there's also the German people. And so maybe when there's a bit of a mass hysteria, so all these effects of like combination of propaganda with the small jealousies and resentments of the people that don't cross the border, together they can, with great charismatic leaders that sort of really fuel that fire that we feel when we're part of the crowd. So maybe those individual kind of psychological barriers we have to take that leap from jealousy to envy, those can be made easier. The leap can be catalyzed to this massive
100%. 100%. I think that to me is a massive point. We're talking about layers of emergence, right? So if there's individual consciousness, then there's culture, right? And we're products of the soup we swim in, so to speak. People would say that when I was growing up, right? We're products of the soup we swim in. So if the soup that we're swimming in is the soup of hatred, right? Then it's going to foster all of those things. So when you think about, just in a painting with a very broad brush, the culture created in Germany prior to the Second World War, and like what was the impact of the reparations after the First World War, right? Of the punishing reparations, impoverishment, and basically humiliation, right? That people were feeling. Okay, like there were a whole bunch of decisions that impacted that cultural perspective, right? Then there must have been aspects, just like I see in many ways parallels in America now of what are our standards for what we're communicating to others, right? How is the media deciding like what's real, what's not real, what's true, what's not true, what's hatred that is only going to do evil versus what's hatred that's okay because I might sell something by putting it out there. I mean, that was we know that was going on in Germany during the rise of the Nazis, and I think there's a parallel to do we value truth? Can we stand together and say no matter how much I might disagree with you politically, right? We can still understand like that there's right and there's wrong, right? There's truth and there's lies, right? So I think those are just two examples of determinants of culture, and then the culture is a determinant of is someone like Hitler marginalized? It's like that's a crazy evil person. Oh my goodness, like, whoa, right? Or is that someone who gains a greater following and more adherence, and then there starts to be a momentum because why? What do demagogues do? I think they have a giant lasso and they harness the envy of thousands upon thousands of people. That's right. You feel worse about yourself too. Doesn't matter what the reasons are. Maybe it's your childhood. Maybe it's none. Maybe it's job failings. Maybe it's professional.
Tell him, Rosie.
Doesn't matter. You have envy too. Let's put it together.
Rosie O'Donnell preps the only time she ever looked very good. I don't know if you said very
Which is
good.
a lie.
She looked great though.
So we
And,
talked about envy. Where
the
does, from
Flintstones.
a leader perspective,
Yeah,
things like
Betty
narcissism
was-
or
she looked great.
sociopathy, psychopathy come into play? What can you make of the world we live in? Maybe the leaders that run the world from the perspective, from the lens of narcissism.
I am struck. 20 years of doing what I do now. I've been a psychiatrist for
Word,
20
girl.
years, and I practice in so many different settings, and I consult in different settings. I've been fortunate to have a very wide
What in the
purview
fuck
of
sound is
what's going on
that?
with people and in the world around us. And I am struck with amazement that of all the things I see that are, say, abnormal, say, from the mental health perspective, this could be depression, panic attacks, hearing voices, addiction. There's so many things. We cover everything. That narcissism is not frequent compared to a lot of other things. So it's small in terms of say narcissistic diagnosis, right? It's much less than many other things, but it causes the lion's share. I don't just mean the most compared to anything else, but I think more than 50%, the majority of bad things, evil things, destructive things that I see in the world around us. I think narcissists are wildly destructive because they are driven completely, they are lodged completely in the lane of envy.
You try to sneak up, and we don't want to be lost in definitions, but can you try to sneak up to a definition, non-clinical definition of narcissism that we're talking about?
So narcissism is a deep, pervasive, and unquestioned sense of inadequacy in the self that comes along with anger and fear and vulnerability, fear of destruction, fear of annihilation, that is compensated for by aggression, by the mechanics of envy, by trying to make the self seem better at the expense of others, by taking from others, by being completely cavalier to the thoughts and feelings of others. That narcissism is not arrogance. Narcissism is the opposite of arrogance. There is such a deep sense of inadequacy and incompetence in the self that the defensive structure around that becomes dominated by a rocket fueled envy.
So the machinery of narcissism is envy, but what do you make of the kind of more popularly discussed kind of symptom of narcissism, which is a seeming not caring about other people, sort of a very inward-facing focus in terms of the calculation you make when making decisions about the world?
Narcissistic people definitely care about other people, right? It's the people who are schizoid, right, who say that don't necessarily register other people, right? But narcissism, people care about other people, but it's entirely vis-a-vis the self, right? If I'm schizoid, I don't really notice or care much who you are, right? But if I'm narcissistic, I absolutely care because I'm watching every last detail of you. What might you have that demographics of people, but the priority, the goal is entirely about the self, which is why it can become easy to say, I don't care if a million people die. Right? That's how different is that from going out and destroying one person or a million people, right? It's in the same category of those people only, their existence is only meaningful in how it relates to me.
But it's still meaningful. It just seems like a very difficult leap to take. That I don't care that a million people die. That seems to be, even with envy, that seems to be a big like feeling and thought to have if you at all care about them. Are other people, I guess, tools for alleviation of your sense of inadequacy?
Right. I mean, I don't even care about in that like being caring at all. I mean, caring about in that noticing that a person exists. Right. I mean, someone who wants money and notices that there's $100 bill out cares about that. They don't care about the $100 bill, and that doesn't mean anything to them. It's not thoughts and feelings, but it's going to attract attention. They care about it because it's something that they want. Right. The same way people will care about others, but only from the perspective of, do you have things that I want, or can I feel better about myself by taking something from you, by making things worse for you?
People often talk about narcissism as like the opposite of empathy. But sort of empathy, again, depends how you define it, but is a careful consideration of the mental space of another person, how the other person sees the world. And so you're kind of saying that narcissistic people would also be very good at that in order to understand how maybe the other person could be manipulated or something to alleviate your sense of inadequacy.
Right. So there's a difference between the mechanics of empathy. So let's say, and we can define things different ways. Let's say empathic attunement is the ability to be attuned, and to think, okay, what's going on in you? What might you be thinking? What might you be feeling? And some people have a lot of empathic attunement, but that's we can look at that as mechanistic, right? It doesn't equate to care, right? And empathic attunement can come along with empathy or not. Right. So yes, people who are narcissistic, they can mentalize well. They mentalize meaning the ability to understand or to consider thoughts, feelings, motivations in other people. Right. So people who are narcissistic can have empathic attunement or mentalization, depending upon how we want to describe those things. But that has nothing to do with care, with actual empathy or kindness or consideration.
So in that sense, empathy, usually popularly used, means that you care, like your happiness is aligned. This is I need to read this book. I've read so little science fiction. That's been one of my goals for this year, to catch up on some science fiction. So Robert Hyland from Stranger in a Strange Land has this quote about love, which is, love is that condition where another person's happiness is essential to your own. So that's a good definition, I guess, of empathy, where yeah, you're very sensitive, so mechanistically very sensitive to the state of another person's mind, and your goal is to maximize their happiness. It's like essential to your own happiness. The happinesses are aligned, and when that's like elevated to its highest forms, you can call that love, romantic love, friendship, and so on. Okay.
There's one more thing about the narcissist is some people can be sort of benign narcissists, where they want great things for themselves, right? But if they have enough great things, they can sort of tolerate others being happy too. And these are people who sometimes are actually quite highly liked, right? Because they have to have the most money, the most power, the most of anything more than anyone else could challenge. But as long as I have that, it's okay that you have some too, right? And then that can make you happy and can make you like it, right? So benign narcissists can be well liked from that perspective, but it's still all about them, and that can change if, for example, there's a scarcity of resources now, right? But they're not people who are being overtly destructive, although that they're over the border into the envy territory, right? Malignant narcissists are very different, where they then want to have everything. So even if I have 1,000 times more than you do, I still envy you what you have, because I want to have. I don't think I can feel good enough about myself once I have everything. And once I have everything, I won't feel good enough about myself either, and then I'll have to have more, right? It's That's malignant narcissism, which we think of as sociopathy, right? And again, we can define these words in different ways, but they're very, very negative concepts. That's profound sociopathy, malignant narcissism, envy written off.
So sociopathy is malignant narcissism. That's a convenient way to think about it.
No, because we can do sort of sociopathic things, but not be sociopathic. Like, well, we don't
Right.
tell a white lie. It's like sort of sociopathy on steroids, right? Is then, envy writ large is malignant narcissism.
Well, it's just like you're saying, like there's empathic attunement, as you said. So there's the mechanistic aspect of empathy and sociopathy, and then there's the big label you get attached if you're just doing that thing regularly, I guess.
Living your life through that lens.
Yeah.
Right?
And is there a nice spectrum that's like narcissism, sociopathy, and psychopathy? Is it all the same kind of nice stroll through the woods toward off the cliff? Or?
Not really, because the words don't have clear definitions like psychopathy and sociopathy. There's no real definition of psychopath or psychopathy. Right? Does that mean someone's sociopathic but psychotic? Like, there's really not. We end up using those words colloquially, right? Which is why concepts that we can define, like envy, empathic attunement, narcissism, even though there might be nuances and definitions, like we can define them in ways that are widely accepted, including within psychology and psychiatry.
So it's nice to just think about this broad umbrella of narcissism and the levels to which it's benign or malignant, and then also separating into the different mechanisms, like interaction by interaction, which sometimes can be narcissistic, but broadly speaking, you do everything through the lens of malignant narcissism. That makes you a sociopath or a malignant narcissist.
Yeah, and the thing I would add to that is the thought about culture. Right? It's like, how does the cultures we're in, whether it's the culture of a household, right, the culture of a community, the culture of a nation or the world, right, how does that impact what unfolds in that person, and then how does what unfolds in that person impact that culture?
Well, that's the question is what unfolds in that person. Yeah, how does culture affect it, but how does your own psychological development unfold that? Because narcissism in leaders is the most impactful thing, right? Who are the most impactful individuals? Well, what is the most impactful individual psychology we have? It's usually leaders of countries or leaders of major organizations and so on. And one of the things you mentioned was benign narcissism. That seems to be aligned with success, right? If you care about your own success, that's going to be, you're more likely to have narcissistic tendencies, I suppose. And so my question is, when you follow that thread of narcissism to become the leader of a country, now you have a lot of new, interesting psychological complexities to deal with, like power. That old cliche that power corrupts. Is it possible for power to corrupt the human mind to where it pushes you farther and farther into malignant narcissism, into this destructive envy? What are your thoughts on power, like the effect of power on the human mind?
Power is it's an accentuator, right? An intensifier. Right? So I think it is true that there are people who can be live in a gray area where there are malignant narcissistic tendencies and behaviors, but there are also ways in which that person can think outside of themselves and think in a broader way and think sort of kindly about others, and they're trying to navigate, whether they're aware or not, that they're trying to navigate between one and the other, and then the allure of power is, well, just exercise that power and you'll feel better, right? It'll show you, right, that you're good enough. Look at the power you have, and whatever may be going on in the person's mind, that then power, yes, can corrupt, yes. I think that's why we have to have checks and balances, right? Because we don't, we're all inscrutable to ourselves, let alone to others. So we must have checks and balances, and we should always have them on ourselves as well as on others. We should want that for the health of ourselves and the world around us. So I think all of that is true, but there are also people who don't necessarily become corrupted by power, right? That there can be an understanding and a grounding that they're a steward of power, right? A shepherd. The ways people describe utilizing power and utilizing it in a benign way how do you feel humility? Those things are incompatible with narcissism, envy, right? With the bad pole of things that we're talking about. And part of the reason I'm so focused in my work and in really what runs through all of my thoughts about life is that the impact of trauma, right? Because trauma, creates these false lessons and it walls us off of truth, and it starts to point towards the unhealthy ways of trying to feel better about ourselves. But we have the health in us too. We have those seeds of health too that can grow into being a steward of power and sharing power, being considerate and kind. And we see a lot of that in the world too, right? It's not all just the evil. We see plenty of people who do good and who are generous of spirit, and we have both in us. And it is, I think, you're talking about our culture and what the seeds that we sow and the climate that we set, including putting governors and boundaries around like how do we rein in or say that the more aggressive, the more envious or destructive is unacceptable, right? How do we foster the part that's kind and considerate and reflective and slow to judge of like, hey, let's learn a little bit more. Like, how do we foster that? And I think a lot of that comes back to early childhood education. I mean, I think we don't do nearly enough to protect children, and as a corollary to that, we don't do nearly enough to educate children. I'm saying I want to write a book. Second book I write is gonna be everything I needed to know about life. I learned as a second year postgraduate psychiatry resident. It's like, why? Why then did I learn so much about unconscious motivation, about the impact of trauma, about how we can be envious and how we can act out, even about how our emotions trump logic in us. Like, why don't we teach these things when we're young enough to understand? Like, why is that other kid bullying me, right? Or why, just because I'm a little bit bigger, do I want to go thump that other kid on the head? Like, what's going on? That we don't do those things. We're tripping ahead of ourselves, and we don't stop and think. How are we using our resources? How are we shepherding forward the next generation? Which, by the way, is a generation that's going to determine our things too, right? As we get older, but we don't do that. I often think of like in the Olympics, and you see like this great sprinters, right? And they've got to come out of the blocks perfectly, right? So if they come out of the blocks a little bit too fast, they're going to fall over, right? They're going to just fall forward. And I often see that in my head about us as humans and as a culture that we're rushing so far forward. We don't stop and say, wait, let's keep the basics here, the basic techniques of like how are we navigating forward in life, or do we just throw all those away because I can get some benefit by saying that you're bad, even though what's being leveled against you is wrong, right? Like, why? Why do I take that, or do I say no? That there's something more important here that we want to shepherd forward in ourselves as a culture. And I think preventing childhood trauma and changing the ways that we educate children and adults could again make a sea change and maybe set us on a course towards towards a greater likelihood of survival.
Yeah, so talking to like people in elementary school about human nature and teaching them how people can be resentful and envious, and how to deal with your emotions, how to there's these basic interaction things about human relationships, about friendships, about betrayal, about love, about all those things. Like it's actually strange that we kind of hope the parents talk about that kind of stuff,
Right.
but then the parents often need therapy themselves.
But parents didn't learn it. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not joking that I was mad. Second year after medical school, like, how is it? Like, I think of these things in my own life, and how how much shame I felt after my brother's suicide. I was already an adult, right? As a young adult, but I felt so much shame. I didn't like. I had no understanding that like it's a reflex to trauma, right? To feel guilt and shame, and then of course I was feeling that. It didn't mean it was true because I felt it, but I mapped the fact that I felt ashamed to the fact that I should have felt guilty and ashamed, and it like led to some very negative things in my life. I had to sort of pull myself back from and recover from, and like I didn't know that, right? I didn't know the automaticity of the reflex and how pervasive it can be and how it can put blinders on us. And I mean, it's just one example, but it's an example of something big that happens to people that we don't learn about. And I find myself sometimes having conversations with a person, say, thing. I still do a lot of clinical care. I'm having conversations with a person after a tragedy, and I'm saying, I can't believe, right? Again, I'm saying the things that this person didn't learn in elementary school because like none of us did, right? And then look at the misery and the suffering. And then I think this is one person on how many millions among us who, try and go about their way without knowing things that are easily knowable, because they don't even know that they're knowable because we don't.
So how to deal with trauma? The trauma happens, first of all. That suffering can happen, and small trauma and big trauma, all of it can happen, and there's natural ways to deal with it. So, in the case of trauma, as you write about, and we can also just talk about some more of the details of that, but it's good to bring it to the surface, to talk about it, to not be ashamed to hide it inside, to be some kind of secret. That it's actually, there's a lot of positive things to say here, at least from my perspective. One is it's discussing trauma, dealing with trauma together with other human beings by talking about it is a path to deep friendship and intimacy with those people. Uh, there's a dark aspect to trauma, to war, that communicating it or sharing it bonds you. Yeah. So like the other side of trauma is like love. is You need that hardship, not you don't need it. But hardship and trauma can often be a catalyst for a deep human connection if you bring it to the surface as opposed to kind of hide it on the inside. If we could just linger on it, because you've been through a few very traumatic events in your life. When you were 25 years old, as you mentioned, your brother committed suicide. What did that event teach you about life, about death, and about the human mind?
It certainly brought me face to face with the truths of life and death, because I had not had a major trauma before then. So the major traumas that have been my developmental years, that what can count omnipotence defense, right? I mean, the thought is that when we're toddlers, we'll have an omnipotence defense, which is like, I can just try and get up and run and move, and if I run into something, I'll get up and do it again, right? I mean, we kind of have to, and it's part of the protection of the parent, etc. But we think we can get out there in the world and do things, and we just do. And if we don't have major traumas, we can sort of carry through that. Oh, like bad things aren't going to happen, like I know that they're there and they happen to people, but they don't happen to me, right? And sometimes what will happen is being confronted with such a tragedy wipes that away very, very quickly, and then the person feels extremely exposed. Like, oh, I thought that like I was going to be okay, and now I know that I'm not, and that can start to lead to, what does that mean? And now, is this all coming for me? Now, did I get so lucky for 25 years, nothing bad happened, nothing but bad things are going to be happening? Am I cursed? Is my family cursed? Right? And I think that leads to, say, what the learning about the human mind.
Why are people so
In
fucking
retrospect,
obsessed?
I think I understood at the time to some degree, but not like I do now. I put words to it now, right? Like
They
how
suck.
incredibly important, powerfully important negative emotion is, right? And how a sense of guilt and shame and vulnerability can just pervade our entire life perspective. So all of a sudden we're swimming in a very different soup, and it's a frightening soup, and it's a toxic soup. And I'm most struck by that, and that goes along with the idea that like we're not taught that emotion always beats logic. Like I think the idea of Descartes and the idea that we're rational creatures, kind of comes down to us through Western thought, is like completely not true. Like we're rational creatures only if there is an emotion grabbing for our attention, right? Like, we're attending to one another. We're being very logical, right? What we're doing now, if we heard a frightening noise right outside the door, like we'd be entirely different, right? The emotion would trump everything. Like, stop paying attention to this, right? Now safety is at stake, and we think differently, feel differently, behave differently, right? And this is what happens to us, not just in situations where something drags us yanks from one emotional state to another, but it can be very, very pervasive. So my sense of anger, frustration, inadequacy, and then soothing in unhealthy ways, soothing by drinking too much, and then kind of hating myself in the first place, and hating the world around me, and then starting to think, well, who cares? What happens? Like there's some very dark thoughts, and choices that came from a changed perspective of self and the world.
So what do you do when that, because of trauma, or again, small or large, you find yourself swimming or drowning in a soup of negative emotion? What do you do? What do you do with that emotion? I mean, we don't have to even talk about trauma. As I think the interesting thing is, you know, any one of us throughout the day can find ourselves taking a bit of a dip in a pool of negative emotion. What do we do with that?
The first thing is to separate how we feel from what's true. Because we don't do a good job of that as humans. If I feel bad about myself, it's very easy to then I conclude like I'm bad. Right? If I feel ashamed of myself, I conclude I'm a terrible person who's shameful. Right? This is there's an old psychodynamic concept of what they used to call it an observing ego. It still gets called that. It's not ego in the sense of arrogance, but it's the ability to step outside and to see ourselves. Right? So that's what lets us keep the difference between our feelings, right, and what we know to be true. If we could be very angry at someone, I think that person's terrible. I think that person's stupid. I think that right now because like something negative just passed between us. This inside of me, it's just because of how I feel. Like when I can separate that. How do I actually think about that person, right? And we get driven so frequently by how we feel because how we think, therefore what we believe, right, just kind of comes on its heels as if the feeling is dragging it along. And I've been struck by that. It's one of the things that has struck me the most, right, among the very most in 20 years of working as a psychiatrist, is how we are led by our feelings, our emotions, as if they are truth. And then they create truth because we embrace what they're telling us as truth. And that is, I think, incredibly, I think it's how people learn prejudice. I think it's how people learn self-hatred. I think it's how we learn so many destructive behaviors. And then the blinders on us come in more and more and more and more. So separate, we're driven by what we feel unless we understand that what we feel is different from what we know to be true or what we can decide on one way or another.
And that requires realizing and catching the emotions themselves, realizing that's an emotion. A feeling comes into your mind, overtakes you, a feeling of anger, dislike, hatred, all of that just comes in. Like, why did that person just cut me off in traffic? Something like that feeling. So what, you just kind of take it as a feeling and realize it's a feeling that doesn't represent some deep reality about the world that's fundamental, or you. And you just kind of watch it and let it pass. It's just the natural way of things.
Yeah. Or decide if it means anything. Yeah. If I'm mad, right, someone cut me off and I feel hatred and I want to destroy them, right? To stop and think, look, I've got that in me. I can, are the stressors running too high in my life? Like, is it really good? Should I be on this road 10 minutes behind schedule? Like, what am I really doing? So we can learn, but yes, it's an observation skill, right? And it's an observation skill that we can develop. I often think of it. There was something called the tapestry theory, which I think initially was a theodicy of explaining. I believe this is true. I'm not really sure of this. That the idea was that we don't see God's plan because we're up too close to it, right? Like as if it was a beautiful tapestry on the wall, and we're standing right up it. We're only going to see one part of it. We need to stand back from it. And I remember learning that in religion studies class, and really fascinated with that at the time. And I think that there are a lot of things we do that about, right? And in training ourselves to have an observing ego, what we're saying is, hey, the busyness of life or my own impulses or the pool of emotions are trying to pull me up right close to whatever tapestry there is there. And I want to sort of resist that. I mean, I'm better off if I really stay further behind it, and then I make a choice if I want to come close to it. If there's some really positive emotion, or it's friendship, or it's love, or it's nurturing, you know what? Let me come right up to this, right? But I want to choose when I'm doing that. I don't want some drive I didn't decide to like take me by the back of the head and put me up against that tapestry.
So the interesting exercise for me, and I think for a lot of people in modern civilization, is the internet with social media. That it's almost like going to the gym or something like that. At least that's the way I see it. because there's a bunch of forces on social media that are trying to make you feel things. Most of it is kind of in the negative space of feelings, because there is actually a strong gravity pull to negative feelings for some reason, and so the brain notices them more. I don't know what that pull is, but it's there, and you get to observe it on social media. Like if you actually just scroll through social media, you feel the gravitational pull of negative emotions. And I just see it as a kind of exercise. Like you feel the pull, just like when you go to the gym, there's a resistance. And I practice like stepping away to look at the tapestry, right? And there's different mechanisms I think all of us have to learn. For me, there's a kind of, you mentioned gratitude and humility. So like if somebody, if it's me personally, I've recently had an attack here and there. If they're saying that they're much smarter than me, I practice kind of humility, like you mentioned. And I kind of imagine that they are smarter than me. Those things like help me to kind of like pull away, like, and then maybe they have a lesson to teach me. Like I don't take their sort of negative comments to heart, but I imagine a human being and like that they might have a lesson to teach me. And in general, when it's more amorphous kind of negative feeling, I think the other thing is the gratitude, just like different versions, almost memefiable versions of like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like we got a thing going here. There's like human civilization, like bickering and having a little fun, like lunch food fight, and it's kind of cool. Like we get to interact in this way, and there's a bit of humor. It's like Thanksgiving dinner. Like if you like Thanksgiving dinner, if you're arguing about politics, it can feel like really intense. Like I can't believe you said this. If you zoom out, it's like family. This is amazing. So that kind of feeling really helps. But it's like it really is like going to the gym. It's like building up a muscle to be able to pull away from those emotions. I don't think I get to practice that kind of emotion in regular day-to-day life. It's like you can't. It's hard to get those reps. On social media, you can really get the reps in. It's kind of cool. Like that's the way I see social media. It's a chance to sort of practice that dosage of like gratitude, of humility, of loving other people in the face of this negative emotion, all that. Yes, and there's a certain kind of psychotherapy that talks a lot about this idea that like, oh, everything is as it should be, right? Which doesn't mean from some moral or justice point. It's just that often if you look at things, one thing leads to another, in a way that's actually very, very predictable, even though we might be surprised about it, right? And so an example, so I would say that gratitude often does come along with a healthy pride, right? So you could say, in the example you gave, hey, I'm being assailed on social media. Okay. So you said, well, there was a time I set forth to impact people, right? To be able to reach people and to impact them, right? And look, I feel a sense of both gratitude and pride that I've done that, right? Because you did it because of your effort, right? Your work, your intelligence, your thoughts, like you're responsible for it, right? But also, you feel gratitude because any one of us who's here and has any opportunity has reason to feel immense gratitude, right? So then you can say, okay, what's actually going on here is something successful. I set out to do something, and I'm doing it, right? And what it brings with it absolutely includes being a saint. There's no surprise there, right? That because people who have anything good serve as lightning rods for envy. So then, yes, there will be people who want to make up lies or whatever they want to do because you become a lightning rod for envy by having succeeded at the things you set out to do, about which you can feel a healthy pride and gratitude, right? And then I think that kind of puts it in its place. I mean, you're still going to make decisions about it, but it makes sense then. Like you have a mechanism of understanding it that not only makes sense to you, but reflects the truth of what you actually have done and achieved and what's going on in the world around you. Well, I wonder if we're all kind of a little bit unique in this, because for me, maybe it's useful to kind of talk to my own experience of it. Is for me, I try to avoid, especially in those situations, to feel pride, because I'm just looking empirically. I feel way happier if I focus on humility. If I ever think of like, oh yeah, when you do something meaningful or you become more popular, you're going to experience these kinds of. I feel the attacks more, and it's like me versus the world. That's the feeling that you start getting, and that does not create a pleasant feeling. So to me, the pleasant feeling is like stepping away, like kind of laughing at it all, right? Like with a smile, and not like in a negative, like laughing at people, but just like laughing at the theater of it, the circus of it, like this whole absurd existence we got going on, and then just having a humility in like everybody has a lesson to teach me. That just makes me feel good. The pride thing, I do like feeling when in a positive pool of emotion. So if I'm building a trinket and I finish it, I'm like really happy with myself. Like I finished this thing, and I usually like to do that alone. Like I don't need an audience for pride. I like to sit there and just like, ooh, this is cool. I did that. But I find that in social interactions, pride is just a danger. It's a dangerous drug for me because it like such a small. It's a small step away from then losing all the humility, and then you start getting very defensive, and that's not going to. It's just starts you on a spiral of negative emotion. But I also, I mean, with everybody, you mentioned this, and we'll probably sneak up to it in different directions. Um, I do think there's different brains that we all have. Like my brain is exceptionally self-critical, like nonstop. It's like an engine that's always there, and but at the same time, I'm able to zoom out and have gratitude, and just it's as if there's like two brains, and they're like cohabitating happily. And I can, the better I get at this, the more I can use the one that's self-critical. When I'm trying to be productive, it's naturally I'm super lazy. If I'm trying not to be less lazy, I'll be self-critical. And then when I'm not being lazy, when if there's a special moment, I want to enjoy that moment, I'll turn on the gratitude engine. I feel like generic advice that people give, if your brain is self-critical, that's not a good thing. Like you should probably get rid of that. I don't know about that because it seems to be working. Like I kind of like it. I kind of like this grumpy old man that's in there. That's like that thing you did that really sucked. I was like, I kind of, there's a movie Grumpy Old Man. Like I like that the grumpy cat is in there. And it's nice, but yeah, it can have bad effects on relationships and on maybe my well-being. Maybe as you get older and all that kind of stuff. So you have to monitor all this kind of stuff. But I don't know. I don't know which one is like because you've kind of highlighted it's good to have gratitude and humility. But it's also good to have a little bit of pride. I wonder what that like set of ingredients for healthy life looks like for each of us. Whether we have to customize, figure out what that is. Because some of the cake is already baked is the problem. And because of the trauma, like if I was like 8 years old, maybe I could be a little more flexible. But at this point, like you got the thing you got, it's hard to like fix
do
it.
a lot with it.
You could.
It may not be easy, but there's a lot of plasticity and a lot of pliability there.
Across all ages.
And again, people are different, and there may be idiosyncrasies of why one person is in a different place. But as a general rule, I think the answer is absolutely yes. And people have evolved and have worked with people who really changed themselves and broadened their conception and understanding in their 80s. I think we can do it at any stage of life. And I would make a case for intrapsychic, so not between people necessarily, right? But inside of oneself for the feeling of pride. And maybe if we call it self-esteem, right? Let's say we call it self-esteem, right? Or we could call it healthy pride. We could put either word to it. But if we think about what we're trying to avoid, is say a sense of inadequacy, then it is good to sort of own what's ours. We can put ourselves a little bit out of balance, either in terms of building up resentment or in terms of decreasing self-confidence, if we're not owning everything that's ours, right? So a thought I would have about, let's say about some pride or some self-esteem, right, is it can work against vulnerability, right, which we know can also in some situations push us towards jumping the boundary into envy and all of that. So let's think about vulnerability. If you conceive, okay, people are assailing me, and you just go to a place of gratitude, it can send a message that, okay, I'm just lucky, and I hope I continue to get lucky, as opposed to like that's not true, right? Like there's ability inside of me and discernment inside of me that tells me I can have a greater sense of confidence that I'll navigate what comes my way, right? So because the pride or the self-esteem part is owning what we've contributed to the goodness we've created, right? Which does, in effect, help us feel better about ourselves, and it also helps us feel armed against, say, the slings and arrows of whatever outrageous forces may come in. I don't know. Again, disagreeing with that. Yeah, I think that's generally good advice, but I think you mentioned vulnerability. I think it's like I've just been doing a lot of research on rocket engines and a lot of fuel. Speaking of fuel, I just think I get a lot from being vulnerable. Being vulnerable leads to intimacy in friendships and relationships. I get a lot from being intimately close to human beings, just on a friendship, on like a ideal level, conversations and so on. And so I would rather err on the side of vulnerability. Okay, to me, pride is destructive. I think I already have a pretty good engine that says like life is awesome. I don't need help for that. It's fine. That one's working. I just feel like the way to face the world that's full of uncertainty, that could be full of cruelty, is with humility and gratitude. I don't know. I think this pride thing, it feels like I know that for a lot of people, it's really important to really really work on pride to make sure they don't crumble under the pressure of like they don't give into the insecurities of this person. Right? For me, empirically speaking, I seem to be happier facing the world with humility and just being grateful. The pride, I'm really worried about. I just it feels more destructive. What I think, as you're telling me that, I don't want to be presumptuous, but I make some thoughts, some conclusions that tell me, hey, you're in a pretty healthy place, right? And the reason I say that is because I agree completely about vulnerability. We think that humility and gratitude make us vulnerable, right? Like, wow, I'm grateful, thank you, I'm grateful for you. We could get shut down or something, think that could happen, and we could take us through that. So yes, we need vulnerability. If we try and eliminate vulnerability, we're living miles into the envy, land, right? So you're describing a healthy vulnerability, but then my brain says that's because on the other side of this seesaw, so to speak, has to be a healthy sense of self. Whether we call it self-esteem or healthy pride, and then I'll cite what I think is the evidence for that is you describe the negative, right, as like the grumpy, right? But that's a good negative voice, right? Because it's telling you like, hey, that wasn't your best. Like, come on, do better, or right? Like, you can do better. Like, there's a negative voice in some ways, but if we're using it, right, where that voice could be, it could be a negative voice that says, you didn't do that well because you suck. You don't deserve anything good, right? Why should you even be alive, right? I mean, like, that's the negative voice that can gain so much force if there isn't a balance of healthy self-esteem. So I think because you're well balanced, you have what you need, and then having more of it seems like, oh, that's not so good. But there are people whose negative voice isn't as grumpy, it's hateful, right? And then that's the person who needs to bring that integrate it out. Yeah, I think my negative voice is like a grumpy cat. It's like a French existentialist, maybe a little bit of a nihilist. It's just kind of sarcastic. Yeah, sarcastic cat. It doesn't get hateful. It's not like a Hitler cat. So it's a little more. Yeah, I guess there's kind of like this line that we come across a couple times between the nine and the million. But of course, you have to monitor that line. I think you have to be careful when you face really difficult situations. As you go on through life, more and more difficult. You face a lot of loss and suffering, especially later in life. You have to be careful with that voice. That grumpy cat can get awfully confident, and then if you don't have any source of positive emotions in your life, you can become too heavy of a burden. which I think just read this book. Well, I think it's a really important fact, right? Like there are some people, a significant subset of people who get happy as they get older. They have more contentment, a stronger sense of self. And they could, how could that ever happen, right? Like we're getting closer to death, we're accumulating insult, right? Again, everything hurts a little bit more. We have like energy and we feel like losses and trauma. Why would anyone be healthier across time, be happier across time? And what we see is it's linked to the different things that we're talking about. Right, it's linked to say, let's say vulnerability versus pride. Like there's a good balance there, right? There's a lot of humility, there's a lot of self-esteem. The person is spending a lot of time standing back from the tapestry and looking at it, right? And then what can come into people is in sort of a sense of equanimity. Like I sort of understand, I'm being the best person I can be. And that's not always even great. And there are things that I don't feel great about even while I'm trying to do that. But those I'm being who I'm choosing to be, right? And that's not in some big way. I'm not saying that means any one specific thing. That means the person who's taking care of their cat and tending their garden. Like that's enough. We have to have, love, the ability to put good things out in the world, right? And to put our ability to work and make things different out into the world and make things better. And if we're doing that, we get happier across time because we come to a sense of peace with ourselves. I'm not supposed to be everything. I'm not supposed to do everything. I'm not supposed to fix everything, right? I'm also not supposed to suffer all the time for the things I haven't gotten right. You know what? I guess I'm kind of, and if we back to Winnicott, right, the British physician, I'm good enough. And that seems to help people feel happy, contentment and be generative and productive and creative life. It's like that's what we all should be wanting. But it's kind of an afterthought. That some people are like that as opposed to wait a second, right? Like what's going on with them? And let's do all of that.
Albert Camus writes in Metaphysical, quote, "There's only one real serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide. Deciding whether or not life is worth living is to answer the fundamental question in philosophy. All other questions follow from that. So basically, to be or not. Do you think there's a truth to that statement? This question of why live at all? Do you think there's truth to that statement being a really, really important question? Yeah. I think the answer is yes. And I think Camus answered it yes too. I love his writing and I think there was a streak of nihilism that I think grew in his writing over the years, and the thought is that Camus died by suicide. We're not sure of that because of the car accident. But I've always read that as the primary scholarly opinion. And I think it's interesting that after his death, a book called The First Man was published, which I don't know if he intended to publish it or remember the specifics about it, but it's about him as a child, right? And it's interesting, the first man, he was the first man in his existence, right? I mean, the one that felt and experienced everything. And there's sadness and distress and all in that book, but there's a beauty of life and living and experience. And I think to compare that beauty, like that's life, even if something's difficult and scary and sad, like there's something beautiful around the corner, and here's a kind person and a new discovery. More what was in him as a child. And I think that we can get jaded as we do. And you and I were just talking about a few minutes ago. We can accentuate the negative and foster the negative and come to a place where we're looking for some in-depth philosophical answer, some thick book, that's going to explain all that to us instead of the simplicity that we've been talking about. I think humility, gratitude helps us have just simple, positive experiences, feelings of contentment, feelings of connection with another person, learning, discovery. And I think the answer to Jamie's question is yes, and I think it lies in his writing about when he was a child, which I think he saw as less important than his later writings and the intellectual heaviness when I think maybe he lost his way a little bit from the things he understood when he was younger. So another way to talk about it, I'd love to think about these broad categories. Really, we started in kindergarten. existentialism, absurdism, and nihilism. And I think when we consider himself an absurdist, not actually an existentialist, it's kind of a middle ground where I think existentialists, I don't want to characterize it in the wrong way, and there's a lot of different definitions, but I think existentialists ultimately do think that there is meaning in sort of pursuing the passion of life and pursuing the motive and living life. That's where you discover the meaning at that individual level of fully embracing life. And I think the nihilism is, again, it's kind of like a spectrum, but nihilism basically says there's no meaning and it doesn't matter, nothing matters. I don't even know, but somehow that lands you in a place that's totally uninspired. Maybe let's disagree with that. Maybe there's a way to live a creative life in a nihilistic mindset. I think absurdism is somewhere in the middle, where pursuing meaning at all is not a good idea. It's kind of like the existentialists say you should be looking for meaning, and it should be discovered in your own actions, in your own life, in a moment. And absurdism says life is absurd, nothing makes sense. Don't look for meaning, look, just be. I think that's kind of the way to come in kind of philosophy. I don't know if you can sort of comment on these kind of nuanced ideas here. If there is no religious guide to your life, what do you think about this kind of search for meaning? Do you see that there's some wisdom in the existentialist perspective of discovering it in your own life, in this passion, in this kind of day-to-day existence, in the moments that you'll have to bring you joy, that kind of thing?
You bring in different perspectives and trying to tease apart, like, what are the differences in them? Right? And I think what it points out is that, okay, we tend to conflate things as human beings, right? And to take two different things and try to make them into one. But we also, I think, on the other end of the spectrum, get very overly reductionist. And I think that when we get too overly reductionist, we lose the ability to learn from it, to regenerate, right? When you think about Sartre, who the thought of existentialism is so consistent with it, right? Who, on the one hand, wrote about, very clear terms, like this is what it is and this is what it isn't, and here's how you're going to make your meaning in a very academically proscribed way. But he also wrote short stories like The Wall, right, where there's something totally absurd happens, right, as part of the story, right? So I think what ends up happening is people either reduce themselves or get associated with something that is, by being overly reductionist, takes us away from it, right? The idea that we don't know if there is an overarching religious meaning, or what we call a religious meaning, we don't know, right? So, okay, we take that as a given that people who say that they know are having faith. As Al Spinoza describes faith, right? Faith is that you don't know, but you believe anyway, right? It's not because you have faith now you know something, right? Because I think that's a slippery slope to the persecution of others, right? So if we say, okay, we don't know, then we're left either deciding, okay, well then the hell with everything. There's a movie, Strange Brew, right? And Bob and Doug McKenzie, where the brakes don't work on the car, and one of them says, oh, why bother steering, right? So if we don't know that there's meaning, why bother steering? Let's just give up the brakes, right? And I don't think that's even what the nihilist said. I mean, I think the Kuhn said we should get rid of everything that we've ever created except Beethoven's Ninth Symphony and start over from there. So even people who are very nihilistic or associated with that, a lot of it is not likely what we have built, right? So if we accept that a lot of what we have built as humans inside of us and outside of us is really counterproductive and doesn't help us, and that absurd things happen in the world, right? And that often the way social structures and systems build up, build themselves up, is absurd. Right? I think our healthcare system operates in a way that's absurd. Right? So if we accept that there are absurdities that we don't know if there's truth, then what are we left with? But let's try and make meaning, right? Or take it, you guys said, but yo soy yo en mi circunstancia, right? I find myself in my circumstance. Right? Like, we can't control everything. We live in circumstances around us, But within those circumstances, we can make decisions and define ourselves. And I think the brilliance of that, and I think tying it all together, right, in a way that's not trying to be, instead of tying it all together by not trying to answer everything concisely. That yes, we can make meaning. Like we see that. If someone sits in front of me, I could walk around them or I could help them up. I mean, no one can tell me that it doesn't matter what I do. I absolutely reject the idea that, oh, I could step over them or on them, or I could help them up and it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, try being the person on the ground. Right? So we create meaning, but we live in our circumstances, and there are absurdities both within us and outside of us in our social structures. And there are a lot of things that pretend to have meanings that don't, and there's the shades of nihilism, but ultimately there's something going on here that's doing the best we can in the context of this not knowing.
I tend to see, I don't know if it's genetic, I tend to think that when you're looking at the number of memes there are, I think many other people are like me. I tend to see the humor in the absurdities. I tend to enjoy it from that kind of angle. I see the tough chaos to make sure of society, different aspects of society, and just kind of notice the magic of the smile. Just laugh at the circus of it all. Because it is magical that the circus all comes together. It's like a little bit out of sync and like got some trombone, but like overall it's pretty good. And we can look at that and just kind of marvel. Yeah, right? Which I think is a relation to at least a lot of what we in the Western world think of as right? Like it's not attached. Because then if it's something absurd and it's like not good for me, but then I accept that too, instead of getting angry about it and railing about it or seeing some constant surveillance by the government. In it, right? I think there's also a healthy non-attachment. So there's the Nietzsche, but also Buddha, kind of spoke of like this suffering. Do you think there's truth to that? That suffering is a fundamental part of life.
I think it is a fundamental part of life. I don't think that means that life is suffering. Right? If we say, well, life is suffering, then what am I doing? That I'm trying to erase from my mind like the birth of my children. Right? Things that were filled with joy, right? But life is not entirely suffering. But life brings a lot of suffering. And for some people, it brings such disproportionate suffering, and the people don't survive the suffering. And I think when people are conscientious and empathic, it really bothers us, right? The suffering in our own lives and the fact that others at times could seem to be so overwhelmed by suffering that they don't even get a chance to see good. And I do think there's truth to that, and there's sadness and distress to that. But to say, therefore, life is suffering, I think is completely untrue. And it ignores the fact that someone even made a trombone, right? There's a little bit out of sync and someone's playing a trombone. Like, that's cool. There's elements of the absurd that you said are neat and interesting. And if we start accepting that we can't understand or control everything, then we can accept and I think really love and foster the beauty.
Yeah, I think the word suffering is doing a little bit too much work. And I think it's probably referring to the philosophical concept that there's this absurdity. That stuff just happens randomly. Evil people succeed, good people fail. There's a seeming random injustice on occasion. And on occasion there's justice. And all of it just feels like, and maybe because it's often there's a lot of loss, and there's a kind of matching complementary aspect to any good feeling that all comes crashing down, like every hello from a physics perspective ends in a goodbye. Like that's a really sad thing. Like all the amazing people I get to meet in my life, all the amazing experiences, eventually they have to end, and that's part of what makes them amazing.
So why is that sad? Is it because we're taught to think And I said, look, at some point you and I are going to say goodbye today. Like, I hope we're richer for it, and then we take that goodness off with us. Like, I want to celebrate that because it's all part of the goodness. I think we're taught to think, oh, that's so bad, and it equates to death and misery. And I think it's often not that. I think there is a sadness too, but I also don't think that sadness is a negative thing. It's a different way to celebrate a beautiful thing. So there's a melancholic nature to it. There's something passing of it leaving. It's that old Louis C.K. thing that I go back to over and over from the show Louis, where he was all heartbroken that he just broke up, with somebody he loved. And he told about that to an old man. And the old man said, "You're a fool. That's the best part. I missed that part. Where you sort of are lingering in that loss, you're feeling the pain of that loss. Because that lasts the longest, the most intense, the most reliable, and it's a kind of celebration of the love you had. It's leaving the love is still a celebration of the love. I think you don't want to over romanticize that. There's some aspect of that, like that melancholic feeling of remembering a beautiful time that's no longer there. It is a kind of celebration, and it's a kind of joyful experience, even though it's very easy to experience it as a negative emotion. I think it's just like you said, it's up to our mind to determine how we can emotionally react. So it's a tricky one, because it's like heartbreak to experience that as a positive thing. People can reminisce a few days, right? And laugh. There's other people who are very, very, very sad and perceive that this person has died and perceive the sadness of it. But in perceiving that and really living in it, then you can have people who want to remember that person by like telling a funny story. Why? Because each of those people carries that with them. So I think what you're saying is consistent with healthy function as human beings, because we're going to encounter sadness and loss. Like, what do we do with that, right? And do we do things that ultimately create some redemption or even reparation inside of us? And the reparation is a big word in psychology, and how we repair damage and loss. So if we lose someone, we're sad, can we, by telling funny stories about that person, remind ourselves that hey, they're still inside of us, whether they're out there looking at me, I don't know, but I can call that person in mind inside of us, and then we have something that's good and beautiful to come to that too. In the introduction to your book on trauma, Lady Gaga wrote it. She wrote the forward, the intro. She said this about you, quote, "I can now say with certainty that this man saved my life. He made life worth living." Let's go to our discussion about the mythicist coming question about why live. So I think, at least to me, she's one of the most brilliant and unique artists ever. So the difficult question, for a question of creativity, what role does trauma play in somebody like that, in this artist that has created some incredible things? What positive, constructive role does trauma serve, and what limiting role in preventing that person from flourishing? Trauma can certainly drive us to creativity, to push against or to protest against what the trauma tells us. What trauma tells us lessons, like nothing matters and you don't matter and nothing will ever be good and nothing is beautiful, and we can push against trauma. There is life in me, there's goodness in me to spread in the world, express and spread. So I think trauma fuels creativity in many, many different ways. Trauma also shuts down creativity, right? The people who are, one example, trauma that escalates to the point where now the person is soothing it with alcohol, one example. And now the impact of the alcohol shuts down everything. So can people be creative and outward thinking without trauma? I think sometimes, if I remember correctly, people will use Immanuel Kant as an example of things. I think, had he traveled much, he didn't have trauma, and like, look at what he did. So, okay, they're going to be exceptions, right? But a lot of our creativity is in some ways fueled by our suffering, although it's complicated because it comes from generative places, right? So those places are there, they're not created by suffering, but maybe suffering makes an incentive or a passion inside of us. And a person, so Stephanie, who you referred to, is just such an incredible, astounding creative force. And sure, some of that comes from trauma, some of it comes from trauma fueling the generative creative places in her. And what I helped her to do, she's very generous with her words, but what I helped her to do was to see all that she is and all that the creativity in her is and all that there is to create through love and caring and compassion and to again see that. I mean, a lot of times that's what I'm doing clinically. I think what good psychiatrists and mental health professionals do is we help people see the beauty that is there, right? Because oftentimes we're way too close up to that tapestry, and what brings us close is often the sadness. So we're up close and all we see is the negative. I mean, it's easy then to get classically nihilistic, but by helping someone take a step back and to see who they are and what's in them, that's how people get better. It's how people re-engage in life.
It's such a difficult thing because if you were to study human beings, it seems like the optimal trajectory is having some trauma that doesn't destroy you, that forces you early in life to really struggle with the intricacies of the human condition. And then later in life, as you form and like you build an expertise on and mastery, start to do exactly what you said, just step back and look at the tapestry. So if you don't have the trauma, it seems like, empirically speaking, there's of course a huge amount of data and all kinds of anecdotal evidence, but and I'm going to be careful here because maybe I'm romanticizing hardship, but it does seem that hardship in childhood, if it doesn't break you, it's constructive. It's like you said, having that trauma, one of the ways to fight it, say, I am worth something. I am, and this is, David Gottlieb talked about this. It's like, this is, I am somebody, I can be somebody special. And I'm going to prove it to you, I'm going to do this big thing. It's this engine that drives you forward. Yeah, comment on that, because like, from a parent's perspective, you want a child to have an easy life, right? You want them to not have hardship, certainly not have trauma. And that's such a difficult dance because in some ways, a little bit of hardship and a gradually increasing amount of hardship that doesn't break you can really develop you into a really interesting, complicated person, and it helps you flourish as a creative being. I don't know what the I don't know if there's a question. I just keep saying random things. No, I think it makes good sense to me. I think if you're trying to get at do we need trauma, and like and how are we defining it, right? Because is it trauma, hardship, difficulty? I mean, we could set aside, we could set apart and differentiate things that are difficult but that are overcomable, right? Versus things that we could use trauma to work on this way, if we chose to, that aren't like entirely negative, like someone saying, "Oh, you can't do that, you'll never succeed because what?" And then they tell you something about yourself, because you're from here, or you're this race, or whatever it is, right? You think, well, that could make someone say, "Hey, I'm going to show you, I'm going to overcome," right? But then they're overcoming something back, right? Like it's just like there's nothing good or helpful about that, right? If someone's saying that, the person has to overcome it. That's different than something that is placed in front of a person where the whole conception of it is something positive that you can make through effort, right? So, I remember, I think I was 15 years old, and some rule where you could then go, I was picking raspberries or blueberries, right? And I think my parents wanted me to see, like, hey, go see how that works. You you get 50 cents at the end of it, right? And then you think about that, and you want to buy baseball cards, or you think about it, and you work hard. And I can remember, like, this was hard, and I was sweating, and I was tired, but I learned from it. It's the reason I remember it today. So yes, parents might want the kids to have a good life, right? But not necessarily an easy life. And I think that was done. They took me to do that, so I had a greater sense of responsibility in the sense of like hard work is meaningful, it's important, and I think that kind of thing is good. But
something that's just animating, prejudicial. I think those things aren't good, but they're unavoidable. So it's not necessarily that when some trauma is good. I would look at it more that some trauma is unavoidable. I mean, it's hard to how do you go through life and not have any losses or anything negative or anything sad. And then people are people. There may be people who have not a lot of that, and then there's a sort of complacency and they don't do as much as they could or do as good as they could. Then there's other people who have a highly attuned emotional. There's people with very highly attuned emotional competency for which a little bit of trauma becomes so intrusive. So it's so much of it is person driven, but I do want to distinguish between things that are purely bad that we might overcome or find some fire in our belly or whatever the case may be, and things that may be boundaries or barriers, either direct purposely placed or not, that in a sense invite us or inform us of the possibility of striving to
Finally into emotional compasses. It's so true that there is that component of it too. It's just almost genetic. How sensitive you are to particular trauma. So little things can have a huge impact. A gigantic thing, serious abuse in childhood can be by some people overcome more easily. And so
it's not just what's the trauma. What's the trauma that makes certain problems? You have to match the trauma to the person, and a big part of what you're matching to is that genetically based characteristic of how finely attuned is that. To have to tune into that.
when you think about, when you just return to childhood, when you think about trauma in childhood, what can we say about the impact of child abuse on the development of a human being?
I think the impact of it is so disproportionately bad, hurtful, compared to things that happen when you're not. And I want to be very careful about how I'm saying that. People can, through their strength and resilience and human interconnectedness, can overcome that. I don't mean to say that anyone who's experienced those things can't make it through or over it. That part is not true. But it is true that the impact is so disproportionate to anything else that can happen because the brain is formulated, right? So both here, it's say psychology and applied neurobiology, right? And we look at both of those as different ends, right? Even though there's a lot of gray in the middle, the neurobiology is changing. So it's one example of a much greater salient of vigilance mechanisms, of mechanisms of self-protection, mechanisms that can make a person feel more fear and more insecurity and hide themselves away from the world and not trust the world. And I mean not trust the world even enough that, I'd like to have a better job and there's, another one is here that I could take, but maybe it could be worse. And then being afraid of that, right? Like there are all sorts of ways in which the changes to those pathways impact someone. And that's just one of, we could bring trauma experts together that could talk about that for days, right? And what is the impact on the brain? So that then gets changed inside the person. And from the perspective of those changes, the psychology on top of it changes. What do I think about myself? Do I think that I'm worthwhile? Even in my mid-20s after, without formative traumas and a pretty strong sense of self and of achievement, there's a big trauma that ends with the death of my brother, and I start questioning. Am I cursed? Am I worth anything? 20-something years old and doing reasonably well at the time. How does this impact a child of 6, 7, 10, 12 years old? Right? We're sending such powerful messages that then change conception of self, and that negatively changed conception sits upon the negatively changed neurobiology. And I think if we really thought, let's do the best we can just for humans in general, humans or species in general, is really handle children and caring for children so much differently in terms of protection mechanisms, intervention mechanisms. How many times do you see where there's some tragedy and the child gets a little bit of support that they had advanced therapy that was provided by some insurance carrier, that they get once a week for 16 weeks or whatever. I mean, we should be wrapping our societal resources around children, but we don't use our resources well. I was just reading, it's a little bit of an aside, but that $300 and something billion a year in cost to the U.S. economy just from schizophrenia. And you think, it costs a fraction of what do we actually put into caring for people who have schizophrenia. So first is a moral imperative. Let's say we put that aside. We only care about the economy, right? There are mechanisms of thinking that look at it. How could we not amend, right? But we're so reckless with our resources that we're tripping ahead of ourselves that we don't think, oh my goodness, there's no better place on God's earth for prevention than here. Prevention in terms of human suffering, and also where do people like that go? I mean, more often, people like that go to places of increased suffering, inability to take care of themselves, or to be in supportive relationships. Okay, we know there's a higher prevalence of that, but we're also creating the pool of people through which the envy, the narcissism, the sociopathy, the destruction arises. So again, if we care about people, we would be so focused on that. If we don't care about other people and just ourselves or just economic costs, we would still be so focused. But, we're not, and we tend to just kind of call it good because we don't see anything disastrous happening at the moment. And I think there's a societal negligence there, to the shame of all of us, when child abuse and the impact neurobiologically and psychologically is potentially the greatest cause of suffering directly and indirectly on the face of the planet.
How much does trauma of that kind and later in life affect your ability to love another human being, say inside a relationship, connect with another human being?
It can impact it a lot. And again, I want to say, can people overcome and be as loving to a partner or a child or anyone else? Yes. But we're talking across society, right? How are we setting the odds, right? We're setting the odds towards a higher sense of vigilance, a decreased sense of self-confidence, an increased sense of vulnerability, right? A decreased comfort interacting with others, right? What we're doing is we're pushing towards isolation and misery and depression and resentment. I mean, those factors push towards that. We know that the research is so strong that, adverse childhood experiences, these things that happen, the worse, the more prolonged, the more that person is up against as they try and navigate life.
And I suppose one of the elements of intimacy, like we were talking about, is vulnerability. And maybe is there a fear of being vulnerable, of being hurt again? Is that ultimately the barrier to intimacy?
If you're taught a lesson that says the world is not safe, and you're not good enough for someone to keep safe, and you're not strong enough to keep yourself safe, that's a final common pathway of the vast majority of child abuse, right? Is telling those lessons. Then how can that not change the lay of the land against openness, against the ability to rationally consider trust and mutuality and to protect oneself, but also take chances and do the things that we have to do to create the greatest happiness in our lives. We set the odds so much against.
There's another pathway which I think is really interesting because I've seen it in people is this kind of ability to detach yourself from feeling any emotions, to like protect yourself. It's almost like you're not quite there.
There's a word. It's isolation of affect. It's defense mechanism.
Yeah, isolation of affect.
Yeah.
Is that another common way to deal with trauma?
Well, isolation of affect can cut both ways. So if there's been a major trauma, let's say someone has seen something terrible, and they're isolated from their affect. And at one time it was thought, well, maybe that's good, right? They're not hysterical, they're not distraught. But we see that is not good, right? Because what needs to be held, processed, we need to get our arms around in some way, shape, or form has just been separated off, right? So we know that is not good, right? But isolation of affect can also serve us very well. When I think back to being an intern, a medical intern in the hospital, and you might have to go and pronounce someone dead with hysterical family members, and then 10 minutes later, 5 minutes later, might be 2 minutes later, really, you have to go to another room and you've got to maybe do some procedure that involves having your focus on a certain thing and making sure your hand movements are the right way, or talking to a person in a way that is that's very different than where you just came from, that's very hopeful. And so then you have to isolate the affect of what's going on around you, and it happens not just in, it's just one example, but we have to do it in life so that we can put affect aside to process later, or not feel the full weight of affect, where we know the meaning. Like I knew the meaning of the tragedy of the person I just pronounced dead, but I want to separate that from myself because I'm also aware that it's not my tragedy, so that I can then, okay, put that affect aside and go do the next thing that I have to do. So that I think can cut both ways.
Right, but then you have to like reattach it. Understand that it's good to be close with emotion, even painful emotion, right? Like because that's the human experience.
Right.
I feel like if you build up a skill that you can detach yourself from emotion, I think that could become its own kind of
Yeah.
addictive
It
quality.
becomes too easy to do it,
Yeah.
right? And to reinforce. That's when people are suffering too much over too long a period of time. Then we're creatures of habit, right? And even though our brains are, you talk about our brains are sitting on the shoulders of the giant of the maybe 1,000 levels of emergence that come underneath of them, our brains are also work in very simple habit-based ways. Like if you and I chose a word right now and said it 500 times, we would know it's just a silly experiment, but we'd both be saying it tonight, right? Because our brains are also creatures of habit. So if you over and over and over have to isolate yourself from affect and you develop those mechanisms, well, you develop those mechanisms and they don't go away any easier than if we said the word 500 times and decided to forget. We won't forget no matter what we decide.
So how do we find our way back? How do we overcome trauma? What are the different pathways?
The first thing, the very first thing, is to acknowledge to ourselves and often to others, which might be one other person, might be in words, spoken, it might be written, what the trauma has been. Right? Because the lessons of trauma, the evil lessons of trauma, and I'll use the example of my own life, the lesson that told me that I was shameful, cursed, and hopeless, right? It's a very evil lesson, right? But my brain will say it over and did say it over and over and over. And if that just sits inside, that's how trauma festers, that's how trauma hijacks our thoughts, our emotions. So being able to say to ourselves and to another, like, this is what's happened, right? Okay, this is what's happened. We're built to massage words and to create meaning through words, right? Like we don't massage pictures, right? Images. We talk and massage meaning with words. So, so when I finally went to see a therapist, and I could say, you know, my brother, whatever words I would have said, like he killed himself, and I can't accept it, or I can't imagine it, and like I let it happen. Like so I had to say those things, right? So then I could begin to bring some sense of truth to it, And then it was a long time ago, but the therapist probably said something like, "Okay, probably sees on you. You let it happen. It's your fault, right?" Because you got to get at those things so that one can begin to bring into focus what does the trauma mean and what does it not mean. I mean, a classic example is that what would you say to someone else? Example, and they'll say, "Well, how many times have I?" It's just I get cry if I stop and think about it. I have to stop and talk to someone who is sexually assaulted through no fault of their own, who comes in and tells the story they've been telling themselves about how it's their fault. They should have walked home a different way. They should have dressed differently. They should have left earlier. Right? I wrote about it in the book over and over and over. Now they have a person who, let's say, you take a person who's intelligent, engaged in the world, who's like capable of understanding lots and lots and lots of things, but doesn't understand that. Right? If it were someone else, that person would understand in a moment. That's not that person's fault, right? So what you want to do is overcome the fact that the negative emotions, the hijacked emotion systems of trauma are telling that person a lie. And they're telling them so strongly and so awfully, so meanly, that the person just takes it inside and starts to see it as true. Right? So you begin to hold that up to the light of day. And again, one example could be, okay, so the person who's coming in next has actually been through something similar, right? And can you stay and just tell her how it's her fault, right? And they're like, oh my God, no, dude, I could never. Like then they see, right? And again, this is not always how you do it, but sometimes you can get a person to see, like, well, that would be the most horrible. How could you do that, right? And the person can maybe they're doing it to themselves. So you begin to put words in a structure and say, okay, let's look at what's going on inside of you. You don't have to be scared of anything you're thinking and feeling. In fact, the fear is in not exposing it to the light of day. That's where it gets the best of us. And now, like everything is different, and whether that involves use of medication for intrusive thoughts and depression, or there's no medicines needed, but it's all reframing, like whatever it may be that comes next, the whole world has changed when the person has acknowledged what's happened, exposed it to themselves and to trusted others around them, and begun to look at it in some way other than the stuff in an evil box place that the trauma initially puts us through the reflexes it creates.
It's interesting that there's power to just saying it out loud.
Right.
So first, saying your perception of it out loud, then in that case, that might be your fault. And then working through out loud, working through that it may not be.
Any experienced therapist will tell you this, that every now and then it will happen that someone will come and they'll say something. Usually it's very early on in the process. They'll say something they've never said before, and they immediately are like in an entirely different place, and they may have been for decades. Right? And I can remember a person saying that a coach had raped him, and just saying it. This was decades before, and everything was different. I'm not saying everything now was perfect, but his life was in a different. But as soon as he said it, he could see how dare he thought that person did that to this child. The child was me. He never thought it until he said it out loud, because his mind was going over and over with why it was his fault, what he did to deserve it, how he kept going back, so it must be his fault. It was in it. As soon as he put words to it, he saw the truth of it, and you lose a bifurcation in the path of life. And any therapist has stories like that, which just shows the immense power that it can even be that just uttering the words makes just a cascade of change all at once.
Just saying those words to another human being. It makes you wonder about that compulsive loop that happens in our heads, right? Until it's brought to the surface. It's so interesting.
Entirely non-productive loops. And sometimes even if we put, what would I say to another? Let me write it down. It can get rid of those loops in our brains. Any even thought of outward expression is the enemy of those internal persecutory negative thoughts.
How do you find a good therapist? I tend to think of, listen, I'm a fan of podcasts. I'm a fan of conversations. It feels like it's like finding a good friend. It feels like a difficult journey. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but it just feels like it feels like a partnership, a journey together versus like some very simple clinical procedure.
The first thing I would say is to change the entire paradigm. Like most people, like, okay, I need a therapist. So people feel often like they're in a weakened position because they need, quote unquote, a therapist. Then therapists are rationed, right? I mean, how many insurance panels have lists a mile long of qualified therapists who could be on that insurance panel, but there's a certification process, and these things make no sense, right? The state's already certified the person, right? But there's so many barriers to entry that now we're rationing this resource, which we should all stop and pause for a second and think, like, if we're okay with that as a society, and by the way, everything else is like that too, when we're trying to get help for our health. So let's step back from that for a second. Now it's a resource that's not in great supply, and then a person begins to think, essentially, well, I'll take what I can get. Like, I just got to get somebody, and I don't know enough to know anyway, right? And those are very disempowering thoughts, as opposed to saying, look, I'm going to be an empowered consumer, and I need to choose someone who gets over just some basic hurdles of what I think are reasonable human interaction, right? So, like, is the person making eye contact? Do they seem interested, right? Like, these are basic points about any human interaction, including a therapist, right? Then you can say, okay, is there word of mouth? Anyone else has something good? Nothing better than a word of mouth recommendation from someone you trust, right? Or anybody can have a good website, but you say, let me look at the website. What is it saying if there is one, right? Does it resonate with me or not, right? But after all of that, then if so, great, I'm with the program. But I'm thinking about it. Do I want this person? Do I feel heard? Do I feel cared for? Which doesn't mean is it easy, right? It might mean is it hard? And I leave and I feel like emotional for a couple of days. But I see that I'm facing these things. This process of assessment, so that one isn't settling for something that is formulaic, overpackaged, and I'm not trying to be overly critical of therapists. I mean, there are people everywhere who do their jobs well and people who don't do their jobs well. But most therapists are working in systems that push against doing the job well, right? Because they're rationing care and there's a allotted number of sessions and there's enough such time before a person can return. And so often it's an uphill battle because we're trying to be helped within systems we've created and tolerate that are pushing against helping.
Yeah, but that interview process is tricky. I mean, if you're in a rough place mentally, just like with any kind of interview, it's hard not to think that a failed interaction, failed interview, that there's something wrong with you.
Sure, right.
There is an authority to a therapist, I think, where you think like they've got it all figured out,
Right.
and I'm a mess, and therefore, if there's something off, it's all my fault. Right? So it's a very tricky, and it's easy to then give up, and then it's like that step to try to get a therapist. The first step to get help, forget therapist, like any kind of help. That's a big leap to take, especially when you're in a rough place.
I agree completely. We should not make people swim against such a strong current to get their needs met. I mean, we see this in such obvious places where you have an elderly homebound person who can't get their medicine because there's been some change and they didn't put the new number into the form or Lord knows what. I mean, it's incredible how we force people to swim against strong currents to get things that are just basic at times for their survival. And with that in mind, I don't have a lot of respect for where healthcare is at or where mental health is at. The field that I work in has accepted all sorts of aspects of how things go. Someone else controlling how long the interaction can go on, how the interaction is bounded, what can be said and done, what medicines can be prescribed. There's so many external controls in the systems we work in that we, and I say me included, like all of us in the field, have let it get to a place where it's obscenely difficult to get help. Obscenely difficult. And we should say that's not okay. I think psychiatrists and therapists and master's level social workers, psychologists, and you name it, I think we should all say this is not okay. And then we as a society should be saying this is not okay. Otherwise, what you're saying, which is I think completely true, will only become worse as there's more and more barriers to getting the help a person needs. And each time a person isn't helped, it sets the odds against them getting more help. I should say here that when I started working, there were times I would send people to an emergency room, right? If there was some emergency in their mental health and they were at risk. And there were times I'd send somebody to an emergency room where if you stopped and looked, it would have been malpractice not to do that, right? Now, it's not just me who has an incredibly high threshold for sending someone to an emergency room because you just send someone who's in a lot of distress and oftentimes they're sitting on a gurney in a hallway or they're locked in a small white room when all they have was depression. They're scared when they go in, and 36 hours later, they're feeling a little better. Why? They're desperate to get out of there, and someone sends them home. I mean, so our systems have shifted so much that we tolerate now en masse what is egregious to the individual.
So you are a psychiatrist in terms of doing therapy, psychotherapy. What does a successful interaction look like? Perhaps a fun question, perhaps not. What do you think of the psychiatrist Sean in Good Will Hunting, played by Robin Williams? So what is the full range of interesting interactions? Can there be an intimacy, a friendship, a kind of varied interaction that kind of blends the lines of 30-minute session once a week or whatever, versus like a really kind of deliberate long-term project that cares about the well-being of a person across the months and years? What can you say about a successful
interaction between therapist and patient. I think we're much better served by the latter. Right? And again, it doesn't have to be over years. I mean, maybe person might need that over weeks. They might need it over months. They might need it over years. But if I'm understanding correctly, you're describing something that is like a real human engagement. Yeah. Right. And then I work in a field that for years and years and years, the patient didn't get to see. Right. The therapist was sitting in a place, sitting behind the person. Right. So that's not, of course, the only tradition, and there are aspects of that tradition that can be very humanized. But the idea that we're supposed to not be human, I mean, this medicine is shot through with this, right? That the doctor's supposed to be God and to protect the doctor, and that makes its way into therapy and the idea of the superiority, the therapist knows more. Um, I mean, in some ways, yes, but the idea is like to know more about mechanical things, like right? To know more about like facts and knowledge, not as a human being, right? And if we approach therapy as a collaborative human endeavor, right? Where if we're going to do it together, of course I'm going to learn from you too, right? I mean, we're two human beings, and we're talking about things that are deep and personal and intimate, and I'm not going to participate in a way that makes it like about me as much as it's about you, but we're two humans, and what's going on in me may have relevance, and sharing it may have relevance, and at times you doing something back for me may have relevance. I'll give you an example of a person who would not let me help him. It was a young man. So when I was in training, he was very, very sick and needed to change certain choices and habits, or he was not going to survive. And I had no ability to help him whatsoever. And I went and I saw a supervisor who was existentially trained. Where here it's different from existentialism in the classic sense, but it's about really human connection, right? And the guy was always wanting to teach me something, right? Because I can get by in Spanish, but he was fluent in Spanish, and he wanted you traveled here, and he'd say a word to see if I knew, and I was always directing back to what I was supposed to do, right? And the supervisor, I'll never forget, he said, "Let him teach you Spanish." Like, okay, come on. So we had a couple sessions where, if you look from the outside, you say, "What is going on there?" Like, right? Like they were Spanish lessons to me, right?
Yeah.
And then at some point, he brought in his mother, and he hadn't brought her in yet, and he was in part showing off that he taught me something, right? And I said a couple things, and he felt more powerful. Like he was younger than me, and he felt sick and disempowered. But he didn't feel that way once he taught me something, and we showed her off to his mother, right? And his behavior started to change. He started taking better care of himself. He could see a little more what I was saying. Like, you're a wonderful person. Like, you love your mother and your aunt, and they love you. And like, when he could start seeing that about himself, but that came from humanness, and that's the way we help people. I don't understand why we don't do everything that way. It's like, right, we're two humans, but if you're doing something for me, then there's something you have an expertise and I don't. That's why you're doing it for me. The reverse could be true, but it doesn't mean we're not just two humans doing something together.
And the healthcare system and the legal system should not get in the way of that. I mean, there's liability and all these kinds of things that can get in the way of the humanness. I mean, some of that is justified. You have to be careful. You have to make sure there's be responsible, but a little too much can destroy the humanness.
I'll use a word. Usually say something is insane, like it's not consistent with sanity. And the presence of the legal system. Look, I'm all for. Of course, physicians have to be held. We have to be responsible, and everybody makes mistakes, and people have to be accountable for their mistakes. I understand all of that, but what we see now, it's so absurd that like everyone is frightened. Right? Everyone is frightened, and then just looking to, like, how do I slot into the box, check the boxes of what I'm supposed to do, and not get in trouble. People get sued because someone was at that hospital and that doctor touched their care. It happens in the VA system. It happens in other systems too. So you might have touched their care, and no one's even saying you did anything wrong, but they say the next person did. Oh, someone settled on your behalf, and now you have a malpractice thing, and maybe you can't get a license somewhere else. Like, doctors are terrified, and they're terrified for good. They're terrified for good reason, because the same society that has given doctors in many ways too much power over time and treated doctors maybe too much like gods now is, I think, enacting some of society's anger and envy out on the physicians. Even the idea that, like, a person would know what medicine. Like, I saw a couple of TV commercials, give me this. Like, it's interesting, right? Because even if, let's say I take myself out of it, it doesn't feel good, obviously, but think about it, it's like, wow, like I went to school for like 8 years for this, and you don't even want to hear my opinion, right? You're not taking good care of yourself, right? It doesn't mean you should think my opinion is gospel because I said it, but people then don't have an understanding of like what is expertise, what do people learn, how can people help us understand and make better decisions. It kind of goes out with the wash, and then the position of the expert. I mean, there's a lot of it written about this, right? Gets diminished over time, very much to our own peril, and then often with aggression in the medical world coming back towards the alleged expert.
Yeah, expertise is a tricky one. It's such a tricky thing because coupled with expertise, the attention is this arrogance that can come with expertise. The arrogance can make the expert feel like they're more of an expert, and it's a vicious cycle. And then the arrogance in the current in the 21st century, especially with the internet, the arrogance can completely force the public to distrust the expert because all they see is the arrogance versus the expertise. So ultimately, you have to, I think, the greatest experts and masters I know are the ones that have complete humility.
Right, humility and gratitude.
And gratitude,
Leads us back.
which is usually a really good sign that somebody is at the top of their field.
And they'll acknowledge that they don't know everything, right?
Which is hilarious, right? So like the best experts I know are the ones that will say that they don't know, right? They will not call themselves an expert.
Right.
It's very confusing.
Or know that they know a lot but don't know the answer to this. You see that a lot in medicine. That person knows they're an expert surgeon, but they also acknowledge they don't know if this is the right time to operate. That's how you get to the best answer instead of someone who is an expert and always knows the answer.
Yeah. If we actually rewind to the beginning of our conversation, we talked about you mentioned something I wanted to return to. So there's layers that are there's an emergent novelty, and you mentioned that we as human beings, and we introspect on our own mind, we really can't know most of it, uh, which of course makes me think of this, the unconscious mind, subconscious mind, and Carl Jung. How much is hiding there in the shadows? You've investigated a lot of trauma. How much is there in our mind that's not directly accessible to us? Like, what can you say, maybe philosophically, about how much is there uh, lurking in the Jungian shadow?
I think there's a tremendous amount there. But I wouldn't I don't immediately go to an ominous perspective, right? Because if it's lurking there, right, it can come get us, right? And to some extent that's true, right? Because the seeds of evil are there if we want to plant and nurture them.
Do you think good things can't lurk?
I guess so.
I was being poetic.
Yeah,
But you're right, you're absolutely right. And the Jungian shadow is supposed to not just be dark things, it's supposed to be everything. It's supposed to be a lot of positive things as well. Yeah.
right. Which I think brings us to self-knowledge, to truth, whereas I think the opposite of envy, narcissism, sociopathy, I do think is all rooted in truth. It's both the truth of the good things about us or the ways we're not blamable for blameworthy for the things we're blaming ourselves for, etc. But the self knowledge and the truth and getting away from the reflex of anger, frustration, envy, shame. What I think happens then is all of that underneath the surface. As we look at like the consciousness is the top of the iceberg, outside the top. So outside the water. So is what's underneath like shifting and it can pull the top under, right? Or is it supporting the top? And it really I believe is honesty, truth, self-knowledge, humility, gratitude, all this simple stuff. Good mental health is always consistent with simplicity. Humility, gratitude are easy things to say. Like we know what that is, right? We understand what that is. Soothing envy by having immense power and subjugating others is getting very, very complicated, right? What that is and how that plays out. So if we are in touch with ourselves, if we're honest with ourselves, if we own what's ours, we don't try and own what's not ours, right? What happens then is something isn't waiting inside of us to sort of jump us with some new fact of self or challenge of self, right? Then I think what happens are phenomena like intrinsic learning, like the way that so much happens inside of us automatically, right? How people who have high levels of expertise know the answer to complex questions more rapidly, right? It doesn't take them longer to think through it, but they have more knowledge to think through. It's that more happens rapidly and unconsciously, so they know the more complex answer more quickly and readily, right? And we can build that in ourselves, not just in terms of factual knowledge, but in terms of how we respond to things, right? If I make a mistake, do I respond with reflexive shame, right? If I see someone has something I like, how do I respond? We're more in accord with ourselves, and then the automaticity in us is serving us better.
So that's in the positive. Do you think you draw some wisdom from the early pioneers of psychotherapy like Freud and Jung?
Yeah.
That there's some repressed, uh, there's some stuff to work through that is in the unconscious mind.
Yes, I think there's always 100% of the time you have a living human, you have things to work through in the unconscious mind, right? There's too much that goes on around us that we might find unacceptable and suppressed, right? They could be smaller but important examples, right? Someone who feels that they're not a good enough parent and they, I don't know, they drop the child's plate, right? Um, and there's a feeling about that of badness in them that the person that can't tolerate and pushes away, right? And maybe they become a little bit less confident, a little bit less assertive. Like those small examples are important because they may be low valence, but there can be many, 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 many of them, right? Then you can look at the opposite end of the spectrum where someone, for example, feels well, they're repressing their sexuality, right? Unconsciously. There's something that is so important, say, to how a person feels about themselves, to whether they can see fulfillment, to how they feel about their ability to interact and engage with others in ways that are loving and generative over time. So from smaller things that accumulate often at a rapid pace to really big things, we are pushing things into the unconscious because they're not acceptable, and we need to explore like, well, why is that not acceptable? Maybe there's an unacceptable urge because it's really not acceptable to me, right? Like a violent urge. Maybe there's an unacceptable urge because I'm actually listening to the lies society is telling me about what's okay and what's not okay, right? So in exploring those things, yes, we become happier and healthier, and that could mean if we're already happy and healthy, it gets better. We get more insulated against the negative, or it could mean the person who's really nurturing some of those seeds of evil and envy does that less or steps away from it. So whether it's good or it's bad, it's in there inside of us, and we benefit from understanding that idea of the observing ego, right? Like, is it a part that can stop and say, hey, this is what I see what's going on in me.
What have you learned about exploring the human mind, about the art of conversation? Because ultimately, therapy is conversation.
Yeah.
Is there something you could put into words?
Yeah.
Like what makes it a good conversation?
I think language is among the most amazing gifts we have, and it's also one of the most like clunky routes to misunderstanding. Right? I think of like there's a concept of facticity, things that are like I guess necessary evils, and from the religious perspective, I think is where the word started. But of language being like a facticity, right? That we need to communicate with one another. We want to communicate, so we develop words, and we have these amazing brains that can have language, and that's all well and good. But our fantasy would be more like Mr. Spock, right? The Vulcan mind meld. It's like I communicate with you because we put our hands on one another, and we know, by doing this, what we're thinking, what we're feeling, and we won't have misunderstanding. So because I think we can approximate that, we can come kind of close with language, right? Or we can be so far away from it that we can say the same word and have opposite meanings and have it generate immediate animosity. Right? That we need to be very, very careful with language, with communication, with conversations. And I've come to understand that much, much more as I've gotten older, both in terms of how hurtful, um, reckless speech is, which is why I'm horrified by so much of what we see in our political discourse, right? The slurs, the negativity that's attached to something, to some word, how one can utter something and it can go into another person, just into the ear, but then goes through so many parts of the meaning of the brain that that person feels a pervasive sense of shame or right? So yes, reckless language absolutely hurts people, and we see that all the time in ways that I think are just atrocious. And also how bad miscommunication harmless. I mean, I really learned that through a lot of different ways, but in the work as a therapist, of like really wanting to make sure that I'm really understanding you and you're really understanding me. And a lot of work goes into that communication. I think we can get to a rhythm of it and then it happens more easily. But I think it's like it's a life and death difference at times, lots of times, right, in the world around us between clear and accurate communication. So I said a word because I think you wanted me.
Yeah, so to that, I mean, there's the Camus quote that I like: "As much unhappiness has come into the world because of things left unsaid." So that has to do with clear communication. There's also a dance to conversation, a poetry to it. There is ambiguity to language, and if you have a kind of awareness of that ambiguity and you play with it, that's where wit and humor come in. That's allows you to sneak up to difficult topics without sort of trampling on them. I don't know. There's an art to it as well. There's an art to the silence. Just allowing both human beings. One of the most intimate things you can share with a human being is silence. Yeah, that's communication. It's different communication, but it's highly more powerful. Yeah, giving a person space to accumulate, to integrate, to make sense of their thoughts, enough to say a word. Maybe a memory is sparked so they can think about that memory and process that memory. So it's not just words, right? It's not just words, right? Because now you're talking about communication as it's body language, it's expressions of empathy, it's movements, it's pauses, right? Like the communication process is very, very complicated and deep. And some of that is building trust, but also challenging that person. I wonder about that whole process with strangers, for example, of how you do that successfully. Like you and I just met today, but I think a lot of our interaction is very free. We can get to know each other in any way we want. There's a few conversations that have coming out in general where there's a lot of other pressures and constraints on those conversations. There's a danger to it. There's risks. There's the political forces involved, like from not from my perspective, but probably from mine as well. Of how do you say this thing? What are the words that are going to offend?
Right.
And you're learning that about a stranger at the same time. It's an interesting dance because you have to walk carefully but deliberately, right? Carefully because I've learned this about myself, about others. There's certain words that can trigger a person, that can make a person feel poorly, like shitty about themselves. So you can challenge a person about something, and they're totally okay with it. But if you use a certain word to do it, maybe it maps the childhood thing that their father or mother used to say or something like this. And I mean, part of the art of conversation is actually being a little bit free and using those words, but being extremely sensitive in detecting when a person reacts to a particular word and like storing that away. It's like, okay, then we might want to return to that later because there might be that could be a tip of an iceberg that's actually representing something beautiful. Or you might want to it's a nothing word that you just want to avoid because it's a distraction. And so all of that kind of has to be integrated into the dance of language, which is really interesting, especially when the stakes are really high. When you get one conversation,
Right.
We sit down, have one conversation, and it makes the difference between, like, say you had one conversation with a patient. This is the only conversation you get to help.
Sometimes it is the case.
Yeah. Like, this is pretty high stakes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's tough. I guess you get over, and like, over time, I guess you get used to the high stakes nature of it.
You develop an ability.
Yeah.
And all that
Skills.
unconscious processing, right. All that part of the iceberg that's underneath the surface is doing all of that, right? Is reading, behavioral cues, verbal cues, and recognizing the primacy of emotion over logic, right? If we were all logic, it'd be different. Okay, we're going to talk about this thing. I'll say things, you say things back, even if it's politically contentious saying. So we're going to talk logically. That's not the case, right? There could be a word that raises a certain emotion, and you don't want to tread there because the emotion will color the person's ability to engage, and so you're aware of all of this. And then I think from the perspective of all of that, I mean, it's like standing on the shoulders of your own internal giant, right? That understands, language and emotions and body language and attunement and history and triggering and all of that. And then on top of that, as you're standing up on the shoulders, you're trying to be effective, right? And then I think that's where, effectiveness can be unilateral or it can be together. I mean, I think some of what emerged from Viktor Frankl's writing after the Second World War was how much like shared humanness means to us, how much that can be an incentive for survival beyond all others, right? So the idea of, are we doing something if we're communicating unilateral, like I want information from you, or I want you to do a certain thing when we're done talking, right? Right? Done communicating. That's a very unilateral type of effectiveness, which can make sense. Sometimes I want information out of a patient because I want to know what to do next, right? So it doesn't have to always be negative, but it can also be a tool of manipulation, right? If someone is, say, coming from envy or narcissism, I want to communicate with you in a way that makes you do what I want you to do, right? Different from that is where it's a shared communication, where there's like an umbrella, so to speak, over us, and we're doing something that can only happen together because we're us, we're each person, right? And we come together to do something that's a shared effectiveness, like I think we're doing now, like elucidating and pursuing thoughts and getting ideas out. And I think the best situations are shared effectiveness situations because you call upon the resourcefulness and the internal resources of both people.
But you, especially with strangers, especially when it's not labeled a therapy session, you kind of actually stumble into that cooperative state. Like you have to organically develop a trust together and almost lose yourself. But ultimately, I think you put it really nice. I think successful conversation, even when it's with even if it's like world leaders or logicians, people that operate in the space of reason, the most successful conversation will ultimately be in the layer in the landscape of emotion. Like that's where the interesting stuff will happen. That's where you discover anything, and that's where you get to actually meet, to start getting an understanding of each other, or what you actually mean, even by the statements that are supposed to be kind of rationally based. It's like you lose yourself. You lose yourself in the way you do when you're children and you're just shooting the shit about whatever topic, and you just forget yourself. You lose yourself in context, right? Yeah, well, you kind of plug into the unconscious mind a little bit, and you get to speak, maybe indirectly, but to the things that really drive you, to the thing that really, to the things, to the emotions, I suppose, that underlie your worldview. I feel like that's where productive conversations can happen, whether it's a patient or just a stranger you're talking to at a bar about geopolitics. You mentioned Viktor Frankl. What do you make of his work, Man's Search for Meaning? What are like the lessons you draw from his work, of him as a psychologist, but also from that very powerful work that reflects on his experience in a Nazi concentration camp?
I think that it was almost a profound reinvention of humanness, right? After something so awful, so bleak, and so despairing, to speak anew about shared humanness, human connection, meaning, compassion, that I think it was an intellectual direction that was adorned with all of the emotions that we need to adorn the logic with in order to make real change in the world. And I think that his work has fueled so many branches that come from his work, the existential psychotherapy and its place in helping human activities today, right? A trend away from the idea that we're all quite isolated and that what's going on between us is all very transactional, right? I'm putting something out and you take it in. You put something out, I take it in, right? The idea that no, there's a difference. There's a shared humanness that creates a meaning beyond the transactional. Kind of like you were just saying, the logical stuff isn't really that interesting because the logic is there's an answer to whatever logic is. We can do math, right? It's where does the surprises come in, right? Either in terms of wonderful behavior or destructive behavior, right? They're coming from people's emotions. So that's what we want to understand. And that occurs in the context of a person and other humans, even if it's the conception of someone and other humans as enemies, or it's the conception of two people sitting together, the idea that there's a shared humanness and it's not all transactional, and that he could take that out of the pinnacle of human tragedy and utilize it in a way that informs us being better as a species going forward, I think is really monumental.
What do you think is the role of emotion in the human mind, in the human condition? Is it, we've talked several times in different ways that emotion matters and it's a big part of who we are. But why is it there? Why is it useful? What's good about it? We've almost said it's almost like a negative thing that we just have to live with. But why is it also maybe a beautiful thing?
Why do you say, what's the role of emotion? Emotion is the king, if we want to use that analogy. It's the CEO, if we want to use that analogy, right? Emotion rules all. We're taught that we're logical creatures, but we have innumerable pieces of data, even over the course of just a day, let alone like human experience, to tell us that is not the truth. Is it ever logical to run into a burning building? No. Right? Logic's never going to tell one to do that. Okay, someone you love is in the building. The person's already sprinted halfway through the building. Right? Emotion rules us. And so the thought is some of that is evolutionary, right? That strong negative emotion stays with us very, very profound, right? So example I'll give is if we're hunter-gatherers and like I find a new berry and it tastes good and it seems nutritious, and it is, right? Everything's fine. It'd be good to remember that, right? But if I find a new berry and it tastes good and it seems nutritious, and we both eat it and almost die of sickness, we better remember that, right? So the primacy of emotion is in us for reasons that are about survival. That the emotion of it's my child in that building or my loved one is why I don't give a damn about logic and run into the building, right? The emotion of I felt that was good and I got really sick and I better never forget is also about survival. And the same applies to humans. If we're from different tribes back then, and in my tribe, when you put your hand out, it's a greeting. In your tribe, if someone puts their hand out, it means, hey, I'm going to attack you and take your stuff, right? Then and I put my hand out and you slug me, right? Then like, I better remember that, right? But you see how that can lead into, our the constructs around that. I say, oh, people in your tribe are violent, right? Right? We start then to make stories around that. But the primacy of emotion, whether it's berries or it's humans who might threaten us or it's humans we love, I think it's hard to even look at that anthropological, psychological literature to look at what's out there. And I think the face validity, that's part of survival, right? It's part of survival.
Well, it's so cool that you get also things like love, which are not often rational or grounded in logic and so on. If you look like sort of from a transactional perspective, a lot of times falling in love, or whether it's with friends or friendship or romantic love, doesn't really make sense. I'm still not sure what the hell it is, because like, I mean, it's the thing that one of the things, or love for your kids when they're born, right? That love, the parental love. What is that? That's so cool that we get to have that. Like if you're looking for in the menu of items that give life meaning, that seems like a pretty good one.
Yeah. So my response, you said that gives life meaning. My response initially was going to be, it's the meaning of life. Right? Just saying, okay, emotion is about survival. That's one part, right? That's a very important part, right? If we don't survive, then we're not there to have emotions, right? So yes, it's about survival, but as important as that is, that's the small part, right? I mean, it is about the meaning of life because it's about the beyond self. And I think it relates back to what we were talking about at the very beginning, is the levels of emergence, right? And when we feel love, we feel happiness because that person feels happiness, right? There's something that's so generative, so creative about that. Like we want to bring order to things, and we happiness is consistent with simplicity, right? If we're healthy, there's nothing negative to say about our health, right? If we have health problems, there's a lot to say, right? And it's emotion that pushes us towards the goodness that I think makes all the meaning for us. And it's interesting. I was wondering if your thoughts about this as a scientist, right? Is we accept it by and large that we have free will, right? We know we have free will, but then we get upset that there's not justice, right? So, but how is it like if we have free will, I could act in an unjust way, and then you're surprised, or vice versa? Why, right? We have these thoughts because I think because we're rooted. We want logic to rule. Like there's a way in which I can understand logic, I can manage it, I can manipulate it. We sort of want it to be that way. So then we glorify logic, and then we misapply it. Like ideas, like I know we have free will, but I'm now shaking my fist at the heavens because there's no justice, right? And I think maybe what we're looking for is we should go back and look at the given. Like why is there's only goodness if there's justice? I mean that doesn't. Like I think the goodness. Why does the goodness have to be tied to that, right? Maybe it goes back to the counter entropy and the fact that when there is something, there is not nothing, right? And where there is something, there can be awareness, there can be goodness, there can be compassion, right? Is it that what's really going on is not about justice? Yes, we have free will, but it's that goodness, creating, shoring up, making better. That is the meaning, that is the good, right? And that the evil is the destruction, as evidenced by the fact that it's overdetermined probably a million times that we're in this eddy current of counter entropy, and we could destroy that quite readily, right? And then we're nothingness, like everything else that we know of that's not us, that doesn't have the ability to do something that's creative or constructive. I mean, I think that that's the answer, and I think that our science really tells us that's the answer. And I think it beckons us with ideas like we know that things happen outside of space and time, right? I mean, they're physics experiments, right? Like we know this from the science of it, yet we don't stop and look and say, wait, is that the magic of the idea? Einstein said God doesn't play dice with the universe. I think, okay, maybe God doesn't play dice with the universe. That quantum indeterminacy and all of that is not just a flip of the coin, so to speak. But maybe it's in that indeterminacy that we're given the opportunity to assert ourselves, right? To make something one way or another. Maybe it's not God playing dice with the universe, but it's God loading the dice in our favor if we'll only listen to truth, the truth that being destructive doesn't help pursue anything, even in the person who thinks it will for themselves, and that creativity and generativeness and kindness and compassion, like this, doesn't that seem sort of analogous to the eddy current of counter entropy that has us here in the first place? And I think that's where I came meaning, and that meaning then, going back to the initial question, right, is generated in us through emotion, through what we feel, that leads us to feel something that is mysterious. I don't know why I feel it.
Yeah, in some sense, emotion is kind of the fuel of that creative imperative we have. But if you step back and look at the tapestry a little bit, it does seem that the destruction, the creation and the destruction are the yin and yang of life. That it all works only if the main engine is towards creativity. But destruction also makes way for new things. So that's this kind of struggle. It seems like life is struggle between the different forces that make up the individual human, that make up society. All these tensions are necessary for growth, for development. This kind of inner conflict and outer conflict are necessary for growth. It's not just, I mean, in some sense, it's from the logic aspect, you kind of want everything to be perfect and just, for nobody to suffer, for everything to be perfect. But just like we talked about with trauma, it just seems like it's such a big, giant mess. What is it? Bukowski said, find what you love and let it kill you. There's some aspect of the negative aspect of passion and pursuit and obsession and the turmoil of the pursuit of happiness, of the creative pursuits and all of that. And that's part of the life as well. That's and I don't know what to do with that from an individual perspective in terms of figuring out how do you live a good life? How do you live a healthy life? It does seem a bit of hardship, or sometimes a lot of hardship, can make a pretty interesting life. I think it brings us back to the discussion that we were having before about like, what is it, like the challenges of trauma, right, and of overcoming. And I think here we got to be careful with the language, right? Because I would then say, let's take destruction, right, and separate it into two things, right? Like one is, you say destruction is like the breaking down, the tearing down of something, right? Versus a process that has malice, right? So just like when we were talking about trauma and setbacks, things to overcome. We say, okay, if you say, hey, you have it harder than the next person, and you have more to overcome, or someone put a barrier in front of you for you to overcome, that there can be a lot of growth in that, including the times when you don't know, gosh, can I do this, right? Can I get over it, right? We're saying like that's challenge and something to overcome is very positive. But we're saying, but there's no benefit of like throwing a racial slur in there, right? We're saying because that's all bad. Like that's not even the person says, I'm angry about that. I'm going to overcome that. It's like that didn't need to be. That didn't make anything better. If the person sees that and says, I'm gonna overcome that, it makes things less worse, right? Right? It's like, but there's no good to something that's created as destructive. We look at forest fires, they look controlled burns. They said there's a forest burning down, but that's okay. There's some we could say destruction there. There's a tearing down there, but it's in the service of the next fire not running through the community, the town that's on the other side of it. That's very different than a forest fire, say, started by arson, right? So you might say they're both a tearing down. They're a tearing down of the forest. But one is in the service of goodness, even though it's hurting the animals and the plants. It's not all good, right? But it's in the service of something, as opposed to something else that's wantonly destructive. I think there's no good to the racial slur. There's no good to the arson, right? That's destruction in a way that's incorporating, I think, the malice of envy. Something that's really purely, if there's a yin and yang, that's the destructive. That's the destructive. That's the badness in it.
So racial slurs is a surface wave of a deeper thing. And so, the reason I bring that up is like, all right, well, like, you have these discussions of censorship, like, what good does allowing racial slurs in public communication do, right? And it's like, our communication would surely be better if we don't say bad things to each other. It's like, it seems like the truth is, our communication will be better if the amount of bad things is a small fraction of communication. That seems to be more true. Because another aspect of human nature with power, the moment you start censoring and removing bad words that everyone agrees are bad words, then the people at the top, they're doing the censoring, start getting greedy. It starts expanding. This is a giant mess of human civilization where we can't. The nice piles you created are kind of overlapping. It's a gray area.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree completely. The control of language, there's slippery slopes there. I think there's a very big problem there. So I agree. I think, again, parsing out the language, I'm not saying, hey, we shouldn't have racial slurs, as if like, let's stop saying the word. I mean, the idea is the premise behind it, right? Like, the prejudices. We can eliminate the prejudice behind it. I was struck. They said I knew almost nothing about medicine. I get to medical school and start with anatomy, right? And it's remarkable to see, as the bodies are being dissected, that we're all humans. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter any of these things on the outside. Like, and that's true, not just like in our bodies, but in our minds, the part of the person that's not there, right? Because now we're trying to learn from the body, and it shows how ridiculous it is. We think that we're 99 point how many percent all alike genetically, and by the way, you only like take another 10th off, and we're all orangutans, right? So, but somehow we have to see these differences between us, right? And where does that come from? And I think that I believe that all comes from envy in that classical sense. That if I don't feel good enough, I'm going to want someone to feel better about. And two, there can be visual things that that person looks different, right? Or you think about this, I spent some time in Great Britain, and where there's a lot of conflict between Northern Ireland and Ireland, right? And you thought, wow, You don't even look different, right? It's the same general, religious umbrella, same ethnicity, but now there's some religious difference. And I thought, it's not me trying to be denigrating, around the Irish culture, but that's human. There's no actual difference between us. If I don't feel good about myself, I'm gonna find it, right? It's that I believe could go away. It's driven by maybe the trauma of just being alive in the world, and things can happen to us. But we certainly promote in the human-created trauma people feeling not good enough, finding differences. There's a place for the envy to attach, and we're off to the races of, wars. I mean, we're talking about the Second World War. I mean, what have we learned? It would take us a day to map out all the wars since then, let alone, for goodness sakes, everything that's sailing right now. So we're not good at learning from what seem to be some very salient lessons.
I should mention one thing is that I also know that you're interested in Russian culture a little bit. Uh, Churchill said, "I cannot forecast to you the action of Russia. It is a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma." So, what to you are some interesting differences between this eastern part of the world of Russia, Ukraine, the Slavic countries, the former Soviet Union, all of that versus sort of the U.S. culture? What stands out to you from the literature, from the music, from the science, all that kind of stuff?
I think there's so much intensity, and I guess I would say fearlessness of expression that I see in a Slavic culture, maybe. So maybe it's across cultures, because there's a different way that expression occurs. We say, like, it's different in the French than the Spanish, or it's different than in parts of Africa. And I think when you take that part of the world for whatever reason, and maybe it's just totally random, or maybe it's aspects of geography and experience and migration, but there's such an intensity. And I remember listening to Tchaikovsky, very early on, maybe not for the very first time, but early on in my life, or reading Dostoevsky and feeling like, Dostoevsky's willingness, his ability, and his willingness to express and create such powerful, aberrant states of human experience. Tchaikovsky in his music, the depths of suffering that it expresses, has always stood out to me. As a way that, like, if that's like the brightest light, so to speak, communicating information, that's a place to look. And it's also a place that resonated with me so strongly, because I think for some people who are in formative years and having very difficult feelings, right, of like a depth of feeling of like fear, and how's the world going to be? Am I going to be annihilated? Like, what do I even want? What do I feel inside of me? To encounter that being expressed so intensely, I found to be very, very moving. So I don't know if that's a good answer or not, but I think there's an intensity of expression and a fearlessness. Dostoevsky wrote about terrible things. What happens in the person? Is there a person who is brilliant intellectually and very persuasive and very capable of being effective, who also just chooses to be a child rapist, right? I mean, he wrote about that, and he wrote about the truth of this is what we can be as humans. And I think there's so many lessons, including the truth. Like, people will tend to think, evil's not very bright, they're not very intelligent. But that's a way to let evil propagate, right? Evil can be effective and attractive and very compelling, but evil nonetheless. And I just think there's a fearless willingness to look at that and to describe it that I see primarily, I would say, in Russian culture.
Yeah, the fearless exploration of this whole human drama. Definitely Dostoevsky and others since the 20th century and the 19th century have done an incredible job with that. Some of that, just like you said, is the language, the culture. I think that intense romanticism is there. That is almost an overdramatic exploration of human nature. It can err on the side or falter when it goes into a kind of cynical view of life. Life is suffering. I think that also has to do with the way you deal with the trauma of the world wars and so on. This is something the different nations throughout Europe had to deal with that in different ways. Some of them channeled into envy and resentment. Some of them channeled into a kind of nihilism or cynicism. And ultimately the intensity of feeling is there, which is so interesting to see, and interesting how that manifests itself in the kind of in the kind of governments that builds up. You know, there's more authoritarianism in that part of the world, right? Versus the Western world that's more focused on the individual versus the collective. And when more focused on the individual, you have a propensity to value individual rights and democracy and so on. And it's interesting to watch and to reconstruct how that all came to be. Is it in the blood? Is it in the mind? Is it in some kind of thing that more ethereal, a collective set of ideas that we pass from generation to generation between each other? So the collective of it, it's fascinating to see. But now reinvigorated because there's conflict in that part of the world. You've also thought about the Cold War. What lessons about the human mind, about psychiatry, psychology, and about looking at the Cold War can we take forward in the 21st century so that we can avoid World War III, right? A major cold or hot war in the 21st century.
I think unspoken animosities are very, very, very dangerous. Right? It was a Cold War. There was fighting through proxies. Right? The superpowers were fighting surrogate wars through proxies, which of course, in and of itself, causes immense suffering. But it becomes the opposite of an exchange of ideas or an exchange of thought. You know, I mean, Khrushchev, right, not believing that the kitchen could look like it did at the World's Fair, right, and and some of the misconceptions here of like what things were like in Russia, right. It was a thought that those other people are not actually people, right. There's an enemy society of evil, which then paints with a broad brush in a way that makes it too easy for the Cold War to go from being cold, right, to having boiling over into utter destruction. And I wrote really a true story that when I was it was still the Soviet Union, but it was right around the time of the Soviet Union coming to an end, and I had gone on a trip for students from England, and we got to go places that people like hadn't gone. If foreigners hadn't gone in many years. It was just kind of the right timing to experience that. And like it really is true that someone said on short notice to these poor kids that like this group of Americans were coming, and I have a picture somewhere of the kid in a gas mask. Like they went under their desks and put on a gas mask, and they felt right. That's what they're taught to think about us, and we're taught to think about them. And like now we're back in an us them, right? When we're all trying to survive, and we're all such. Human life is so delicate, right? Let alone human happiness, and we make these divisions, and we create this aggression and latent aggression. In the Cold War, we developed the ability to destroy the earth, right? And then just sat looking at one another, with further growing misunderstanding and the opportunity for the proxy fights, like rather than the Cuban Missile Crisis, which I know wasn't a war, but it's an aspect of that, right? Where we just have ourselves wildly, at risk of destruction without any mutual understanding. And again, I would argue that is the opposite of the counter entropy, right? Like we are setting everything up, but less lack of communication, lack of understanding. How do those feelings of love and shared humanness happen? They don't, right? If you separate people, and then we push ourselves more and more and more towards reinstating the state of entropy that's present in the rest of you.
What advice would you give to young people that are fighting entropy with all their might? So, young people and people that are wondering how to find their way in life, what advice would you give? How to have a career, how to have a life they can be proud of?
I think starting off with sort of first principles. So look at what are my values? Right? How do I want to live life? Because I'm in my early 50s, and when I was a kid, we waited for the newspaper came in the afternoon, and then and then we'd see something. Okay, what's going on in the world? We'd learn something. Like get the West Coast baseball scores, right? And learn about here's what happened in different parts of the world. And by and large, I and everyone else there, adult or child, only what was around us, right? And now, in many ways, it is. I'm not saying it's entirely negative, of course, that we have more information, we can sort of think globally, so to speak, right? But the other side of that is so much of the world's problems are on us all the time, right? Like here's this awful thing that happens. How many awful things happen each day, and they're right in front of us, and there's such an immediacy to it all that I think it can be it can like paralyze us with terror, right? And for someone who's young and trying to make their way. It's like, how do you figure your way out in this world that you're worried isn't even going to exist, right? And then you see how profligate the generations before you are, right? In so many ways. And there can become, I think, a push towards extremes, either nihilism or I'm gonna change everything, right? And for the, how about let's start from how do I want to behave in my own community, right? Which starts with like, how do I want to behave in my household, right? What kind of neighbor do I want to be? I mean, it might seem like things like that are silly or small in comparison to big things, but I don't think they are. I think that's how, that's how we start building foundations, and that lets us tackle the big things. And then I do find myself saying when I'm working with, sometimes doing therapy with younger people, of helping them kind of bring back their thoughts, their strivings, their decisions more to themselves and living with and around themselves more instead of in something that becomes very theoretical and therefore very threatening and unnerving.
So focusing on the people around them, taking one small step at a time to form deeper connections to build something. So cool.
How do I want to be today? If I go into the grocery store and the person in front of me drops something, I can get scowl, gets me up. I'm in a rush, right? And I can be like that, right? I can be like that. I've been that way many, many times in my life, right? And it's never done anyone a damn bit of good, including me, right? Or I can realize that there's 10 seconds aren't going to matter. Can I help pick that thing up? And just smiling. These are the seemingly small things that I think make the tenor of our lives.
Yeah, I moved, I think I mentioned to you offline, one of the really the main reason I moved to Austin, Texas. I just remember deciding when I went to Walmart and a lady said, uh, you look handsome in that tie or in that suit tie, whatever. Like I don't think anyone's ever. The older lady, she's very sweet. There's kindness in her eyes. She said that. I don't think anyone
Oh,
ever said
shit.
anything like that to me.
I
But
just shit
was
myself.
and it was just.
Allegedly. Maybe.
I don't know. It was
Oh,
like,
man.
wow. There's
That's
kindness in this world. I know it sounds ridiculous, but like
Does not sound ridiculous.
it's like those. You can be that for somebody. You go walk around in Walmart.
Oh, yeah.
I think that you remember that, and it's pivotal. You're citing it as, hey, that was a big part of me moving here. So with the branch point in your life that comes from the simple kindness, right, of a person who had goodness to give, right, and wasn't scared that you're going to be upset by it, right. She probably didn't have the thought that you could be assailing, right? Probably she looked at you. She's got goodness to give. It's simple to give it. It's that simple, and it's beautiful, and it's worth more to you than like how many studies would be on where's it right to live or this and that. None of that mattered. What mattered was
It's just that,
the freedom to become.
and that's emotion. That's not logic at all. that's purely just human emotion and a little bit of humanness. That little bit of connection, and then that's what makes life great.
Which is why it's not a bad idea, right? That you moved here that way instead of one could say, well, I can't believe you did that instead of looking at all the data and hiring consultants and what's the best place to live. But that would be wrong, right? Like you made a good decision, right? Like that was good data. It was impactful data, even in your thoughts about how you're happy living here, right? It's not that you discount, you shortchange yourself by not relying on all the logic, right? You felt something about the place and you felt it as symbolized in a person, and that made the choice for you.
It's a balance, of course, but you also have to know yourself a little bit. Sometimes you can find stability and comfort in kind of reasoning things out a little bit. Maybe as people close to me have sometimes criticized, in that I'm a little bit too romantic, where I'll just follow the feeling. And like there's physics, there's a reality to this world. There's sometimes reality doesn't allow you to flourish if you just follow your feelings. But there's a dance there, happiness is ultimately found in that landscape of feeling and emotion versus facts and reason and logic. As you said, have their place, right? Everything.
Yeah.
They have their place, but they're not the be all and end all. You're an incredible person. Andrew Huberman is a friend of yours. He said you absolutely must talk. Guy Sarah, the number of people you know, they're just incredible people. There's just this group of folks that somehow help each other flourish and do together. And I'm so happy you exist. I'm so happy you're doing the work you're doing. I can't wait for your second book. Thank you. And thanks for talking today. This was really cool. Thank you so much. I'm proud to be among the group of people that you cited. Proud to be their friend. I'm proud that you had me on today. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Paul Conti. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of Viktor Frankl. Everything can be taken from a man, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. And the nozzles, so as you're saying, there's a bunch of different design options, but it's a critical part of this.
Yeah.
How you do that conversion.
It's basically like how much can you convert is really like the ultimate game. How much pressure and heat can we convert into thrust? Like that's really at the end of the day, that's what a rocket engine is.
The following is a conversation with Tim Dodd, host of the Everyday Astronaut YouTube channel, where he educates and inspires all of us with detailed but accessible explanation of rocket engines and all things space travel. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tim Dodd. Can you give a brief history of SpaceX rockets? So we got Falcon 1, Falcon 9, different versions of those, Falcon Heavy, Starship, and also the Dragon capsule and so on.
Well, yeah, Falcon 1, where it all started. The original intent and the original idea of SpaceX was Elon wanted to try to get something to Mars. You know, he saw that NASA didn't have a current Mars plan, and he wanted to go to Mars. So he decided, how do I best do this? He literally wanted to, at first, purchase a rocket from Russia. Then after a foiled attempt at doing that, he decided that he was going to try to develop his own rocket. And the Falcon 1 is what came out of that process. And he developed a pretty incredible team. Like, I don't know how exactly he stumbled upon the team that he stumbled upon that quickly, but the people that he assembled were amazing. And they built the Falcon 1, which was a single Merlin engine, followed by an upper stage engine called the Kestrel engine. Pretty small compared to the things they're working on today, but that Merlin engine continued to evolve into being the power plant for the Falcon 9. They went from a small lift launch vehicle up into the medium-class launch vehicle so they can provide services for NASA. That's one of the big things they first kind of hung their hat up was they got the opportunity to fly cargo to the International Space Station under, originally it's called the COTS program, the Commercial Orbital Transportation Services for NASA, which evolved into the commercial resupply contracts. And that's when SpaceX developed both their Dragon capsule, which is a uncrewed at first spacecraft that can dock to the ISS, and the Falcon 9 rocket that can take it to the International Space Station. And
The
then,
Dragon rides on the thing up top that rides on the big booster thing that launches it into orbit.
exactly, yep. Falcon 9 is the semi truck. The Dragon capsule is the payload. You know, it's the thing being dropped off basically at a destination. In this case, the destination is the International Space Station. So they developed those relatively quickly, and it became a commercial success. Before you know it, they're now the #1 launch provider in the world, launching more mass to orbit than anybody else, launching more frequently than countries. The entire country of China, who's going crazy right now with launches. Granted, China beat them by 2 launches this last in 2022, but prior year, SpaceX beat the entire country of China. I mean, it's nuts.
And just like you said, SpaceX still beats China even this year in terms of the amount of payload those. So all the mass that went with, right? That China had like 60 something, a couple more launches, but there was just like small CubeSats that were launching.
Exactly. Some of them are literally like 100 kilograms, like not large payloads.
And so SpaceX customers are different and different. So whoever wants to send payloads up into space.
Yes, but right now their biggest customer is actually themselves with Starlink. So one of the biggest reasons they've launched so much mass to orbit is Starlink is designed around the payload fairing and the payload capabilities of the Falcon 9 rocket. So, because they're vertically integrated, because they build their own satellites, because they're building their own rocket, they can literally design a system that's, another manufacturer might have made a more square satellite that was heavier or something, but SpaceX looked at it from a blank slate and said, here's our constraints, our payload mass constraints, our volume constraints. And they made a funky looking satellite. It's things like the size of it's like a table folded up, which isn't anything I've, really ever seen before. So, but it's purpose built to fit as efficiently as possible inside their fairing and inside the capabilities of that rocket. So therefore, because they're launching those like an insane amount, dozens, 40, 50 times a year or whatever, they're just putting up insane amounts of mass we've never seen before.
What about the different versions of Falcon 9? So we can linger on them. What are some interesting memories to you of the different developments of Falcon 9?
The very first Falcon 9s had a square array of engines. They had like a 3x3x3 grid of the Merlin 1 engines, the 1Ds. And I think it only lasted, I don't remember if it was 2 or 4 flights before they went into this octavo configuration where there's 8, like a ring of 8 engines with a center engine in the middle. Still in the same diameter. The rocket was, fuselage was more or less the same, 3.7 meter wide diameter, but the actual thrust structure changed. And one of the big efficiency gains was you no longer have, a corner engine and then like a edge engine and then another corner engine. You can just make 8 of the same, kind of part of the octaweb is called, the same shape, and then your interchangeability and your manufacturability becomes a lot simpler. So that was kind of one of the bigger upgrades at first. They kept stretching it every time they touched the thing. They got longer, like they're taller and taller technically. And then the next big feature that you saw in 2014 would have been they added landing legs to a Falcon 9 rocket, which was that was the first launch I ever went to. Was actually to see it was CRS-3, so Commercial Resupply Mission 3, and it was probably I don't remember what that was like, their 14th or 15th launch or something, like pretty early on. And people were literally laughing at the idea of them. They just thought it was stupid. They're like, why is this billionaire Elon Musk guy wasting his time trying to land a rocket that's not going to work?
So you said the Mars plan was there in the beginning. What about the reusability of rockets? Was that there in the beginning?
I think reusability definitely, it's a necessary part of making any kind of interplanetary mission. In order to actually do that, just financially, you have to start reusing it.
In terms of development of the Falcon 1 and Falcon 9, how early on did the goal of reusing the rocket, having the rocket actually land, how early did that goal creep in?
I can't speak for Elon and SpaceX, but it was pretty, immediately they wanted to try to recover. And as a matter of fact, I think the very first 2 Falcon 9 rockets and Falcon 1, I think they even wanted to try to recover using parachutes to recover the first stage. And now, fast forward, almost 20 years later, and Rocket Lab's actually doing a concept like that, where they're pulling a parachute after the first stage is reentry, and they actually are trying to recover it with a helicopter and try to snatch it out of the air. They've actually done it. They've actually done it successfully once.
How does the helicopter grab the rocket?
With this giant drag line and a hook.
Oh,
and then literally just grabs, snags onto the parachute. It's pretty amazing. But this is a small rocket. Their rocket's only about a metric ton. The booster is empty.
So the rocket releases parachutes.
Yep.
Really high out. I would love to see this.
Yeah.
It's an interesting idea. There's so many interesting ideas and possibilities. Like SpaceX basically just innovated a lot of different weird ideas just in the pursuit of making things more efficient, reusable, all that. So basically thinking from first principles how to solve this problem. And so what you find is you'll get all these kind of crazy kind of solutions.
And with SpaceX, they weren't even getting to the point of
this rocket lab uses carbon composite fuselage and tanks, or same thing, and that's very very lightweight, has really good mass fractions, and therefore their drag coefficients and things like that. They were able to survive re-entry of the first stage, which is something that SpaceX wasn't able to do at the time. What the kind of the big, I think, breakthrough for SpaceX is for using the booster is they realized we have to basically slow down before we hit the atmosphere. So they actually do what they used to call a re-entry burn, which I still think is the correct term because it is re-entering the atmosphere, but now they call it the entry burn, and they light up 3 of the 9 Merlin engines. Not only to slow it down, but actually even while those engines are firing, it creates like a literal like force field as it's falling through the atmosphere. And but it also decreases the velocity by almost half, or around half, and then that therefore decreases the amount of the biggest thing with the atmosphere is that as it gets compressed against the front of anything flying through the atmosphere, the compressed atoms just get hot. And they can get so hot they turn into a plasma. And they get so hot they can just absolutely destroy anything. So they slow down enough that the air molecules don't end up, destroying the vehicle on re-entry. And then they realize, I think at some point it's probably a similar crossover. It's like, well, if we're lighting the engines already to slow down the atmosphere, we can just use that same engine to land. And so like, well, what if we just stuck landing legs on it and just landed the thing vertically? And next thing you know is December 21st, 2015, they did exactly that for the first time.
So you were there before that then, right?
Yeah,
2014.
Yep, early 2014. So that, and for me, like that was so fun watching. That was like the peak of me just becoming obsessed with this idea. I'm watching and back in the day, it was like months between launches. So a launch was like a big idea. Wake up at 3 a.m. to watch this landing attempt or whatever, and every there's CRS-4 almost landed, CRS-5 almost landed, CRS-6, CRS-7 blew up. I was watching that on, I think it was like a Saturday morning or maybe a Sunday morning, and I remember watching that and watched it blow up, and I was like, oh my god, now what? And it blew up on ascent. It was their first failure. So it was their 18th flight, I believe. CRS-7, the upper stage, had one of the there's bottles inside the tanks that are filled with helium. One of those bottles broke off on ascent and actually just completely overpressured the upper stage. The upper stage blew up and the rocket went kaboom in an uncontrolled manner. And so then they came back with vengeance. When they came back, the first mission back is the first time they landed a rocket, which was awesome. So they returned to flight after the inaugural was landing a rocket.
Struck the landing.
Yep.
Well, actually, the first time. So the first time you were there, what was that like? What do you remember from that day?
I was surprised at how much bigger the rocket was than I imagined. I originally, when I was going down to Kennedy Space Center, I was disappointed that I wasn't seeing like I didn't know a ton about rockets. I knew enough to know what a space shuttle was, but like the Saturn V was, but that was probably about the end of my knowledge. I just remember being disappointed that I wasn't seeing a big, quote unquote, NASA rocket flying. I was thinking in my head, like, oh, I'm going to see this launch. It's probably going to be like, 3 stories tall or something. Just some little skinny little stick and some little firecracker, and yay, I think I'd almost have pitched that too. I think the people that I was working for at the time, I think they kind of were downplaying it. It's like, well, it's not a big rocket, it's not going to be that exciting, But we get out there to the pad, and I'm like, this thing's huge. This is not a small rocket. Like, it's 70 meters tall, 220 feet tall. It's huge. And I think people forget the scale of that. It might look skinny and tall and all this stuff, but it's still a very, very large piece of machinery. It's physically about as large as you can ship. The booster is about as big as you can ship across the country, period, without completely shutting down highways. It is made within those exact specifications of having lane privileges and bridges and everything. It's 12 feet wide, 3.7 meters wide, and it's 45 meters long. So it's exactly what you can fit with a pretty standard, before you start getting the crazy amounts of problems shipping the rocket. And it's huge. It's huge, and people just don't understand that. And so when I saw it with my own eyes, I remember just being like, this is so much cooler than I thought.
Is it hard to believe that thing is going to have to lift off the ground and launch up into the air? Maybe that's the most humbling aspect of it. That something that size, humans have come up with a way to take something that size and launch it up into the air.
Yeah, there's certainly a very humbling aspect if you watched it, actually.
Was there a sound to it? Was there a feeling? What were the different experiences you first remember?
Well, ironically, I didn't end up getting to see that one fly.
Oh.
I went home. My camera camera saw it. I left my camera out there, like a remote trigger camera. My first images as a launch photographer at the time was CRS3, but I went home. It scrubbed too many times. This is back in the day, they were scrubbing like often, and it'd be like a 3-day, 5-day, 7-day. You just never knew. So I go home and I watch the live stream of it. So I didn't even get to experience my first launch. And anyone that's ever tried to, go to a launch can probably empathize because, yeah, scrubs are very common in the space flight world. So that one I didn't get to see. But since then, obviously, I've been able to attend very many launches.
How much do you understand the control involved in the landing? How difficult is that problem?
I couldn't tell you a single thing about like the code and like the avionics behind it, but I can tell you all the hardware that makes it happen. If that helps.
Well, to me, it seems like whenever I talk to people, they say it's not that big of a deal in terms of the level of intelligence and the control. But to me, it's just like when you observe it, it seems incredible because all the variables involved, all the uncertainties involved, all the there's aerodynamics. Like there's different temperatures.
Well,
there's so much going on. The fuel, the combustion, just everything that's going on. To be able to perform
Frankly,
control
it
at
was
such high stakes effectively, like
if I poop myself, isn't that a pooper stuff? Or is it a pooper stuff?
Actually, no, I don't.
But it wasn't like
if I remember, again, it's well outside my domain.
it was
but,
terrible.
They're coded in a common language.
it's probably
Dog, it was like,
I'm pretty sure it is, and that was one of the things that was weird is that Elon, when he
oh man,
SpaceX, like, we're just
I'm gonna have to go back, and I've already had to go back once.
We don't have to, like,
I was all cleaned up and everything. And I was like, oh, something's still. Man, it's that fucking whatever I make in that huevos rancheros. It goes through me like shit through a tin horn. Do you all know about Vietnam?
I think like reliable systems have to do with C++ probably, which is a common language, which is something. I imagine like NASA engineers would probably have to use some kind of proprietary language in the olden days for security, for privacy, all that kind of stuff.
The old days, like they were inventing code and language from scratch.
It's still incredible that it's able to do that.
It was
like,
kind of
the feat of engineering.
You know when the helicopter's like.
One of the marvels to observe about these rockets coming back there, that they're able to land.
It just like
The drama of it.
so this motherfucker's coming in real tight.
Something to remember too, specifically with
Well, it was kind of like what was happening in my asshole.
Basically, they shut down all but one. And even with that one,
I had never seen it from this angle, but this is like the fucking huevos rancheros.
as this rocket's coming down, if they start a little bit
These
too
two,
early, they light that
plus the helicopter and the gun
they
and
will actually stop the ball.
everybody doing that shit.
Stop
It was a sneak attack. It was like a Viet Cong sneak attack. I didn't expect it. This motherfucker. I mean, they snuck up on me like a fucking Charlie in the fucking jungle. I honestly didn't expect it.
So they have to actually literally be riding on a throttle. So what you do, you kind of start, ideally, you kind of start.
Dog, it didn't have any of the music. It was awful.
Throttle. So let's pretend your engine can throttle
No
down
four tops.
of its maximum rated thrust.
No John Fogerty.
70% of thrust in the middle of that window.
See all these fucking helicopters going in the back? It was like a fucking sneak attack. I just had 9/11 in my pants. Dude, I might have to do it again. It was like, oh man. And now it's just wet. I'm very wet. I don't want to know. I'm like a baby with a wet diaper. There was no Aretha. I needed more toilet paper, that's for sure. Allegedly. All of this is alleged. These fucking helicopters. You didn't get that common trip on it.
Like 150 something landings altogether, 160 altogether. But we're talking like in a row without blowing up. Which,
Man, I might have to do it again.
Completely experimental thing. And now we're talking about when we're 100 in a row. It's like,
Oh man, the sneak attack. I mean, I was just like, oh, this is a push perhaps. No push. No push. That was like 8 o'clock in the morning on September 11th in fucking Midtown, or no, Lower Manhattan.
Long-term game. It's a long-term investment in being able to recover the triple boosters. Can you believe all this was done in basically 10 years? So that we've seen the development over a period of 10 years.
Dog.
So like when we started commercial space flight at scale to today.
Take care of your feet, girl.
Almost starting to do mundane. Yeah. How can I be able to do it? Yeah.
Like I did, I love this
I'm
dude so much.
I think I'm a fairly fair weather fan. Really didn't start paying attention to like 2014. Yeah, and just seeing what it was like back then to what it's like I don't watch every one at all anymore. Like
Oh, I got a wet diaper, girls.
I'll stream some of the really big ones, but like back in the day, like I said, would wake up in the middle of the night, catch these streams or catch these launches and watch them because they were such a big deal. And there's maybe only 5 of them a year, so it's a really big deal. Nowadays, it's like, oh yeah, there's literally like 2 a week on average now. From SpaceX alone.
Oh man, I could have gone in there.
Rocket Lab, any of the Chinese missions, I mean, all of
No beach boys,
it's
bro.
hard to, really, really, really hard to keep up with.
I wonder at which point in the future
Oh man, I'm
the
wet.
number of launches to orbit will exceed the number of launches of airplanes.
There's no surviving what just happened here without a shower.
I kind of have a hard time extrapolating out
Really?
that far. There's a lot of people that are like big futurists. and
Yeah,
do things
it was
like
like, I was just sitting here.
colonizing Mars and stuff.
Then all
I
of
have
a
hard
sudden
time
it was
predicting,
like
when Starship's gonna fly.
December
Double the
7th,
launch, that's like
1941.
imminent
out of
ish,
nowhere.
like month or two scale time frame, and yet I'm still like,
It was
I
awful.
can't tell you anything about like when we're gonna land on
That
Mars,
fucking
what
Huevos
the
Rancheros.
economy and what that the scale of launch operations is gonna look like in order to do that. It's just so hard. I wouldn't have predicted
Creepy
where we're
bitch.
at today 5 years ago. It's insane. It's so hard to predict.
Dog, I'm gonna have to shower.
Yeah, but it's funny because there's so many like new companies starting up trying to predict that. And
It's
really
just
exciting.
mucky in my
Startup
pants.
culture.
I think
Like, if I were a
major
lady,
engineering decisions
You know that white part
and
of the
timing
fucking
decisions and
panties?
what we
That
focus
no one
on
knows.
is
I don't know.
business
And
and
so I
engineering.
guess
It's
if a woman
good
has
to
her
think
period,
on a
it doesn't
scale of
bleed
10,
through into her
15,
clothes.
20 years. It's one of the things that Elon has
Anyway,
exceptionally
we'll call
good
that
at.
bitch Michael
Just
James.
asking the question.
I
Okay,
didn't
this
eat
might
those
seem
fucking
impossible
things out
right
of my
now,
mouth.
but
Really?
what's
How else
the
you could eat them?
obvious way
I
to
don't
do
know.
this?
With my
You
hands.
look out to-
Anyway,
and then
um,
start to make decisions. You start to make decisions
I
about robotics,
fucking
about
don't have that little panty
about
lighter.
space
Whatever.
travel there.
It's just
They make
fucking
a lot of sense when you look at the scale of 10, 20, 50
ass
years.
on.
And don't make
What?
any
It's like
sense
the Everglades.
if you look at the scale of just months. So, but of course, the actual work day to day
Fucking
is focused on the next
Burmese python in there,
that
though, girl.
was the mission. Anyway, returning back to the Greek history.
Dog. It's gonna now like just fucking make my insides of my legs red and everything. Dog. Oh man, I gotta go again. I can feel my stomach turning. Oh man,
Yeah, realistically, the Falcon 9 evolved.
kids don't ever trust the fuck
kind of
unless you're on the
just
toilet.
got more powerful and a little bit longer.
You'll
more
see what
capable.
happens.
But nowadays,
You'll
they're
say
flying what's called Block 5,
perhaps
even though it's like the 8th or 9th iteration of the
No one,
the Falcon 9,
having
they call it
dozens of
Block 5.
people at some
It's
time
the
in
one
the
that's the
future.
black landing
I
leg,
just
black
shit myself
stage.
and
They have
just
a
have
fleet of
that
roughly
absolute
10 or so
realization.
that are doing the majority of
Holy
the legwork
shit.
these days. And they're
That
flying,
is
up
fucking
to
liquid.
15
That's
times
liquid
the
death
right
right
now.
there, girls.
Booster leader
My stomach is turning. I can feel it. We're going in for round 3.
are frequently, if not every
I could
time
do it
being
again
covered.
right now. I could fucking.
Same with the booster for the most part. And the only thing being
It's
expensive
very
is the upper
interesting
stage. That's
when
kind
it's
of where the
liquid. When it's
Falcon
all
9
liquid,
is
it's like liquid
and
going down,
really
and then it
doesn't make
fucking hits the
sense
Poseidon.
to develop
It's
that
we can't even say that, but
infrastructure
just for
went
learning purposes.
to the
Oh
next
shit!
step, which is
My stomach, I can feel it. I can feel it.
physically.
I can feel
So
it.
they have more margin.
Well, just
for
to explain to you what
upper
I'm about to
stage.
experience.
And
I
that's
felt
what
it in the
Starship
upper part of my
and
stomach,
Super
and then I felt it
Super
wherever the
Heavy
fuck
booster.
this is.
Uh,
I don't
this
know,
is
but it's
the
fucking
full
gurgling. I
Starship.
can fucking hear it.
But
In the
it
future with
technically
super
Starship
sound
is
and
the
stuff,
upper
you're gonna
stage,
hear that
which is
shit.
also like
Anyway,
the
literally,
spaceship, which is also the
it was
upper
like
stage,
forcing
and then
down
the booster itself
pure
is
mineral oil,
super
just
heavy.
baby oil,
And
whatever.
that's what they've been
And then
working on,
it hits the
probably
water,
about
and then the
2016
water
as
splashes up like
the time
Poseidon's
as the
kiss,
ITS.
and then they're just fighting each other like two fire
Later
hoses
in,
shooting
I
at
think,
each other.
by
I
the
gotta
end of
go
that
again.
year, 2017,
Holy
became known
fuck.
as the VFR.
Now it's on the
Big,
inside of my legs.
Falcon rocket. Yeah. And then I think it was about end of 2018 they started calling it Starship. But that is where we're at today, and that's what they're working full steam ahead on.
And what about Dragon? We mentioned Dragon, Crew Dragon, Cargo Dragon.
Yeah. So they went from cargo version of Dragon that flew about 20 times successfully to the International Space Station, except for that one CRS-7 where the rocket blew up in the capsule. Obviously, didn't make it to the ISS. Then they went into the Dragon 2, which has two variants. It has a crew variant, so we just call crew Dragon, and then there's the cargo version of Dragon 2. And that's just an updated, sleeker, sexier version of Dragon. And it's ironically it's heavier altogether, so you'll never see those cool return to launch site landing, the boosters coming back to land for CRS missions anymore like we used to. But they landed on the drone ship anyway. And yeah, that's been flying successfully. That's kind of so there's the Starlink, Dragon, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, and Starship system. It's kind of the whole SpaceX world, really.
In terms of the spaceships involved, what to you are some of the major milestones in that history? We kind of mentioned a few.
Yeah.
Picking the landing. Is there something that kind of stands out?
Yeah, I would say definitely the big ones, obviously, like any of the first flight of Falcon 1, first flight of Falcon 9, first time they went to the International Space Station, the first time they landed a booster, the first time they reused a booster, which is, I think, about 6 months after, a year after his SES-10, 2017 was the first time they reused one of those boosters. You know, that was a big milestone. Like, can we even, we recovered one, we caught one, it's like, we got one, now what? That was the first time they reflew one. Then flying humans was a huge one, DM2, Bob and Doug, for NASA.
Bob and Doug, yeah.
Bob and Doug, that was incredible. That was a huge step, I think, for SpaceX flying people.
So it's its first major commercial launching of humans out into space.
Yeah, and not just into space, because, there's been people that have done, space flights with, like suborbital hops, but going into orbit and especially docking and rendezvousing with the International Space Station is a big deal. Until you really understand the physics involved and the scale involved of like just crossing the Kármán line, going straight up versus going into orbit, like they're just completely different things.
What about Starship? Are we in a place where we can talk about milestones with Starship? Has there been, or has it just been an epic journey of failure and successes of testing and so on? Was there what would you classify at this point as a milestone, as Starship or BFR, whatever the name is? Was able to achieve?
Well, so far the milestones we've seen, I'd say the first one would be the hop of, they call it Starhopper. It's basically a very rudimentary rocket, but it was the first time they utilized their new Raptor engine to produce thrust to fly something. It first flew literally 3 meters off the ground or something, like tethered to the ground. Then it flew 15, and then finally it flew 150 meters. And that was in 2019. And that was the first big milestone of Starship. Then after that, we saw SM5, SM6 kind of do the similar 150-meter hops with a little bit more elegant systems, proving out more of their tank building, proving out more of their, a lot of just subsystems. And then the big ones physically were in end of 2020 and early 2021 when they flew the SN8, 9, 10, 11, and 15.
What does the N stand for? That's
I think it's serial number or
just
starship number.
yeah. So SN, these are just names, numbers, numerical representations of the different testing efforts. They skip some numbers, right?
Yeah.
If they scratch a test.
Yeah, and lots of times it'd be literally they're building, because that Starbase net, what SpaceX is working on, the one foot is always in front of someone else's foot, and the arm is not knowing what the leg is doing sometimes.
Yeah.
They will have someone working on, they'll just be like, hurry up and build 40 of these tank sections, and you build the bulkhead, and you build the downcomer, and you build the header tank, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, we actually evolved that. We don't use that header tank now. So that's going to go on to this one. So we'll have parts of certain rockets built. It's literally scrap it. Not scrap it in the, joke term, but literally just go scrap it. And they just evolve and iterate so quickly.
There were some epic explosions. I think Starship, something about it, probably just the amount of fuel, just leads to some epic failures. Would you say Starship is the source of the most epic failures in terms of size of explosion?
So you can literally measure it in a yield of explosive power, like you could TNT. You can take a look at how much propellant is left over at the time of the explosion. And Starship, what's flown so far, even though it's physically one of the largest flying objects ever, just with the upper stage alone, they've not filled in more than 10 or 20% of the propellant. Yeah. And so it actually has terms of space flight, they're still pretty small explosions, believe it or not.
They could still go bigger.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Yeah, of course, the test payload of a Tesla Roadster was launched. I forget what year that was.
Yeah, like 2018.
That was quite epic. Would you
Yes.
put that on the milestone?
Oh yeah. Falcon Heavy demo was like definitely a big milestone. Yeah.
Is that funny to you that there's a Roadster floating out there?
Yeah.
Do we know the location of that Roadster at this
Oh
point?
yeah. Where is Roadster.com?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, is it orbiting something?
Yeah, it's orbiting the sun. So
It's orbiting.
it's orbiting the sun, and its orbit is basically between the Earth's orbit and beyond Mars. So I think it's like 2.5 AU if I remember right. So it's beyond Mars's orbit at its highest point, and it's back at Earth, kind of its lowest point.
I wonder if there's a mission where you're going to somehow connect with it once again and like place extra things into it. I wonder how challenging that is technically.
Oh yeah, it could absolutely be done. The hard thing at this point, because it's on an eccentric orbit, would be rendezvousing with it, because you kind of have to be in alignment with its orbit to really line up well with it. But yeah, I mean, someday I don't see any reason why we couldn't, at least then for sure, an uncrewed, if Elon wanted to just fly a robot out there to check up on it and photograph it or something, like that could be well within the realm of things.
Get an Optimus robot up there. So that was the story, brilliantly told by you, of the rockets for SpaceX. What about through the lens of engines? Can you give a brief history of the SpaceX rocket engines that were used that we haven't covered? So you mentioned it all started with the Merlin engine and the Kestrel engine. Through that lens,
Yeah,
what's there?
the engines are relatively small number, which is easy for us. There's the Merlin's evolved throughout time to be from the Merlin to the Merlin C to the Merlin 1D to the Merlin 1D full thrust. All these other kind of tweaks of the same architecture. Kestrel entered with Falcon 1. They also have the Merlin vacuum engine, which is the upper stage engine for Falcon 9. Same relative system, but just optimized for vacuum, so it has a much larger nozzle. There's the Draco thrusters, which kind of can consider engines. Well, they are rocket engines, but they're just small. They're not like the orbital engines. There's these Super Draco engines, which are the abort thrusters on Crew Dragon capsule. And then nowadays they have the Raptor engine and the Raptor vacuum variant. But they've already had two versions of Raptor. We've already seen kind of the Raptor development engine. We've kind of seen like a Raptor 1.5, where it's kind of taking hints of the future Raptor, but now we're well within what you'd consider a Raptor 2 variant. And that's really it.
Yeah, for the Raptor. Maybe I'll ask you that separately, but I like in general, and people who doesn't know whoever the astronaut is, but if you don't somehow know, go check your YouTube channel out. You're an incredible educator about the super technical and the more sort of even the philosophical, the actual space travel. So you go down to the raw details of it, and there's just great videos on the Raptor engine. I think you have one on Merlin, and also the actual tours with Elon, where he discusses some of those things. On one of the tours, he says, he's full of good lines, that guy. He says something about the number of fiddly bits. And he's, the number of fiddly bits was decreased between Raptor 2 and Raptor 1.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually a really beautiful representation of the engineering efforts there, which is constantly trying to simplify. Increase the efficiency of the engine, but also simplify the design so you can manufacture it. And in general, simplification leads to better performance and testing, and everything. So the number of fiddly bits, I'm sure there's a Wikipedia page on that now. As an index is actually a really good one.
Well, and when you think about it, I don't know of any other company prior that had kind of tried to measure the performance of their engine, not in like thrust to weight ratio or like how efficient it is, like in specific impulse, but literally in like dollar to thrust ratio. Like how much does this engine cost? How much thrust can it produce? And like using that as a trade study instead of just like pure metrics of, because at the end of the day, like, okay, if it's cheaper and does X amount of work, even if it's less efficient, it could actually be better long term.
And so I guess another way, it's not even just thrust. I don't know if that metric is used, but basically the cost of getting 1 kilogram of thing up into space.
Yeah.
That's basically what they're trying to minimize.
Especially, yeah. At the end of the day, that is definitely the ultimate metric, is how much does 1 kilogram cost to orbit eventually, but there's on your first stage, when the rocket's pointing straight up and the engines are pointing straight down, you're dealing more with the thrust to weight ratio of the rocket. So how much thrust is it producing versus how much is gravity pulling down on it is actually a more important metric than how raw efficient the engine is. So it's funny. Then in space, it's kind of the opposite. Thrust to weight ratio doesn't really matter. What really matters is the specific impulse. It's called like the nozzle escape velocity of the ejection velocity of how fast is the gas moving. It's like the more important number on orbit. But it's just so crazy because there's all these, like, I would just love to see the trait studies, when you're like trying to figure out, like, is this more important than this or this or this? And it's like you change this one little thing, and all of a sudden, like everything changes. It's just even the profile, like the launch profile, the trajectory of it. Everything. Everything.
I wonder what that trade-off discussions are like, because you can't really perfectly plan everything. So, and you always have to have some spare leeway, especially as you're testing new vehicles like Starship.
Yeah.
So, yeah, having a margin given all the uncertainty that's there. It's really interesting, like how they do those kinds of trade-offs, because they're also rapidly designing and redesigning and re-engineering. And ultimately, you want to give yourself the freedom to constantly innovate, but then through the process of testing, you solidify the thing that can be relied upon, especially for the crewed mission.
Yeah.
How to do that in the rapid cycle.
I remember at some point that NASA, as they're leading up to flying humans for the first time for NASA, there's some talk that, like, we're going to do a design freeze because SpaceX does evolve and iterate so quickly. They were saying that it's leading, especially at the time, it was a mission called Amos 6, and they lost a rocket. They only lost 2 rockets, like, ever, really, as far as, trying to get something to space. For the Falcon 9, sorry. And the second one, Amos 6, that was back in 2016, so it's been a long time. And, but at the time, they're looking at flying humans in the near future. And it's like, if you guys keep tweaking this thing every time you take it out of the pad, there's going to be a problem, And so there's some pressure from NASA to kind of slow down on that iterative process. And but that is also why they were able to evolve the Falcon 9 to be what it is today, because it did evolve so quickly. Literally, like, one after another was never really the same. And we're definitely seeing that with Starship now. Like, it evolved so quickly that you just can't even keep up with it,
So there's a fascinating culture clash there. Have you just, in observing, interacting with NASA folks, seen them sort of grow and change and evolve themselves, sort of inspired by this new developments in commercial spaceflight?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of, especially like around DM2, there's a lot of talks, the press conferences and stuff, where you'd hear people say, this is well outside of our comfort zone to work with SpaceX in this manner, because we take this approach to things, we're X, Y, and Z in this way, the way we normally certify things, and we're not used to SpaceX, like, well, let's just try it, and do something, to a point. And so they said it ended up being fantastic. They loved working that way because it was just less paperwork almost and more just do. But at the same time, SpaceX, I think, even expressed, I don't remember if it was Hans Koenigsmann or someone in a press conference said, well, we really like having someone just double check us so that we're not doing something super stupid right before we test something, So there was a cool collaboration because it is 2 very different philosophies of development and managing, space programs.
I wanted to talk to you a lot about engines, and maybe about Starship, and maybe about your own becoming an actual astronaut. But let's just go there before all that, and talk about the actual culture of SpaceX and your conversations with Elon. You've toured SpaceX facilities with him, you've interviewed him, you've interacted with him. What have you learned about rockets, about propulsion, about engineering, about design, about life from those interactions? He's pretty transparent, open human being as an engineer, as a leader, as a person.
I would definitely say the biggest takeaway I've had from my times with Elon at SpaceX is really, like, the idea of questioning or constraints. He says that a lot, but he also does it a lot. Like, there'll be times where, like, you'll see him change on a dime because he's, like, rethinking of something in a newer, different way. And for me, I think we all put constraints on ourselves. We think about our own limits, on on things that we can or cannot do. And I think it's made me kind of question, like, well, why did I say no, I can't do that, or just off the top of my head. A good example. So in Iowa, I live in Iowa, or half whatever it is. There's a bike ride across the state of Iowa called Rag Ride, and every year you just like thousands of people get together and they ride across Iowa. And last summer, met up with some friends. They're like, "Hey, you want to go on Rag Ride this year?" I'm like, "It's like a week away." They're like, "Yeah, want to go?" I'm like, "Yeah." And so I did, without those moments I was proud of myself, because it's easy to just be like, "No, I'm not ready," or "This is my constraint." It's like I'm not in shape. But just question that, and so I think when it comes down to questioning your own constraints, yes, even to that level, like, why do you question yourself on what you can and cannot do?
So that's for your personal life is really powerful, but a little bit more intuitive. I think what's really hard is to question constraints in a place like aeronautics or robotics or autonomous vehicles because there's experts everywhere that have done it for decades. And everyone admires those experts and respects those experts. And for you to step into a room and knowing not much more than just within a Wikipedia article, and to just use your intuition and first principles thinking to disagree with the experts, that takes some guts, I think.
Well, you can't have everyone doing that either. There has to be some humility of knowing that something is a hardened concept and especially I'm not an engineer. I don't do this stuff, but I can imagine you sitting there having spent 6 years on a type of valve that perfectly manages crouching and propellant or whatever. And someone walks in and says, "Why don't you just put a heater element in there?" Or something that's, something like, because we've done that 40 times or whatever. I'm sure there are things like that are very frustrating, but
see,
so I don't know what that's like.
The thing is, with the experts, they're always going to be frustrated when the newbie comes in with their first principles thinking. But sometimes that frustration is justified, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just stubbornness or failing to acknowledge a better way. And I've seen it both directions, which is really interesting. So you need both, but that tension is always going to be there, and there has to be almost like a dictatorial imperative that breaks through the expertise of the way things have been done in the past to push forward like a new way of doing it. And Elon's done that. I've seen a lot of great engineers do that in the machine learning world, because there's been so much development. I've seen that happen. Usually when there's rapid development, that starts to come into play.
Yeah.
And I've seen that autonomous vehicle space, brain computer interfaces that Elon is involved with, all of it. It's kind of fascinating to watch. What about the actual design and engineering of the engines? That you've learned about so many different kinds of engines over the past few years. Just what stands out to you about the way that engineering is done at SpaceX, or that Elon does engineering?
The hardest thing to kind of remember is how much stuff was developed in the 50s and 60s. The concepts finally being utilized today was already literally done in the 60s. So a lot of things that SpaceX is doing isn't a novel concept per se. They're for instance, the Raptor engine utilizes the full flow stage combustion cycle engine, and that was already developed by the Soviets in the 60s for an engine called the RD-270, and it makes sense. On paper, 100% it makes sense, because you're basically extracting the absolute maximum potential of the chemical energy in both propellants. And at the end of the day, you have to be dumb enough to say we're going to try using this thing, because it's actually really complicated to do what they're doing. But at the same time, so are rockets. Rocket engines are already stupid complicated. So adding 10-20% more pain in the butt during the R&D, if it's in the long 20-30 year existence or whatever, future of that engine, is that going to be worth it? Obviously, SpaceX said, yeah, I think we can actually develop this Raptor engine. So it's just interesting to see the things that have been looked at, or even reusability. The space shuttle was reusable. Fully, the upper stage, the shuttle itself, the orbiter was, that thing was, for all intents and purposes, a reusable rocket. now did it live up to its expectations? Not necessarily. So it left a lot of bad taste in people's mouths on the idea of reusability. So for SpaceX to kind of come back into the room and on the table and say, we're going to use a reusable rocket. Specifically, we're going to do a fully reusable rocket. You know, a lot of people are, even still today, a lot of people are,
All that shit was true, dog.
You into that.
Holy fuck! I even know what I googled
You're not gonna be able to review
when I was doing it. They're
Yeah.
very scientific. My question
Definitely, I
was,
think the number
why
of
does
people that are
diarrhea
saying
feel
that
hot?
is a small portion.
I mean, it
of
wasn't
those
even
that
Google,
were
it's
saying that
ChatGPT.
5 years ago.
And
You
it
know, when
tells
Elon
me
did that in
increased blood flow,
2016,
changes in gut
for the
activity,
FDS, it
increased
was
bodily
very,
temperature, spicy foods, and
very
irritant
aspirational.
perception and heat. Then I looked up
And there's a large
the
number of people
ingredients
that
of huevos rancheros just to
factual
recognize that
reasons
it's not
to
what I
think
had.
that and do that. You know, at the time they'd only landed
But I
two
call it
rockets,
that.
you know, when they did that.
It means
Very small number. When they announced that actually
ranchers
they just
names.
lost a couple months prior, they just lost.
And then what?
So they were still this young blossoming company. They come in and be like, we figured out.
I'm just
feasibility,
gurgling.
and now we're going to go.
My
full-scale,
butthole
the
feels
biggest,
like an
heaviest,
upside down
most powerful
volcano.
rocket ever, and we're going to fully reuse it, and it's going to go to Mars. It's just
Anyway,
pretty out there. Like it really was.
it's just drippy. You could call me.
You know,
so drippy. Calm down, woman.
Again, we're coming up on
I'm just drippy right now.
Landing
I think I.
of an orbital-class
Man,
rocket
it's like.
45 meters tall, 3.7 meters wide. Like this thing's huge. Weighs
What's it
25
like?
tons even empty. That thing's already huge. So seeing the success of that, I think people.
Well, it would be like if you had a big bag of chili.
There is actually
A bag of chili. Yeah, if you just like filled a bag of chili, like a Ziploc bag, and then you cut the corner and let it just squeeze out, and then it was just like at the very end where it's just like.
So much. There's something like colonizing Mars.
Oh, but it wasn't the consistency of chili. It was very much like the consistency of baby oil.
It seems so far out.
Why?
That they don't even.
Dog, I don't fucking know. Just what happened.
Implied questioning. Can you really do that many launches? Actually do it.
I know, like every fucking time I eat that shit, I'm like,
you know, you look at like
oh, I'm gonna
10
be
years
fine.
ago, that was ridiculous.
Psych.
Following this curve, if SpaceX goes from 2 years ago launch,
It happens every time.
40 times,
Every
60
fucking
times,
time.
to 100 times this year. Is their
That's
amount. And we just keep extrapolating that out. If they maybe not that
We open a
exponential,
closed
maybe
tab?
it goes more linear or whatever.
no.
What's
It's
20,
just the
30
worst.
years? Like the amount of stuff we can put on
Butthole.
orbit and the potential we
Hot
have to do
butthole.
things, like absolutely. Now I don't want to put a time frame, yeah, I think, but you got to think we're increasing the number
Very,
of
very
launches,
hot
increasing the amount of things in space, we're increasing the amount of payload on orbit. That's probably not going to decrease anytime soon, and therefore, eventually, like the idea of going to Mars is absolutely reasonable.
Let me ask a difficult question. I need to be asked here. Can SpaceX continue its successes without Elon?
Man,
This
my
long-term
butthole is
mission
just
to
hot.
Mars. I think the discussion about Tesla and autopilot or robotics or Neuralink with brain computer interfaces is a question wholly separate from the SpaceX question. Because there's a lot of other competitors doing some different but amazing engineering that Tesla is doing in both autonomous vehicles, semi-autonomy or full autonomy, and obviously in vehicle design, the electric
Jippy?
vehicles.
Calm
There's
down.
a
What's
lot of
up,
people that are
Poopy?
doing incredible great
Calm
engineering
down.
pieces. But while there is a lot of competitors to SpaceX, and we'll talk about many of them that are doing amazing work, it seems like he's really driving progress here over the past 10 years. What do you think about that?
Okay, the first thing I think to remind people is just how many brilliant people do work at each of these companies. Obviously, Elon's had some of the best teams assembled ever. Just incredible people. He knows this. He will gladly tell people, and he says it often, like the amazing people, the amazing teams here. So it is important to remember that. That being said, like there is something to Elon's just super far forward, not taking no for an answer on things approach that and almost to his dismay, I think he is afraid of the sunk cost fallacy so much that it almost gets to the border of like being, like throw out everything before it's even we've done or not. But at the same time, like it moves the needle so fast, so far. So as far as the question of would SpaceX continue to like succeeding and be able to ultimately go to Mars without Elon? The Mars thing, I think, would probably be hard to uphold without Elon. I think a lot of that drive to Mars is from Elon. It is maybe too fantastical for the average person and the average employee and maybe the average CEO that might step in to have a company's mission be to go to Mars. Like it's just,
or even governments.
Yeah.
Clearly, because like you said, the Mars plan was non-existent for NASA.
yeah, still really there isn't, you know. So I think if
And how many people? Sorry to interrupt. How many people are talking about? It's obvious that we need to become multiplanetary.
right, there's the Mars Society and
Like serious
Yeah.
leaders of engineering efforts,
Yeah.
or nations and so on.
Yeah.
Which it does seem, if you think about it, that it's obvious
yeah, and the grand eventuality it is obvious.
of human civilization. This whole human experiment we have here, we should be expanding out.
100%. So I think the big mission, if we're measuring SpaceX's success on getting to Mars or not, I think they'd have a really hard time continuing to fulfill that drive without Elon at the helm. Now, I think there's a certain balance and beauty of Elon, specifically when it was Tesla and SpaceX, where Elon will go in, have mild tornadoes around the factory and the engineering, and like mix everything up and things get sometimes just totally thrown together, and totally just like get it done just to get it done and start moving in that direction. And then he'll leave and go do that same thing, at SpaceX or Tesla, vice versa. And then there's a little bit of a calm where people come back in and they fill in those gaps, And I think that's kind of always been a pretty healthy thing, honestly. It's like, I think if he is too focused on any one thing, it almost is like a spin too much, it's like
Too many tornadoes.
yeah, too many tornadoes. and I think it could almost be like you need someone to come back in and like backfill almost. I've heard definitely stories of like well, probably a good example would be last what was that, last year or 2 years ago, 2022, no, 2021. They did the first full stack of Starship Super Heavy, and they called it the big surge. All of a sudden, like thousands of SpaceX employees, came down to Starbase, and they just started building like you wouldn't freaking believe. I mean, it's just things going crazy. It was actually in the middle of that first interview I did with them. It was in the middle of that surge. There was like commotion like you wouldn't believe. You couldn't hardly talk because there's just so much going on. People just welding, blah, 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 Everything they did during that period was basically scrapped because it was just not done very well. But they got a fully stacked Starship rocket out on the launch pad. And it set, I think at some point you kind of have to stabilize some things enough and just say, like, this is what we're doing to catalyze some things and say, now do this. It's almost like do it for fake, now do it for real almost.
It's funny because through that time, I had a lot of conversation with him. I think that process was hugely stressful. There was a sense, I don't know where that sense is today, but there was a sense that Starship is going to be very hard to pull off.
Yeah.
Like still borderline impossible to pull off. And that was really weighing heavy on him and the team and everybody.
Yeah.
So like to have this chaos of development is fascinating.
Yeah, big time. And I think they really had to push, if they hadn't done that, big push, we might only be now seeing a rocket stacked for the first time. It might be a lot more finished rocket, a lot more high fidelity, a lot more flight-worthy rocket finished and stacked, but and they might not have to walk stuff backwards. But at the same time, like, you do have to, in this world, you do have to push really hard to make rapid iteration, rapid change and progress. So it's interesting. I don't know.
So lingering on that, another question I really should ask you because you've been in awe of the amazing development of space travel technology over the past few years. What do you think about Elon's life? So in this perfect balance, optimized reallocation of tornadoes throughout the various efforts in human civilization, do you worry about his involvement with Twitter?
I mean, personally, I see that as a lot less important than, and personally for me inspirational than Starship and the work done at SpaceX and Tesla. To me, those were two very impactful and really, really just generally that they uniting, something to rally around, get excited about, rally, and just like a future to look forward to. The idea of we're going to be building the world's most powerful, biggest rocket ever, and it's eventually going to be able to get humans on Mars for the first time. And we're going to transition the world into fully sustainable, awesome, just totally badass cars that do all these cool things. To me, those were that brought a sense of unity and a sense of we can do this. Personally, I just don't think that a social media, no matter what it is, I don't see that in the social media, and I don't see any sort of politicking as ever anything that's really ever uniting.
I understand that. I totally agree with you, especially with space, how inspiring it is. I have to push back. I do think the impact of social media, the basic level of meaningful connections of this collective intelligence that we call human civilization through the medium of digital communication, which is social media. I think that can have a huge impact. It could be the very vehicle that increases the inspiration that SpaceX does and other things. The thing I've criticized them a bunch for is why bring politics into this? So the political divisions that we see on Twitter, beating them is tricky. It's tricky to sort of understand what is the value of that, what is the contribution of that to this whole effort we got going on. So that's been a big challenge. But that said, again, this tornado, the number of tornadoes on social media, I think is really important because social media has such a huge impact on us as a society, and to have a transparent, have a bit of turmoil. It's like Tom Waits says, like my town with a bit of drop of poison, with a little drop of poison. So a little bit of that shake things up, I think might be really healthy. I just worry about the long-term impact on the whole Mars project through that. And so, but you know what? This one of the reasons it's fun is through the chaos. None of us know how it's going to turn out, and hopefully we try to help each other to make sure it turns out well.
And this really isn't anything about my personal politics or anything like that, but really just generally, any of my friends that are the first thing you hear about them in their day is something that happened in politics or something that some world leader is doing or not doing or saying and not saying. I just don't find that to be the most important thing, really. I know that obviously that can affect a lot of people. That has big real world consequences. Politics do. But and this is just me. I'm such a come together, cheerio kind of guy that I just really think you need something bigger than bickering about what people said and did and what they voted on and all this stuff to really push humanity forward. I know that politics and by extraction that social media can affect things like space flight and even our planetary defense, being able to defend ourselves against asteroids. If politics has their way and everything goes to crap and we don't even get to, we're not going to be able to, continue space flight and things like that. But I don't know. I just think there's better ways to do it and more uniting ways to do it than what feels like immature name calling sometimes.
Yeah, I think the political bickering that most people talk about, that's on top of most people's minds, is the thing that will be completely forgotten by history. It has actually very little impact. Yes, politics matters, but 1% of it. I think most of it is just political bickering, the push and pull of the red team and the blue team, and then the news media that feeds off the divisions and the attention, and it's just a fun athletic event almost with the blue team and the red team. So that you kind of have to have a historical perspective on it. Most things will not really have a significant impact, and we should focus on development of science, technology, engineering, which is the thing that grows the pie.
100%.
This is what the economists know well.
Yeah.
Just the innovation, the engineering, that's what actually makes everybody richer.
Yeah.
This kind of political bickering is just eating the pie.
And not just richer, but it improves their lives. We look at every modern technology conditioning, electricity, internet access, fresh, clean water, running water, blah, blah, blah. 100 years ago, so many of the things that listed either didn't exist or were only accessible by the ultra wealthy. And it's through the innovation of technology and engineering and education that we're able to have it be that even someone below the poverty line in most of the developed world will have a good number of those things in their life. And that's just continuing to increase and continue to get better. So I think, that's, to me, that's in the grand scheme more important, but each their own.
Speaking of amazing technological development, you have a few videos on this, but how does a rocket engine work? You're wearing some of the instruction manuals, but for one type of it, like what's the fuel? What are the kind of types of different rockets that you can kind of give an overview?
Yeah. Ultimately, a rocket engine converts high pressure and heat into kinetic energy. That's the only real job of a rocket engine, is to take high pressure gas, high pressure gas, very energized, there's a lot of energy involved, and then literally turning that into molecules shooting in one direction, into kinetic energy. So, what you do basically, simplest version of it is, of course, like famously a balloon. You take a balloon, fill it up with air, you've got a pressure, you let go of it, some of the air shoots out in a general direction-ish. You converted that pressure into kinetic energy. Now, if you start scaling that up, you can continue to do something like that, like cold gas thruster would be kind of the most simple and easiest rocket engine to make, would be a cold gas thruster. And all that is to literally just take air, or specifically nitrogen, a little bit more dense than all the others, very low, and the majority of our atmosphere, you can, it's more sparse. You can condense that down, short a really high pressure bottle, and then just literally shoot it through what's called de-Levelman hole, which is something that chokes the flow a little bit, gets it to be, takes it and gets it into supersonic speed. Once it's at supersonic speed, you actually can't choke it down anymore. It'll just constrict the flow of mass flow, constrict the airflow. So you actually go opposite. You start making it wider. And once it's already at supersonic speeds, if you expand it and make it wider, it actually gets faster and faster. So at first, when it's subsonic gas, you start shrinking, you constrict the flow, it's actually speeding up, just like, a highway. If you go from, or any of these examples, like a water hose, if you pinch it down, you want to flow the same amount of water from point A to point B through a smaller pipe, you can flow more water, the same amount of water from point A to point B with a smaller pipe, it just has to go faster. So obviously you can constrict it, but at some point you actually get to a physical limitation, and that happens to be the speed of sound. Once it gets to the local speed of sound, you can then actually do the opposite. You actually expand it back out, and you're continuing to convert the pressure into velocity at that point, but it's now supersonic. And what's interesting is, while you're doing that, you're actually cooling it down too. Each bit of that pipe that you're making wider and wider and wider, you're cooling it down. So the more heat energy you have to work with, the more work you can actually do. So at some point, a hot, high pressure rocket engine is the best source of, that's the ultimate amount of work you can do.
And the nozzle, so as you're saying, there's a bunch of different design options, but it's a critical part of this.
Yeah.
How you do that conversion.
Which is basically how much can you convert is really like the ultimate game. How much pressure and heat can we convert into thrust? That's really, at the end of the day, that's what a rocket engine is. So you have to have a powerful enough rocket engine to actually lift the rocket, and the rocket is mostly just fuel. It's like 90+% just the weight of fuel. You just have to lift the fuel that's going to take it, into orbit.
And that's the thing, specifically for rockets. You're saying generally rocket engines, but the task of going to orbit, you're fighting gravity, Earth gravity, which is fundamentally different than moon gravity or Mars gravity, or like you said, traveling out to space. Earth has a pretty intense gravity.
It's
to overcome.
We're lucky, because I think if it was 10% either way, like 10% harder, it'd be like, we could still do it. We'd still, with our current technology, we'd still be able to get stuff in the orbit. But man, things like reusability and this, commercialization, the success that we've seen in the last 10 years, we'd just be on too thin a margins, I think. 10% easier, and we would have been like, it's just like totally different. It's so much easier. It's like this big, sliding scale, and 10% in either direction, we'd be either screwed or really happy, as far as getting into space. So it's just hard enough that things like fully reusable become very, very, very difficult. I think it's completely achievable. We have all the pieces to make it achievable. It does not disobey any laws of physics. It does not disobey any. There's no like hard stops to it. It's just very, very, very hard. And so ultimately, yeah, like on Earth, for the first bit of launch again, when the rocket pointing straight up and the edges are pointing straight down, pointing end up, flaming end down, you're fighting gravity. And so that's kind of your biggest enemy outside of your Earth's atmosphere too.
So what kind of sources of fuel is there? So there's chemical rockets, liquid solid gas, hybrid. There's electric. So what are the kinds of fuels we're talking about? What are oxidizers? What can you just explain your shirt again?
Yeah.
Sure.
So really, I mean, fuels. There's kind of two terms. You'll generally hear the word propellant being used. Anything that is used to propel a spacecraft or used in a rocket. So you have to have, you can have a fuel. You have to have a fuel. You have to have an oxidizer, and you have to have a spark to actually get those things burning. And that's just a general law of like the universe. You have to have fuel, an oxidizer, and a spark. Now, some fuels will by themselves spark, like hypergolic fuels, but ultimately you're always left with some kind of fuel oxidizer. So the general ones used most often in rockets, liquid oxygen is kind of the king of, well, there's better oxidizers, but they're extremely, extremely hard to work with, like fluorine. But generally liquid oxygen, so you just chill oxygen down to its liquid state, minus 183 degrees Celsius. So it can be dense enough to store in tanks. It's 1,000 times more dense when it's in a liquid than it is as a gas. RP1, which is basically kerosene, is a very common fuel. Another common fuel nowadays is methane, liquid methane. Liquid hydrogen is another, it's the most efficient, potential for the most efficient since it's one of the lightest molecules.
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Falcon 9 uses kerosene, and then Starship uses methane.
Yep.
Liquid methane.
Yep, for fuel. They both use liquid oxygen for the rocket.
For the oxidizer.
Yep. But then, if you get into hypergolics, you'll normally have nitrogen tetroxide, which is your oxidizer, and some form of hydrazine for your fuel. There's solid rocket propellants, like solid rocket boosters, and those are actually pre-mixed. Your oxidizer is inherently like baked, literally like kind of baked into the sludge of fuel.
So like for SpaceX, it's all chemical liquid fuels.
Yep.
So how many solid base fuels are there? Are they still being used today? Is there most rockets?
Yeah, and the United States really is the only ones that I guess early on, because of the Soviet Union versus the United States. The United States started to use solids pretty early on. They're simple and easy, but these days, like, you'll still see them kind of as traditionally like boosters, like they're used to just help get something off the ground or help give it a little extra boost. So the space shuttle famously had those two huge white solid rocket boosters attached to the orange fuel tank. Those are solid rocket propellant. Things like the Atlas V can have up to 5 smaller solid rocket boosters. There's very few rockets that use a pure, at least these days, that use a pure solid rocket motor for its first stage. There still are, especially in China. There's a lot of startup rocket companies that kind of use this missile technology. They might use there might just be a variant of an ICBM that just use solid rocket fuel because it is relatively easy to develop. Model rockets use solid rocket motors and stuff like that. So they're still around, but they're just not as elegant and not as not as used these days.
So what are rocket engine cycles? I think getting more towards your shirt question. You have a really good video called that. A lot of your videos that are technical are just exceptionally well done. So I think you deserve all the props you can. Thank you for doing this work. Really, 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 really well done. So it's called Rocket Engine Cycles. How do you power a rocket engine? And you go through all the different options. Is there something you could say about open cycle, closed cycle, full flow, all the different variants that you can use words to explain?
Yeah, without all the pretty pictures.
Yeah, without the pretty pictures.
So ultimately, like we said, your ultimate goal is you want to get heat and pressure into an engine. So obviously, at some point, you can either make really thick tanks of your rocket. You can get it so thick that you store the propellants in really, really high pressures. But obviously, that doesn't scale very well. At some point, your rocket's so heavy you can't even leave the ground, or it's just much of your mass is just literally the walls of the rocket. So at some point, people realized, hey, we could actually just pump the fuels and the oxidizer into the engine at a high pressure and increase the pressure through a pump. Now, obviously, a pump's going to require energy. You have to get that energy from somewhere. And again, at some point, people were like, well, there's already rocket fuel here. We'll just use some of the energy from the rocket fuel to spin these pumps. So that would be considered like open cycle, closed cycle, full flow station combustion cycles are ways to tap into the propellant. Actually, there's tap off expander cycle. All of them kind of do the same thing, but you end up at some point spinning a turbine. The turbine can take some of the heat energy and the pressure of an engine, and then that can be connected to a shaft to pumps. Those pumps can increase the pressure of the propellant and force it into the combustion chamber. Now, the difference between open cycle, closed cycle, full flow, all those is what happens after the gas has flown through the turbine. So after you've used the turbine and spun up the energy, spun up the engine, what happens to that gas? So in an open cycle engine, you basically have like a separate small rocket engine in a sense, a gas generator they call it, and that will be used to create take a little, let's say 10% of the propellant flowing to the engine. Instead, you reroute it to like a smaller rocket engine called the gas generator. You point that at your turbine, and that will spin your turbine up to ridiculous speeds, 30,000 plus RPM. And then after it spins, it's wasted most of its energy, and it's just dumped overboard. That would be open cycle. You're not worrying about it after that point, but you are left with a lot of unburnt, unused fuel. A good amount of that fuel is just completely, especially because the turbine, you have to keep it from melting. So you can't run it at like optimal ratios. Not necessarily stoichiometric. In a rocket engine, you actually don't want it to be near stoichiometric, where you're releasing all the energy. You actually want to release, you actually want to be throwing out the lighter molecules so it can be shot out faster, generally in the engine. So, but in order to have a turbine survive, you have to actually cool. You have to have the gas going through it. It can't be stupid hot, or else you're just going to melt your turbine. So they normally, especially in the open cycle, you just run it really fuel rich. So there's a lot of extra fuel being pumped into it that will keep the temperatures at a reasonable, temperature. So you end up with this like dark, sooty smoke pouring out of that gas generator. That's just unburnt fuel, just wasted fuel. It never got a chance to be used, in the combustion chamber. It's not being used to propel the rocket. It's just being used to cool down the propellant that's being used to spin the turbine, that's being used to spin the pumps, to push a lot of propellant into the engine. So, it doesn't take too long before, you're a greedy rocket scientist being like, look at all this waste propellant, all this potential energy that's just literally being spewed out the side of the rocket. So that's where the closed cycle comes in. So now we have to get that propellant, take it from basically what was being wasted through the turbine, and you're going to try pumping it back into the engine. Now you don't literally just pump that gas that's that gas into the engine, because it's actually way too low a pressure compared to the main combustion chamber. And by that point, by the time it's gone through the turbine, it's lost most of its pressure and heat to the turbine. So if you tried pumping it into the engine, just taking that pipe and sticking it right into the combustion chamber, that much higher pressure, hotter combustion chamber would just go backwards, and it would stall out the engine and blow up the engine and whatever, what have you. So what they actually do is they normally will send, there might be some variations of this, but the general concept is you actually flow all of your fuel or all of your oxidizer through the turbine. So that would be closed cycle. So there's fuel-rich closed cycle, which would be you're flowing all of the fuel through the turbine. Or there's oxidizer closed cycle, where you're flowing all of the oxidizer that's going into the engine through the turbine. Now the trick here is you have to have that turbine after it's done its work. So after it's taken some of the potential energy, some of the heat energy from, we're not calling it a pre-burner, by the way, instead of it being a gas generator, you now call that device that's creating pressure to spin the turbine, you're now calling that a pre-burner, because it's just going to pre-burn some of your fuel or some of your oxidizer. The trick is that has to be, by the time it's gone through the turbine, it has to be higher pressure than the combustion chamber, because otherwise it's going to go backwards still. So you really have to get that pre-burner up to ridiculously high pressures, like at least 20% higher than your main combustion chamber. And these combustion chambers, we're talking about engines that are at 200, 100 to 200, even in SpaceX's Raptor engine up to 300 bar in the main combustion chamber. What is that? 4,500 psi, basically. Insane amounts of pressure inside these combustion chambers. So your turbine has to be even above that, or your gas generator, or your pre-burner, sorry, has to be higher pressure than that even, in order to have the flow going the right direction through the engine. So now you'll have those closed cycles. You'll have fuel rich, you have oxygen rich. The tricks now, you start to get, it's crazy. There's just so many compromises. Every little decision you have of like, oh, I did this, now crap, I'm gonna do this. For instance, fuel rich, if you ran kerosene, fuel rich, you know how I mentioned soot coming out of the gas generator. Well, if you run soot through your engine like that and had to go through your injectors, like back into the engine, it'll clog the pores of the injectors and it'll end up blowing up the engine. Soot itself is so damaging that you can't really run a fuel rich kerosene engine.
What exactly is soot? So it's like fuels all mixed up with smoke. Like what? I wonder what is it chemically? Is it some weird?
It's mostly just carbon. It's mostly just a carbon,
That dark smoke.
solid chunks of carbon, and it can cake up and just literally like it's like ash almost. Like at some point, especially under those high pressures and high temperatures, it can physically build up and turn into like stalagmites and stalactites of carbon, really hard, forged in a rocket engine carbon.
I wonder how you figure all that out too. There's some of that is chemistry theoretical, but like you're gonna have to build the thing at scale and actually test it and try and error.
There is
many decades of trial and error,
and many pieces of engines that you're trying to piece back together, going like, what the hell happened here? What happened? Yeah.
Okay, so that's closed cycle. So how do we get to full flow?
So in either of those situations, you're still actually just having the opposite. So if you're fuel rich, all the fuel is going through the turbine, but only a tiny bit of oxygen is actually being put into that pre-burner to spin the pumps, and the rest of the oxygen is actually going through the pump, the primary pump, and straight into the combustion chamber. Now, full flow, the idea is you're going to actually pre-burn both your propellants. Both your propellants are going to go through a pre-burner, and they're both going to end up spinning one of the pumps. So you'll have a fuel-rich pre-burner, and you're going to have an oxygen-rich pre-burner. Each one of those is going to get just, they're going to heat it up just enough and get it up to just enough pressure, spin up that turbine as fast as they need to do to get the pumps up to the right pressure, and still have enough pressure through the turbine to overcome the pressure inside the main combustion chamber. And they're both going to arrive, both your fuel and your oxidizer are going to arrive in the main combustion chamber as hot gases. So what was liquid oxygen is now gaseous oxygen. What was liquid methane is now gaseous methane. And they're meeting in this combustion chamber at still ridiculously high pressures again. And it's for SpaceX's Raptor engine, they're meeting at 300 bar. Insane amounts of pressure. And then they combust from there on, and because they're already a gas-gas interaction, they're happy to burn. They're ready to burn. They're ready to mingle, as opposed to having a gas-liquid interaction, which is what's a lot more normal. You'll have two different states of matter, and they just might not. They might take a little more coaxing to what's that word? Coaxing.
This doesn't sound like that's not correct, right? Coaxing. Yeah. All right.
I don't know. We'll cut that in post.
Let Morgan Freeman overdub us.
Yeah.
The fascinating thing is they're coaxed as gases in combustion chamber.
But yeah, they just take a little bit more. It takes more time in the combustion chamber to have liquid and gas interaction mixed together and unleash as much of their energy as they can before it exits the system.
All right, some of the trade-offs here in terms of efficiency, which is most efficient, and then also complexity of the design and the engineering, and the cost of the design and the engineering. And what are the different trade-offs between open cycle, closed cycle, and full flow?
Yeah, it's kind of like a what's the bears, the Goldilocks. It's like you kind of generally the easiest is open cycle because you're just expelling the exhaust gas, the gas generator exhaust. You're not having to worry about it. You just spin up that thing as much as you need and deal with it. Right? No big deal. Closed cycles offers 10 to 15% greater performance generally because you're not wasting that propellant. But it's complicated. It's a lot more complicated, especially if you're doing oxygen rich. Now you're having hot gaseous oxygen in your engine, which just generally wants to react with everything. It's just a recipe, like hot oxygen is just a recipe for things to catch on fire that shouldn't be on fire. So metals, under those conditions, lots of times will just spontaneously start burning. You'll actually turn your metal and it will now become fuel. You'll be engine rich before you know it because hot oxygen is eating and using that engine as fuel basically. So oxygen rich is generally very hard, but that is what the Soviet Union ended up doing. Right? Almost their entire line of engines was closed cycle oxygen rich. But so those two are kind of generally hard, but offer great performance benefits over open cycle. But at the end of the day, full flow is by far the ultimate of all of them. It's the most difficult, but it also has the most potential to be the most efficient.
Starship, the Raptor 2, why is that engine using full flow?
Because it's the best. I mean, just physics-wise, if you're trying to extract as much energy out of your propellants, there just isn't another cycle type that is better than it. But of course, it's very, very hard to develop. So far to date, the RD-270 in the 60s was built. There is a powerhead demonstrator built in the United States in the 90s and early 2000s, I think, maybe just the early 2000s. That was just the power, just the pumps and the turbines and the pre-burners, no chamber, no nothing. That was a big deal. Only the United States took millions of dollars to just develop that, and then there's SpaceX's Raptor.
So you talked about the combustion chamber and how damn hot things get. High pressure, a lot of heat. How do you keep the thing cool? You have a great video on this. How do you get it from what do you call it, metal rich, engine rich, engine rich from like the metal from melting?
Well, one of the ways is to let it be engine rich. There's actually, you can use ablative cooling. Literally make the walls thicker than you normally make it out of a material that will ablate away, that will kind of chip away and take some of the heat away with it. Very, again, primitive. It's actually what SpaceX first used on their first Merlin engines. They used ablative cooling. So it's basically a carbon nozzle, and you just let it get the carbon, the inner layer of the engine nozzle is carbon. And just let it get chewed away and eaten away, and that's just something you factor in. It's not very elegant, and it's definitely not reusable in that sense.
So there's probably really good models about like how it melts away, the rate at which it melts away to know what thickness.
Yeah.
But boy, is it dangerous.
I just
This is part of the design.
It's so silly. So obviously, you probably, it's not the most elegant. And the problem too, your geometry physically is changing too, because as you're eroding the walls, now things like your expansion ratio or the ratio between your throat and the nozzle exit is changing. Yeah. Because the thickness, like the throat diameter is actually, like everything's changing. So it's not great.
It might not be melting away uniformly. There could be some like weird pockets for aerodynamics. A bunch of chaos.
I can't imagine having to like figure all that stuff out. Honestly, yeah. So the more elegant thing to do, there's a couple other things you can do, but the kind of the most common one, especially when we're dealing with liquid fueled rockets, is something called regenerative liquid. And the idea is you basically just flow fuel oxidizer through the walls of the nozzle in the chamber before they go through like into the ejector, into the actual combustion chamber. By doing that, you're taking heat out of you're taking heat out of the metal of the walls and you're putting it into propellant. So you're typically heating the propellant up, which is, remember when I said there's gas interaction versus a liquid, like liquid gas. So lots of times, even if you pump them both as they both being pumped as liquid, by the time it goes through the wall of the chamber, lots of times one of them is phase changed into a gas. So now you do have that gas liquid interaction. That's because they're using the fuel or the oxidizer to cool the walls of the engine. So when you look at a rocket engine, although it looks like a nice, beautifully uniform cylinder, smooth thing, there's oftentimes like channels actually like milled into the walls that they run fuel through. But even though they're tiny, they can be like 2-3 millimeters thick. They'll actually still have a channel that goes down and U-turns and comes around and comes back, all the way down to the tip of the nozzle and everything. So it's just insane that
Wasn't that pre-designed? And that's like so they design those channels.
Yeah.
There's probably some optimization there, like how the flow happens.
Well, especially because you're thinking about a conical thing or like a semi-conical thing where the area is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. You're flowing the same amount of propellant through it as you are down. You know what I mean? Like the propellant has to. They have all these unique things. Like sometimes different manifolds where they'll inject more or less fuel in certain areas. And
There must be like propellant simulation software. They surely can't like test this on the actual physical.
well, back in the day, they had to just build it.
Well, you mean back in the day, well, uphill in both ways. Was like, I mean, like anything back in the day before computers, where you like had like,
You just had to do it.
and like your simulation or modeling was like a sheet of paper where you're like calculating stuff.
But you can heat flux. You know, you can literally see how much energy and how much heat is inside the combustion chamber. How much, you know, and that is a measurable thing even without a computer. Now I'm not near smart enough to do any of this. Like I've never tried measuring the heat flux of anything. I barely even know what that means. I'm just smart enough to live it. So but that is something that people would calculate and find out. Okay, copper, you know, does a better job of transferring the heat between the walls of it into the propellant, blah 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 blah, compared to X Y Z. So yeah, you know,
materials people. I've met just all walks of life, especially just through MIT, through everywhere, where there's some people are just like 100x smarter than anyone you've ever met at a particular thing. Like you mentioned copper, they'll know the heat dissipation through different materials. They'll understand that, like, or like holy shit, it's possible for a human being to deeply understand a thing.
dude, aerospace is full of that. You'll have people that are so niche in something that the average person has never even remotely thought of. Yet this person has done it 40,000 different ways in an environment, being like, well, we found out that if we turn it 4 degrees that way and add 4% niobium, you know, like just things you're like, what is your life? And how do you know this?
And the funny thing about them, they usually don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
They're usually like they're so nonchalant about it that if you don't actually, you have to know enough. You actually have to know quite a lot to appreciate how much more they know.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you won't even notice it. Because our popular culture doesn't celebrate the intricacies of scientific or engineering mastery, which is interesting. There's all these people that lurk in the shadows. They're just geniuses.
Yeah.
Like you see, you have like the LeBron or like good at basketball, so we understand that they're good at basketball. They do this thing with the ball and the hoop, and they do like it really well. Better than a lot of other people under pressure. Or like we celebrate
It's a big public spectacle.
Yeah.
Look how great they are. Yeah.
But like the people, like at these aerospace companies and NASA, and SpaceX, the kind of stuff they're doing is there's geniuses there. It's actually really inspiring. I mean, I've attracted a lot of brilliant people in the software world, and maybe because I don't deeply understand a lot of hardware stuff, materials engineering, mechanical engineering, those people seem like so much smarter. I mean, it's always like the grass is greener, whatever the expression is, but there's a depth of understanding that engineers have that do like mechanical engineering that's just awe-inspiring to me.
Not to get too like I don't know what the word would be, introverted or something or whatever, but that's actually kind of the whole point of Everyday Astronaut. Like that's almost the whole point of what I do each year. From the beginning, I did a thing called the Astro Awards, trying to be like an award show, hoping to lift up and celebrate and shine a spotlight on the people that are actually doing the hard work and try to treat them like the rock stars that they are that we don't know about. I think that's one of the things that for sure I think Elon definitely helped make spaceflight cool. Helped make that like a celebration thing where people are physically out cheering for rockets and science and space exploration. But I think that's just the beginning. I think like this should be a thing where the general public looks to these people as the coolest ones, as the coolest places to work, as the most important things. Sports are great and everything. I'm a big Formula One fan and things like that. But at the same time, like we should be celebrating the people doing this crazy work, clocking in countless hours, just trying to figure out this one little thing that's going to help us further our understanding.
I mean, what's cooler than a giant thing with a really hot fire that goes boom and goes up into the air? I mean, like, there's no. It's like to me, like bridges are inspiring. It's like incredible architecture design, and like humans are able to work against nature, build these gigantic metal things, but like rockets.
Yeah.
with like a tiny little human on top of them,
Yeah.
flying out into space. And it's like it's the coolest possible thing. Everything comes together. All the different disciplines come together to the high stakes drama of riding that super powerful thing up away from the thing we call home Earth. Like it's so amazing.
Exactly.
So freaking amazing.
Well, I think that's kind of part of my story arc. Because I just used to be a huge car and motorcycle guy. Like I just loved things that go fast and are loud and go fast and make lots of power. And at the end of the day, like at some point you realize nothing goes faster and is louder and makes more power than a rocket. And I think that's kind of where I eventually just ended up. Wound up there just because there is nothing cool.
Yeah, that's the ultimate level of reach as a car guy is to become a rocket guy.
Yeah, 100%. And at some point, some car guys literally become rocket guys and strap rockets to cars and try and break land speed records. Like it's the same universe here. Yeah.
So Elon, with your conversation with him on the Raptor 2, was talking about what you were talking about. Like there's an excessive amount of cooling to be on the safe side as you're developing the engine. What kind of cooling is that?
So that would be film. So remember how a little bit ago we were talking about keeping the turbine from melting? You can just run it off nominal, basically off, typically fuel rich. Just run more fuel through that, so it's cool enough. You can actually do that locally, kind of in your engine. So you can keep it so imagine a combustion chamber, and the top of it's just a flat, like imagine a shower head, and then you have the combustion chamber attached to it. The outer perimeter there, the part where the flame front would be touching the walls, you can actually have just more fuel injectors. So you're injecting locally a more fuel-rich zone along the entire nozzle, and that would be called film cooling. So it's less efficient though. Again, you're kind of wasting fuel. There's fuel that's running, and your mixture ratio is off, but only for a little portion of the big picture. So that's one of those compromises. Like you can do additional film cooling to make sure you're not melting your engine, but at the cost of performance usually. But you can also be smart and use film cooling. There's fun little clever tricks. For instance, you'll notice on the F1 engine that was on the Saturn V, the biggest rocket that has been built to date prior now to the Starship. The F1 has this huge engine. There's 5 of them on the Saturn V, and you'll notice that the gas generator has a pipe that comes down, and then it actually splits off in a manifold and wraps around part of the nozzle. And that manifold takes the hot gas from the turbine, which is actually, it's not hot. It's actually cold gas compared to the combustion chamber. But it's, in human terms, it's still, you wouldn't want to put your hand in it, not live. And it actually pipes that gas into the nozzle so that it creates a film cooling, an actual boundary layer of cooler gas against the hotter combustion chamber gas. They're basically repurposing that gas that was normally wasted, and they pump it back into the engine, and then into the nozzle, kind of further down. So the trick there is it has to be far enough down that the pressure in the nozzle, because remember, as the nozzle gets bigger and bigger, the pressure is getting lower and lower, and then it's getting lower and lower. So you have to find this trade-off point where the pressure is lower than that gas from the turbine,
like an upside down
and then you
volcano,
pump it
girls.
in, and it's cooler than the gas still is in the nozzle.
Why?
And it can help
Oh,
not melt your nozzle. So you'll notice that the F1 is actually a good example of
spicy
reach
butthole.
So the chamber walls, you can physically see the
I like when I
actually,
cough and
on the
hiccup
F1
at the
so
same
big,
time.
and they just literally use pipes.
My
to vent
fucking
up, and
emphysema
you can see the coolant channels all the way
mixed
up
with
and
a
down
little
the
bit of
until you get to that manifold. Then from there on, it just has what's called a nozzle extension, and it keeps going and going and going. And that section of the nozzle is cooled by the film cooling of the gas.
That's a lot of words.
I mean, the aerodynamics of cooler gas and hot gas, because you have to have this kind of layer, right?
Yeah.
Protect the layer of cooler gas. Like understanding that obviously probably has to do in modern times. There's probably really good simulation of aerodynamics, and to do that in terms of pressure too, make sure it's in the right place.
Yeah.
It doesn't go back up.
Go backwards, exactly. Yeah. If they have that manifold even 6 inches too high on that nozzle, it's just gonna go upwards, And pressure always wants to flow from high to low.
Oh man, my butthole.
Gas here that results in
just spicy butthole.
It's very large.
Hot.
Infinity, yeah.
Especially because you can't do a small model of it.
I really should show a
No,
good
you
time.
can't. You have to do
That's why you have all the tests. That's why you have the Starship, all the tests. That, you think, why would you need to do so many static fires, so many tests, and why is it failing so many times? Can't you get it right? But like, it's very tough to get it right.
Well, and when you're pushing the boundaries, you want to know where and how it's going to fail.
That's right.
So you can engineer around them. So that's a luxury that SpaceX does have with the scale of Raptor. They're building Raptor cheaper than probably almost any other engine. Maybe besides some of their own, at least at that scale. And before they're testing, I think since last March or last April, they tested 1,000 Raptor, 1,000 engine fires. I guess not just Raptors, but that's just an insane amount of data and an insane amount of edge cases to learn. Oh my God, we found out that we were actually slightly overspinning our turbine at this degree and this frequency. Is harmonic at this blah blah blah, and all of a sudden realize it's rattling, and it did this, and then you can engineer around that. It's like ultimately, I think Elon said something like high production rate solves many ills or something along those lines. And it's just true. If you have an insane amount of engines, an insane amount of data, an insane amount of failures to learn from, you just know your system inside and out. You know those margins. You know where the failure points are. You know how to engineer around them.
That's how I approach dating. No, I'm just kidding. If we're talking about engines, so most rockets, I think all rockets have multiple stages today. Maybe they'll take us into discussion of what ideas that could be for single stage to orbit rockets. But can you describe this whole thing that you've been mentioning here and there, multiple stages of a rocket?
Yeah.
Hot butt syndrome is what they should call this, girl.
Ultimately, like I
Hot
said, we're
butt
kind of
syndrome.
pushing about 90%.
She really should be called spicy asshole.
And so that skin weighs a lot of skin and the engines do weigh
Affliction.
a lot. Like I said, the Falcon 9
Spicy asshole
tons,
affliction.
just the booster is about
Sa.
20 metric tons. So it's not an
Really?
insignificant amount of weight.
Could be
So
called
the idea
upside
is
down volcano.
staging is you ditch anything you don't need, more or less. So
It's upside down volcano.
Falcon
I
9 is a
think
perfect rocket to
I think
run
it
because
says it
you have
all.
an upper
That
stage
name kind
and
of
you have a booster
just
in our first stage.
encapsulates
And the
everything
first
that's
stage
going on
burns through all the
downstairs.
fuel. Once it's out of fuel, you
Really?
let go of the second stage and head
Aw,
up.
man.
Basically started and lit
This shit.
brand new fresh rocket. This brand new fresh rocket now doesn't have all that 20 tons attached to it.
What is that thing called? Trench foot? What is trench foot? It's kind of what I got going on in my pants.
It's
Trench foot?
optimized for the vacuum of space as opposed to having to operate at sea level with actually pretty thick atmosphere, relatively. So staging is basically the idea that you get rid of things you don't need. On Earth, again, kind of that whole 10% harder, 10% easier. If it was 10% easier, single stage orbit would be no big deal. And it probably would have been like the way to get to orbit by choice, just because it's not that hard. But with our Earth as it is, with physics as it is, it's doable, and we've had. And we almost kind of actually the first orbit to take humans, or the first rocket to take humans into orbit from the United States, which was the Atlas rocket, was kind of stage and a half. It actually only had one big fuel tank. And what they did is they actually dropped off 2 of its 3 engines. So it just ditched some of the engines. But if it hadn't done that, so kind of people were like, well, that was single stage. It's like it still had a staging event. It still had a ditch mass in order to even make it orbit. Had it not done that, it would have not been able to.
Jungle rot. I got jungle rot in my pants.
And say, okay, well, if I want to stick to single stage orbit, my payload mass becomes tiny. You might be able to put Falcon 9 booster on its own. You just flew from the side core booster.
I got jungle rot and trench foot in my pants.
I'm just gonna fly this on its own. You might be able to put 10 kilograms into space or something. A very small amount. We'll throw a second stage on that thing, and now you can put 17,000 kilograms into space. So it's just an orders of magnitude more payload capacity because you didn't stage it, because you ditched the situation. So
I've got trench rot
the other thing hard
in
about
my pants.
is that the engines again that operate at sea level are often not great in space and vice versa. You physically can't. Most optimized for space engines you can't even operate at sea level; they'll destroy themselves due to something called flow separation. So not only are you getting the benefit of ditching all the way, but you're also able to use it much more efficient and typically, with much less powerful engines.
So you mentioned on the multi-stage rockets that maybe the dream would be if we weren't living on Earth, but maybe we can on Earth to have a single stage to orbit rocket where it's all one package, reusable.
Reusable gets even harder.
Yeah, harder. So first of all, what is just the linger on it? What is the single stage to orbit rocket? And
Yeah.
why is it so hard to achieve on Earth? You already kind of explained it a little bit, but just if we were to say like, yeah, that's your assignment.
Yeah.
Then you're supposed to get together with Elon and other brilliant people, and like you have to do this.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard?
Why is it so hard? The payload fraction of a rocket is like 3 to 5 or 6 or 7%.
What the fuck?
That's the amount of payload compared to the total mass of the rocket. Like you're lucky to
Come
get
on,
it
nemology.
beyond 5%. So if you're now having to deal with the weight of the rocket by the time you're in orbit, like your
This
payload fraction is you're talking about like margins it's so small amount of leftover. If you have to take
oh shit.
the sooner you can ditch weight, the better. The sooner you can ditch weight, the better. The sooner you can, and that's what you're doing. A rocket the whole time is actually ditching weight. All of that fuel, all that big giant flame you see, is literally mass being thrown out the back of the rocket. But what typically isn't expended, at least during
Get ready to get
nominal
kicked out.
operations, you're not seeing the engines being, expelled out the thing until you get to staging, of course. And that's where, you're ditching all that dead weight. So single stage to orbit, your margins just become so small that it's not
I'm gonna get nailed.
but it's just at the end of the day, like almost no matter who you are, you end up saying it's just simply not worth it.
Spent all that fucking time.
If you have two rockets that are using the same amount of propellant, they're the same physical sizes, and one of them is cut in a third and has another little engine, it'll have 100 or 1,000 times more payload capacity than the one sitting right next to it. And now, so there's tricks you can do to like try to offset that. Things like aerospike engines, which operate at as efficiently at sea level, in kind of optimized efficiency at sea level, and just by the way they're designed, the physics of them, they're also efficient in vacuum too. You can do things like that, and at the end of the day,
I just got level
you end
20.
up with a worse rocket than if you had just done stage, like no matter what. And people say like, well, what if
That
you
was
develop
the
new
worst.
technology? It's like, okay, we'll apply that technology.
Are they gonna let me
to a
talk?
rocket, and it's gonna do better. Like no matter where you end up, it's just always better to ditch that weight.
Is there a cost to having multi-stage? Because you can still reuse the different stages.
That's the dream is becomes easier to reuse multiple stages because now like the booster doesn't have to survive orbital reentry temperatures and extreme environments, and you only have to make survivable the upper stages. You only have to put a big heat shield. I mean, Starship's the perfect thing of this. The upper stage has a big giant heat shield. The booster doesn't need it because the booster's not going to orbit. It's only going a fifth or a quarter of orbital velocity. So its heat that it experiences is survivable just by the same steel. You don't need an additional heat shield. So all of a sudden, if you're trying to reuse, pretend that you just welded the two stages of Starship together, remove those engines on Starship. That whole vehicle, if you're trying to reuse it, the whole vehicle now has to have a heat shield on one side of it. The whole thing has to have these big, heavy wings. By the time you come down to it, there's probably just zero payload capacity. You basically put your fuel tank in space. Good job.
So the dream of a single stage to orbit a rocket is that just even the wrong dream?
That's what most convention tells you. By the time if your goal is cheap, then you're going to have a physically larger rocket that has more engines, that has more propellant, blah blah blah, to put the same amount of mass into orbit compared to something else. We're talking like Rocket Lab's Electron, a really small rocket. It's like I think 1.3 meters wide and something like 18 meters tall. It's a small rocket. If you were to and it can put something like 300 or so kilograms into orbit. You can either launch something that size, or again like a full big old Falcon 9 booster, the huge thing, and that would be lucky to put 300 kilograms into orbit. So it's like which one's going to be cheaper to build, ship around, all this stuff, and then you also look at fixed costs like the idea of flying again everything in rocket science is compromised because now you have things like people on console time, all the people that are on comms and working on the rocket, going down to the pad, filing paperwork, doing range control, making sure there's not planes and boats in the way, flight termination. You have all these fixed costs for any launch. I don't care how big the rocket is. There's a relatively fixed cost. So now you say like, okay, I'm going to be paying. Well, let's just think of a number. I'm going to pay $5 million to fly a rocket between all the people going on site, all the propellant, all the licenses, blah blah blah. If your fixed cost is $5 million, you can put 300 kilograms in space versus you have a $5 million cost of operation, and you can put 5,000 kilograms in space. Like the business case is going to send you in one direction pretty quickly.
So you mentioned aerospace. I think the internet informed me of your love affair with aerospace. Find somebody that looks at you the way Tim now looks at aerospace. You explain what these are, how do they work, what's beautiful to them, how practical are they, why don't we use them? Does it just boil down to the design of the nozzle? So maybe can you explain how is it possible to achieve this thing for an engine to be as efficient at in a vacuum and sea level and all?
You know what I love about this? Is that every question you've asked me is like a 1 hour video on my exactly. I was like, now boil it down to 45 seconds. Go. So the aerospike engine basically is an inside-out engine, more or less. So with a traditional engine, we've talked about the combustion chamber and the throat, and then it expands out into the nozzle. Those walls are containing the pressure, right? Aerospike is the opposite. Basically, the pressure of the engine is on the outside of it, and it's pushing inward against a spike. So it's almost like the difference of if you were, let me think about this. If you were standing in like a tent or a teepee, right? And you put your arms at the top and you pushed your arms out like into an iron cross. You can physically lift the tent just by pushing outwards on the tent wall.
Oh
right?
man, my butthole.
That would be like a traditional nozzle. Aerospace would be almost
Shit.
squeezing an ice cube. If you squeeze an ice cube, you push in on it, and kind of that wedge force will shoot that ice cube. So that's kind of what is happening. We have the high pressure gases on the outside of the spike.
How about Korean barbecue? How y'all doing?
On that spike, and then that's
Hey,
pushing
Korean
up
barbecue.
against because it's equal on both sides against the kind of the ram. It's pushing up against the rocket. So that's where that force comes in. It's against the nozzle.
Well, I guess I'm not in the fucking mining industry, so I mine for data, baby. I'm a data miner, which is better than oil and better than gold.
In space, you can have what's known
Why?
as really big expansion.
Dude, who else has their own shitting of themselves and then describing it and then rewatching it all on the same video? Fucking crazy.
It's continually just converting more and more.
This is the worst.
Hot
KBBQ.
gas to cooler.
Yo, KBBQ.
And cooler, lower pressure, and faster gas. So each little millimeter along that nozzle is just getting it lower pressure and cooler, but faster. Now, if you take a big nozzle on Earth and you at sea level and you fire it, you can actually get, even though we're going from say 300 bar the Raptor engine, our atmosphere at sea level is about 1 bar, exactly 1 bar, depending on conditions. But you can actually get a nozzle to get way below 1 bar of pressure. So every little, you can go from 300 bar in just 2 meters down to 1 bar or below 1 bar. There's actually a limit. You can actually only expand it below, we'll say something like 70%.
My fucking stomach.
Down to like 0.7 bar at nozzle exit before the pressure of the atmosphere is actually squeezing in on that exhaust and tearing it away from the walls of the engine, the walls of the nozzle exit. And what happens is it's kind of unpredictable. You get these pockets, these oscillations, and they'll be so extreme that they'll end up just destroying the nozzle. So you can't lower. You can't have a bigger expansion ratio.
Man, my stomach is
relatively speaking, something like 0.7. You can't go below. You can't get that pressure exit too much below ambient air pressure before flow separation can destroy the engine.
So how come this engine can do so well in different pressure conditions?
So because it's inside out,
it was like the Gulf of
ambient pressure is pushing the exhaust gas into the wall, as opposed to a conventional engine that exhaust gas or the ambient air is actually squeezing.
Yeah, like my boyfriend, his dad,
and that squeezing
girlfriend,
away
if you can get there. Yeah. Oh man, my fucking balls.
Kind of inside out, the ambient air is pushing the exhaust gas.
I can smell
into the
liquid
wall.
death.
You can't have flow separation.
Really?
You won't have flow separation.
I don't even know what that is. Is that
So you have
beer?
this huge.
No one knows.
amazingly
The only
like
thing I've
efficient
ever-
vacuum engine that's
That one girl
we'll
who
say a
fucking
200
works
to 1
in
expansion ratio, which is really big. Like, a
on
lot of
TikTok.
C-level engines are like 35,
It's
40, 50 to 1
amazing.
expansion ratios. And then
Who makes little
in space,
TikToks.
it's common to use like 150, 180,
Then her boss
200 to 1 expansion ratios.
celebrates
so an
it.
aerospace can have something like 200 to
It's
1.
amazing.
It's just that the
Oh, I want to
at
see
sea
this
level,
this
it's kind of
tip
getting
drop.
pushed.
Oh, like
It's
the
kind of getting
bitches
cut
do.
out
Like,
early on. But it
oh,
doesn't matter. It's not like destructive. It's just not
Hilarious.
running its maximum efficiency.
really?
As it climbs
Dog, kitty drops
now
are a
too, as
thing.
the ambient
I could
air
watch them
gets
all day.
thinner
That
and
and when they undo the hair.
it just inherently
Fuck yeah,
is pushing
dog.
less and less
Talk
and
to
less
me now.
against the wall of that
This is the worst
aerospace
though.
engine. So it
Really?
actually continually gets
It's
more
just
efficient
terrible.
at
Terrible. There's so
as it
much
climbs in altitude.
liquid coming out of
As,
my butt.
as is a normal engine, but the difference is that you can use that huge expansion ratio at sea level, and you can't use
Terrible.
a huge expansion ratio at sea level with a traditional nozzle.
Has that anyone actually flown an airplane engine?
No aerospace engine to date has ever been flown on an original rocket.
Why not? And would you like to see a picture where they're used?
Purely because I think they're cool.
Yeah.
You know, in the same way.
That's the core of your love affair with aerospace engines.
It's just, and I said this in my video. Actually, there's
Talk to me
outside
now.
before I came in here, I saw an RX-7 in the streets that I just love, and that uses a rotary engine. On paper, the rotary engine is like more efficient, does all smaller, more efficient, all these things. But in practice, it's like the thing is actually just like unreliable, hot, and it blah 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 burns oil. Kind of the same thing with the aerospace engine. Like yes, on paper, it's more efficient, but now you have a lot more surface area of your throat area. No matter what, is going to have the throat of the rocket engine is always where it's the hottest. It's the hardest thing to cool. And if an aerospike, if it's inside out, now your throat is no matter what, like way bigger. It's almost like the size of the nozzle exit normally, but now it's your hardest thing to cool, and you have a ton of it, and you also have two edges of it, no matter what. So even if you have like a
Coffee
circle inside a
talk to
circle,
her.
you have like
Coffee
just
talk to her.
insane amount more surface area to cool with a limited amount of fuel. Don't forget you're using your fuel as your coolant. So if you all of a sudden now take your throat area and you have X amount of space that you need to cool, you have a limited supply. It's like sorry, this is stuff that just
Are there ideas for cooling?
Coffee talk to her.
For cooling
Really?
it's
Dog, this
same
is the
physics
worst.
apply for an aerospace as they would. So you just
Oh,
run it-
worst.
you run into a limit.
All right, let's go back to my pimp.
I'm not flowing enough.
I'm my own pimp.
It scales,
My
it
babies.
scales kind of,
Oh, in the
you can
camp.
increase the thrust of an aerospace by making it bigger and increase the
Going
mass flow,
viral from
if you want the
Filipinos.
or the throat. But
Really?
like it's at the end of the day,
Maybe.
it's physically possible. It's a lot more complex. You have a lot of issues with cooling, and you end up kind of right back where you started. So it's like, is it worth it to just keep going down this rabbit hole? You're trying to engineer this thing to work when like you could have probably spent a tenth the amount of time just slightly increasing the performance of your normal engine in the first place.
Again, I'm going to anthropomorphize that
Talk
lesson
to me now.
applied to my dating life. Once again. Okay. Actually, just on a small tangent, since you are also a car guy, what's the greatest?
Yo, dog, how do I fucking talk
combustion
in
engine
lo-fi,
car ever
girl?
made to you? If you have to
Lo-fi, girl.
What's the coolest, the sexiest, the most powerful, the classiest, the most elegant?
Talk to me now.
Design? I don't know what.
A lot of those things are different for me, but
They are.
it's funny because now maybe it's just because it's fresh on mind, but I love that mid '90s RX-7, which especially in
General?
Japan they had the 20B, a tri-rotor. That is like the coolest engine ever to me.
Introduction.
The FD RX-7. It's just
Is
too
there a
darn
sleep
cool,
room?
honestly.
Well, what about the mid '90s that makes it special?
Just that's the only time everything was. It's more that I love the engine and I like the cars attached to it. I'm not actually a big fan of like '90s styling, personally. But just that the 20B is just such a cool engine, and it's twin turbo sequential turbos. They use a bigger turbo takes longer to spool up. Takes more. It's using that same like the turbine and the compressor, and if it's a large turbine, it takes more exhaust gas to get it
Study
spooled up.
room.
So if you have an engine that revs 9,000 RPM, you want to get a lot of pressure out of that turbo. You have a big turbo, it's going to take forever. Like you're going to have, floor it, and then like it's going to take a long time for that turbo to get spooled up. They actually did
Welcome
a small
to
turbo on
stages.
it and a big turbo. The small turbo would spool
Oh, I
up
keep
first,
talking
get
there.
some boost going through the engine, get that engine operating, get it up to speed, get it, get some power to the wheels. And then once that kind of reaches its limit, you flow it into divert the exhaust gas into the bigger turbo, sequential turbo.
Showroom 2.
And then that now can supplement and actually
Showroom
increase,
1.
overall performance of the vehicle by a lot. I think that's just so cool. It's just like the ultimate like
Damn.
brute force, out of the box thinking, and it actually made it into production. You know what I mean?
Can you what's it sound like? Can you tell an engine by its sound?
It sounds like a really, really, really angry dog. It sounds horrible. It's actually a terrible sounding car. In my opinion, like it sounds just raspy and like the opposite of like a
Talk
big
to me
muscle
now.
car. Yeah, like a big muscle car, just deep guttural, like deep. Oh, it hits you. This is like it's. Just
Oh,
gonna
they kicked me
annoy the
out.
hell out of you and all your neighbors. Like it's.
But you love the engineering.
I love the engineering.
So to you, the car is the engine. It's
Why
not
am I getting kicked
all
out?
the surface stuff, all the design stuff, all the the elegance, the curves, whatever it is.
Well, those come and go. To me, styles change forever. Yeah.
I'm gonna apply that to my dating life once again. Metaphors, just keep on coming.
Well, if you think about it, like my taste has changed throughout the years. When I first saw a Model 3 Tesla, I thought it was the most hideous car I've ever seen. Out the grill, I was like, this is so stupid. It took me all but 2 months to think that it was one of the coolest cars. Same with Cybertruck. I mourned Cybertruck. When I first saw that thing, I was at that thing with, and I went with, we used to do a podcast called Our Ludicrous Future. So we talked a lot about cars and EVs and stuff. We went to that unveiling and literally we had almost a non-alcohol induced hangover the next morning of mourning the hideousness of Cybertruck. Come 6 months later, a year later, and I'm like, damn it, that thing's actually kind of cool.
That also teaches you something about, again, it's the thing you said earlier, sort of going against the current of the experts or the beliefs or whatever and making a decision from first principle. Some of that also applies to design and styling and fashion and culture and all
Big
that. Some of that, like fashion especially, so interesting. Being rebellious against the current fad actually is the way you pave new fads.
Well, it didn't take long for others to follow. You look at currently what Hyundai's doing with their, I forget which one, the Ioniq or something like that. It's square. It's boxy. It's a throwback. It's 80s. It's got these beautiful retro taillights. It's got these square headlights. It's very inspired by Cybertruck, in my opinion. I mean, it might not be. It might be coincidental that we're all kind of getting this retro future vibe. But
I personally like the boxy. I still haven't understood Porsche. I still can't quite understand the small size, the elegance of the curves. I don't
Why
quite,
you guys
I
kick
don't
me out?
quite get it.
like I said, I don't love the look
Why?
of the RX-7. I don't love it, but I love it because of the engineering, I guess, that it represents. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not the surface stuff. It's the deep down stuff.
It's that 50-50 distribution that matters.
All right, let's talk about Starship a little bit. We've been sneaking up to it from a bunch of different directions. Can you just say what is Starship and what is the most impressive thing to you about it? And you've talked about the engines involved. Maybe you haven't really kind of dancing around it, but because this is such a crucial thing in terms of the next few years, in terms of your own life personally, and also just human civilization reaching out to the stars, it seems like Starship is a really important vehicle for making that happen. So what is this thing that we're talking about?
Yeah, so Starship is currently in development, the world's largest, most powerful rocket ever built. Fully reusable rocket, two-stage rocket. So the booster is landed, and all this is currently aspirational until it's working. So I'll say what its aspiration is going to be, and obviously I have faith that that will happen.
You were in a voice channel last time you were
So
here.
the booster will be reused, landed, refueled, reused. The upper stage will be landed, refueled, and reused, and ideally rapidly. In a sense, not talking about months or weeks of refurbishment, but literally talking about uses liquid methane and liquid oxygen as its propellants. It utilizes current iterations of it are 33 Raptor engines on the booster and 6 Raptors on the second stage. So there'll be 3 that are vacuum optimized and 3 that are sea level optimized on the upper stage. That are primarily they'll be used, I think, at stage separation anyway in space, but their main reason that they use them is they can use them for landing too. The 3 sea level engines to be able to propulsively land the upper stage as well.
So the 3 Raptor engines are the ones that generate the thrust that makes it the most powerful rocket ever built.
By almost double.
Compared to the Saturn V, really?
The M1 had 45 meganewtons of thrust. The Saturn V had, I think, 35 or 40 meganewtons of thrust. And this has 75 meganewtons. So we're talking almost double. It's a lot of power.
That could be the sexiest thing I've ever heard. Okay. So what are the different tests that's happening? So, like, what's a static fire with some of these Raptors look like? And where do we stand? You were just talking about offline, like the thing that happened yesterday. Yeah.
Everything in this is kind of iterations. And so, the milestones that we're seeing, we actually have on everydayastronaut.com, we have a milestone checklist of like all the things we're hoping to see that we kind of need to see before the first orbital flight of this rocket. So a big milestone that got checked off yesterday was a wet dress rehearsal. So it's literally like fueling the rocket up, getting ready to do everything but lighting the engines, basically. So we're talking about loading with propellant all the way. This is the first time, yep, right there.
Where's the milestone?
Right there at the top. Take that big picture. Yep, that's the big picture.
So there's the wet dress rehearsal. So what's the wet dress rehearsal?
Yeah, so that's where they, for the first time, they filled it completely to the brim with both liquid oxygen and liquid methane. So they've done component level testing where they fill it with liquid nitrogen, which is, it's an inert gas, so it's not like, say it leaks out, it's not going to explode. You can just have a big giant pool of liquid nitrogen like flooding the area, but it's not going to be an explosion. So they've done that for cryo testing to make sure all the components and stuff can handle, being at cryogenic temperatures. Kind of a good analog before you start putting your fuel and your oxidizer there. But now, as of yesterday, they fully fueled the rocket with both stages, the first stage and the second stage, all fully stacked on the pad. Like basically, it's the first sense we really got of like this, what it's going to look like right before it takes off. Kind of breathing, coming to life for the first time.
What does the pad look like? So there's a few interesting aspects of this. What's up with the chopsticks and all of that?
Yeah, so the launch pad is unique. I've never seen anything like it in the prior history of spaceflight. But it's a really simple launch stand. They basically have like this, almost looks like a stool, like a milking a cow stool thing with a big giant.
Now I know you're from